28. From Tiberius Gracchus to the God Emperor in Rome. Section 1. The Science of Thwarting the Common Man. Section 2. Finance in the Roman State. Section 3. The Last Years of Republican Politics. Section. The Era of the Adventurer Generals. Section 5. The End of the Republic. Section 6. The Coming of the Princeps. Section 7. Why the Roman Republic Failed. Section 1. We have already twice likened the self-governing community of Rome to a Neanderthal variety of the modern democratic, civilized state, and we shall recur again to this comparison. In form, the two things, the first great primitive essay and its later relations, are extraordinarily similar. In spirit, they differ very profoundly. Roman political and social life, and particularly Roman political and social life in the century between the fall of Carthage and the rise of Caesar and Caesarism, has a very marked general resemblance to the political and social life in such countries as the United States of America or the British Empire today. The resemblance is intensified by the common use, with a certain inaccuracy in every case, of such terms as Senate, democracy, proletariat, and the like. But everything in the Roman state was earlier, cruder, and clumsier. The injustices were more glaring, the conflicts harsher. There was comparatively little knowledge and few general ideas. Aristotle's scientific works were only beginning to be read in Rome in the 1st century BC. Ferrero, it is true, makes Caesar familiar with the politics of Aristotle and ascribes to him the dream of making a Periclean Rome. But in doing so, Ferrero seems to be indulging in one of those lapses into picturesque romancing which are at once the joy and the snare of all historical writers. Attention has already been drawn to the profound difference between Roman and modern conditions due to the absence of a press, of any popular education, or of the representative idea in the popular assembly. Our world today is still far from solving the problem of representation and from producing a public assembly which will really summarize, crystallize, and express the thought and will of the community. Our elections are still largely an ingenious mockery of the common voter, who finds himself helpless in the face of party organizations, which reduce his free choice of a representative to the less unpalatable of two political hacks. But even so, his vote, in comparison with the vote of an ordinary honest Roman citizen, is an effective instrument. Too many of our histories dealing with this period of Roman history write of the popular party, and of the votes of the people and so forth, as though such things were as much working realities as they are today. But the senators and politicians of Rome saw to it that such things never did exist as clean and wholesome realities. These modern phrases are very misleading unless they are carefully qualified. We have already described the gatherings of the popular comitia, but that clumsy assembly in sheep pens does not convey the full extent to which the gerrymandering of popular representation could be carried in Rome. Whenever there was a new enfranchisement of citizens in Italy, there would be the most elaborate trickery and counter-trickery to enroll the new voters into as few or as many of the 30 old tribes as possible, or to put them into as few as possible new tribes. Since the vote was taken by tribes, it is obvious that however great the number of new additions made, if they were all got together into one tribe, their opinion would only count for one tribal vote, and similarly if they were crowded into just a few tribes, old or new. On the other hand, if they were put into too many tribes, their effect in any particular tribe might be inconsiderable. Here was the sort of work to fascinate every smart knave in politics. The comitia tributa could be worked at times so as to vote right counter to the general feeling of the people. And as we have already noted, the great mass of voters in Italy were also disenfranchised by distance. About the middle period of the Carthaginian Wars, there were upwards of 300,000 Roman citizens, about 100 BC. There were more than 900,000, but in effect the voting of the popular assembly was confined to a few score thousand resident in and near Rome, and mostly men of a base type. And the Roman voters were organized to an extent that makes the Tammany machine of New York seem artless and honest. They belonged to clubs, collegia sodalitia, having usually some elegant religious pretensions, and the rising politician working his way to office went first to the usurers, and then with the borrowed money to these clubs. If the outside voters were moved enough by any question to swarm into the city, it was always possible to put off the voting by declaring the omens unfavorable. If they came in unarmed, they could be intimidated. If they brought in arms, then the cry was raised that there was a plot to overthrow the republic, and a massacre would be organized. There can be no doubt that all Italy, all the empire, was festering with discomfort, anxiety, and discontent in the century after the destruction of Carthage. A few men were growing very rich, and the majority of people found themselves entangled in an inexplicable net of uncertain prices, jumpy markets, and debts. But yet there was no way at all of stating and clearing up the general dissatisfaction. There is no record of a single attempt to make the popular assembly a straightforward and workable public organ. Beneath the superficial appearances of public affairs struggled a mute giant of public opinion and public will, who sometimes made some great political effort, a rush to vote or such like, and sometimes broke into actual violence. So long as there was no actual violence, the Senate and the financiers kept on in their own disastrous way. Only when they were badly frightened would governing cliques or parties desist from some nefarious policy and heed the common good. The real method of popular expression in Italy in those days was not the comitia tributa, but the strike and insurrection, the righteous and necessary methods of all cheated or suppressed peoples. We have seen in our own days in Great Britain a decline in the prestige of parliamentary government, and a drift towards unconstitutional methods on the part of the masses through exactly the same cause, through the incurable disposition of politicians to gerrymander the electoral machine until the community is driven to explosion. For insurrectionary purposes, a discontented population needs a leader, and the political history of the concluding century of Roman republicanism is a history of insurrectionary leaders and counter-revolutionary leaders. Most of the former are manifestly unscrupulous adventurers who try to utilize the public necessity and unhappiness for their own advancement. Many of the historians of this period betray a disposition to take sides and are either aristocratic in tone or fiercely democratic. But indeed, neither side in these complex and intricate disputes has a record of high aims or clean hands. The Senate and the rich equestrians were vulgar and greedy spirits, hostile and contemptuous towards the poor mob, and the populace was ignorant, unstable, and at least equally greedy. The Scipios in all this record shine, by comparison, a group of gentlemen. To the motives of one or the other figures of the time, to Tiberius Gracchus, for example, we may perhaps extend the benefit of the doubt. But for the rest, they do but demonstrate how clever and cunning men may be, how subtle in contention, how brilliant in pretense, and how utterly wanting in wisdom or grace of spirit. A shambling, hairy, brutish, but probably very cunning creature with a big brain behind. So someone, I think it was Sir Harry Johnston, has described Homo neanderthalensis. To this day, we must still use similar terms to describe the soul of the politician. The statesman has still to oust the politician from his lairs and weapon heaps. History has still to become a record of human dignity. Section 2. Another respect in which the Roman system was a crude anticipation of our own, and different from any preceding political system we have considered, was that it was a cash and credit-using system. Money had been in the world as yet for only a few centuries, but its use had been growing. It was providing a fluid medium for trade and enterprise and changing economic conditions profoundly. In Republican Rome, the financier and the money interest began to play a part recognizably similar to their roles today. We have already noted in our account of Herodotus that a first effect of money was to give freedom of movement and leisure to a number of people who could not otherwise have enjoyed these privileges. And that is the peculiar value of money to mankind. Instead of a worker or helper being paid in kind, and in such a way that he is tied as much in his enjoyment as in his labor, money leaves him free to do as he pleases amidst a wide choice of purchasable aids, eases, and indulgences. He may eat his money or drink it or give it to a temple or spend it in learning something or save it against some foreseen occasion. That is the good of money, the freedom of its universal convertibility. But the freedom money gives the poor man is nothing to the freedom money has given the rich man. With money, rich men cease to be tied to lands, houses, stores, flocks, and herds. They could change the nature and locality of their possessions with an unheard-of freedom. In the 3rd and 2nd century BC, This release, this untethering of wealth, began to tell upon the general economic life of the Roman and Hellenized world. People began to buy land and the like not for use, but to sell again at a profit. People borrowed to buy, speculation developed. No doubt there were bankers in the Babylon of 1000 BC, but they lent in a far more limited and solid way, bars of metal and stocks of goods. That earlier world was a world of barter and payment in kind, and it went slowly and much more staidly and stably for that reason. In that state, the vast realm of China has remained almost down to the present time. The big cities before Rome were trading and manufacturing cities. Such were Corinth and Carthage and Syracuse. But Rome never produced a very considerable industrial population, and her warehouses never rivaled those of Alexandria. The little port of Ostia was always big enough for her needs. Rome was a political and financial capital, and in the latter respect at least, she was a new sort of city. She imported profits and tribute, and very little went out from her in return. The wharves of Ostia were chiefly busy unloading corn from Sicily and Africa, and loot from all the world. After the fall of Carthage, the Roman imagination went wild with the hitherto unknown possibilities of finance. Money, like most other inventions, had happened to mankind, and men had still to develop today they have still to perfect the science and morality of money. One sees the thing, catching on in the recorded life and the writings of Cato the censor. In his early days he was bitterly virtuous against usury. In his later, he was devising ingenious schemes for safe usury. In this curiously interesting century of Roman history we find man after man asking, what has happened to Rome? Various answers are made: a decline in religion, a decline from the virtues of the Roman forefathers, Greek intellectual poison, and the like. We who can look at the problem with a large perspective can see that what had happened to Rome was money, the new freedoms and chances and opportunities that money opened out. Money floated the Romans off the firm ground. Everyone was getting hold of money, the majority by the simple expedient of running into debt. The eastward expansion of the empire was very largely a hunt for treasure in strong rooms and temples to keep pace with the hunger of the new need. The equestrian order, in particular, became the money power. Everyone was developing property. Farmers were giving up corn and cattle, borrowing money, buying slaves, and starting the more intensive cultivation of oil and wine. Money was young in human experience and wild. Nobody had it under control. It fluctuated greatly. It was now abundant and now scarce. Men made sly and crude schemes to corner it, to hoard it, to send up prices by releasing hoarded metals. A small body of very shrewd men was growing immensely rich. Many patricians were growing poor and irritated and unscrupulous. Among the middle sort of peoples there was much hope, much adventure, and much more disappointment. The growing mass of the expropriated was permeated by that vague, baffled, and hopeless sense of being inexplicably bested, which is the preparatory condition for all great revolutionary movements. Section 3. The first conspicuous leader to appeal to the gathering revolutionary feeling in Italy was Tiberius Gracchus. He looks more like an honest man than any other figure in this period of history, unless it be Scipio Africanus the Elder. At first, Tiberius Gracchus was a moderate reformer of a rather reactionary type. He wished to restore the yeoman class to property, very largely because he believed that class to be the backbone of the army, and his military experience in Spain before and after the destruction of Carthage had impressed upon him the declining efficiency of the legions. He was what we should call nowadays a back-to-the-land man. He did not understand, and few people understand today, how much easier it is to shift population from the land into the towns than to return it to the laborious and simple routines of agricultural life. He wanted to revive the Licinian laws, which had been established when Camillus built his temple of Concord nearly 2 centuries and a half before, see chapter Roman 27, section 2, so far as they broke up great estates and restrained slave labor. These Licinian laws had repeatedly been revived and repeatedly lapsed to a dead letter again. It was only when the big proprietors in the Senate opposed this proposal that Tiberius Gracchus turned to the people and began a furious agitation for popular government. He created a commission to inquire into the title of all landowners. In the midst of his activities occurred one of the most extraordinary incidents in history. Attalus, the king of the rich country of Pergamum in Asia Minor, died 133 BC, and left his kingdom to the Roman people. It is difficult for us to understand the motives of this bequest. Pergamum was a country allied to Rome, and so moderately secure from aggression. And the natural consequence of such a will was to provoke a violent scramble among the senatorial gangs and a dispute between them and the people for the spoils of the new acquisition. Practically, Attalus handed over his country to be looted. The act is so amazing that one is driven towards the hypothesis of forgery. There were, of course, many Italian business people established in the country and a strong party of native rich men in close relations with Rome. To them, no doubt, a coalescence with the Roman system would have been acceptable. Josephus bears witness to such a desire for annexation among the rich men of Syria, a desire running counter to the wishes of both king and people. This Pergamum bequest, astonishing in itself, had the still more astonishing result of producing imitations in other quarters. In 96 BC, Ptolemy Appian bequeathed Cyrenaica in North Africa to the Roman people. In 81 BC, Alexander Roman II, king of Egypt, followed suit with Egypt, a legacy too big for the courage if not for the appetite of the senators, and they declined it. In 74 BC, Nicomedes, king of Bithynia, demised Bithynia. Of these latter testamentary freaks we will say no more here. But it will be manifest how great an opportunity was given Tiberius Gracchus, by the bequest of Attalus, of accusing the rich of greed and of proposing to decree the treasures of Attalus to the commonalty. He proposed to use this new wealth to provide seed, stock, and agricultural implements for the resettlement of the land. His movement was speedily entangled in the complexities of the Roman electoral system without a simple and straightforward electoral method. All popular movements in all ages necessarily become entangled and maddened in constitutional intricacies, and almost as necessarily lead to bloodshed. It was needed, if his work was to go on, that Tiberius Gracchus should continue to be tribune, and it was illegal for him to be tribune twice in succession. He overstepped the bounds of legality and stood for the tribuneship a second time. The peasants who came in from the countryside to vote for him came in armed. The cry that he was aiming at a tyranny, the cry that had long ago destroyed Malleus and Manlius, was raised in the Senate. The friends of law and order went to the Capitol in state, accompanied by a rabble of dependents armed with staves and bludgeons. There was a conflict, or rather a massacre of the revolutionaries, in which nearly 300 people were killed, and Tiberius Gracchus was beaten to death with the fragments of a broken bench by 2 senators. Thereupon the senators attempted a sort of counter-revolution and proscribed many of the followers of Tiberius Gracchus. But the state of public opinion was so sullen and threatening that this movement was dropped, and Scipio Nasica, who was implicated in the death of Tiberius, though he occupied the position of Pontifex Maximus and should have remained in Rome for the public sacrifices which were the duties of that official, went abroad to avoid trouble. The uneasiness of Italy next roused Scipio Africanus, the younger, to propose the enfranchisement of all Italy. But he died suddenly before he could carry the proposal into effect. Then followed the ambiguous career of Caius Gracchus, the brother of Tiberius, who followed some tortuous policy that still exercises the mind of historians. He increased the burthens of taxation laid upon the provinces, it is supposed with the idea of setting the modern financiers, the equites, against the senatorial landowners. He gave the former the newly bequeathed taxes of Asia to farm, and, what is worse, he gave them control of the special courts set up to prevent extortion. He started enormous public works, and particularly the construction of new roads, and he is accused of making a political use of the contracts. He revived the proposal to enfranchise Italy. He increased the distribution of subsidized cheap corn to the Roman citizens. Here we cannot attempt to disentangle his schemes, much less to judge him. But that his policy was offensive to the groups that controlled the Senate, there can be no doubt whatever. He was massacred by the champions of law and order, with about 3,000 of his followers, in the streets of Rome in 121 BC. His decapitated head was carried to the Senate on the point of a pike. A reward of its weight in gold, says Plutarch, had been offered for this trophy, and its captor, acting in the true spirit of a champion of big business, filled the brain case with lead on its way to the scales. In spite of these prompt firm measures, the Senate was not to enjoy the benefits of peace, and the advantages of a control of the imperial resources for long. Within 10 years, the people were in revolt again. In 118 BC, the throne of Numidia, the semi-barbaric kingdom that had arisen in North Africa upon the ruins of the civilized Carthaginian power, was seized by a certain able Jugurtha, who had served with the Roman armies in Spain and had a knowledge of the Roman character. He provoked the military intervention of Rome. But the Romans found that their military power, under a senate of financiers and landlords, was very different from what it had been even in the days of the younger Scipio Africanus. Jugurtha bought over the commissioners sent out to watch him, the senators charged with their prosecution, and the generals in command against him. There is a mistaken Roman proverb, pecunia non olet, money does not stink, for the money of Jugurtha stank even in Rome. There was an angry agitation, and a capable soldier of lowly origin, Marius, was carried to the consulship, 107 BC, on the wave of popular indignation. Marius made no attempt on the model of the Gracchi to restore the backbone of the army by rehabilitating the yeoman class. He was a professional soldier with a high standard of efficiency and a disposition to take shortcuts. He simply raised troops from among the poor, whether countrymen or townsmen, paid them well, disciplined them thoroughly, and 106 BC. Ended the 7 Years' War with Jugurtha by bringing that chieftain in chains to Rome. It did not occur to anybody that incidentally Marius had also created a professional army with no interest to hold it together but its pay. He then held on to the consulship more or less illegally for several years, and in 102 and 101 BC, repelled a threatening move of the Germans, who thus appear in our history for the first time, who were raiding through Gaul towards Italy. He gained 2 victories, one on Italian soil. He was hailed as the savior of his country, a second Camillus, 100 BC. The social tensions of the time mocked that comparison with Camillus. The Senate benefited by the greater energy in foreign affairs and the increased military efficiency that Marius had introduced, but the sullen, shapeless discontent of the mass of the people was still seeking some effective outlet. The rich grew richer, and the poor poorer. It was impossible to stifle the consequences of that process forever by political trickery. The Italian people were still unenfranchised. 2 extreme democratic leaders, Saturninus and Glaucia, were assassinated, but that familiar senatorial remedy failed to assuage the populace on this occasion. In 92 BC, an aristocratic official, Rutilius Rufus, who had tried to restrain the exactions of the financiers in Asia Minor, was condemned on a charge of corruption so manifestly trumped up that it deceived no one. And in 91 BC, Livius Drusus, a newly elected tribune of the people, who was making capital out of the trial of Rutilius Rufus, was assassinated. He had proposed a general enfranchisement of the Italians, and he had foreshadowed not only another land law, but a general abolition of debts. Yet for all this vigor on the part of the senatorial usurers, land grabbers, and forestallers, the hungry and the anxious were still insurgent. The murder of Drusus was the last drop in the popular cup. Italy blazed into a desperate insurrection. There followed 2 years of bitter civil war, the Social War. It was a war between the idea of a united Italy and the idea of the rule of the Roman Senate. It was not a social war in the modern sense, but a war between Rome and her Italian allies, allies equals socii. Roman generals, trained in the traditions of colonial warfare, marched ruthlessly up and down Italy, burning farms, sacking towns, and carrying off men, women, and children to sell them in the open market or work them in gangs upon their estates. Marius and an aristocratic general, Sulla, who had been with him in Africa and who was his bitter rival, both commanded on the side of Rome. But though the insurgents experienced defeats and looting, neither of these generals brought the war to an end. It was ended in a manner, 89 BC, by the practical surrender of the Roman Senate to the idea of reform. The spirit was taken out of the insurrection by the concession of their demands in principle, and then as soon as the rebels had dispersed, the usual cheating of the new voters, by such methods as we have explained in section 1 of this chapter, was resumed. By the next year, 88 BC, the old round had begun again. It was mixed up with the personal intrigues of Marius and Sulla against each other, but the struggle had taken on another complexion through the army reforms of Marius, which had created a new type of legionary, a landless professional soldier with no interest in life but pay and plunder, and with no feeling of loyalty except to a successful general. A popular tribune, Sulpicius, was bringing forward some new laws affecting debt, and the consuls were dodging the storm by declaring a suspension of public business. Then came the usual resort to violence, and the followers of Sulpicius drove the consuls from the forum. But here it is that the new forces which the new army had made possible came into play. King Mithridates of Pontius, the Hellenized king of the southern shores of the Black Sea east of Bithynia, was pressing Rome into war. One of the proposed laws of Sulpicius was that Marius should command the armies sent against this Mithridates. Whereupon Sulla marched the army he had commanded throughout the social war to Rome. Marius and Sulpicius fled, and a new age, an age of military pronunciamentos, began. Of how Sulla had himself made commander against Mithridates and departed, and of how legions friendly to Marius then seized power, how Marius returned to Italy and enjoyed a thorough massacre of his political opponents, and died, sated of fever, we cannot tell in any detail. But one measure during the Marian Reign of Terror did much to relieve the social tension, and that was the abolition of 3/4 of all outstanding debts. Nor can we tell here how Sulla made a discreditable peace with Mithridates, who had massacred 100,000 Italians in Asia Minor, in order to bring his legions back to Rome, defeat the Marians at the Battle of the Colline Gate of Rome, and reverse the arrangements of Marius. Sulla restored law and order by the proscription and execution of over 5,000 people. He desolated large parts of Italy, restored the Senate to power, repealed many of the recent laws, though he was unable to restore the cancelled burden of debt. And then, feeling bored by politics and having amassed great riches, he retired with an air of dignity into private life, gave himself up to abominable vices, and so presently died, eaten up with some disgusting disease produced by debauchery. Section 4. Political life in Italy was not so much tranquilized as stunned by the massacres and confiscations of Marius and Sulla. The scale upon which this history is planned will not permit us to tell here of the great adventurers, who, relying more and more on the support of the legions, presently began to scheme and intrigue again for dictatorial power in Rome. In 73 BC, all Italy was terrified by a rising of the slaves, and particularly of the gladiators, led by a gladiator from Thessaly, Spartacus. He and 70 others had fled out from a gladiatorial farm at Capua. Similar risings had already occurred in Sicily. The forces under Spartacus necessarily became a miscellaneous band drawn from east and west, without any common idea except the idea of dispersing and getting home. Nevertheless, he held out in southern Italy for 2 years, using the then apparently extinct crater of Vesuvius for a time as a natural fortress. The Italians, for all their love of gladiatorial display, failed to appreciate this conversion of the whole country into an arena, this bringing of the gladiatorial sword to the door. And when at last Spartacus was overthrown, their terror changed to frantic cruelty. 6,000 of his captured followers were crucified long miles of nailed and drooping victims along the Appian Way. Here we cannot deal at any length with Lucullus, who invaded Pontus and fought Mithridates and brought the cultivated cherry tree to Europe. Nor can we tell how ingeniously Pompey the Great stole the triumph, and most of the prestige Lucullus had won in Armenia beyond Pontus. Lucullus, like Sulla, retired into an opulent private life, but with more elegance and with a more gracious end. We cannot relate in any detail how Julius Caesar accumulated reputation in the West, by conquering Gaul, defeating the German tribes upon the Rhine, and pushing a punitive raid across the Straits of Dover into Britain. More and more important grow the legions. Less and less significant are the Senate and the assemblies of Rome. But there is a certain grim humor about the story of Crassus that we cannot altogether neglect. This Crassus was a great money lender and forestaller. He was a typical man of the new equestrian type, the social equivalent of a modern munition profiteer. He first grew rich by buying up the property of those proscribed by Sulla. His earliest exploits in the field were against Spartacus, whom finally he crushed by great payments and exertions after a prolonged and expensive campaign. He then, as the outcome of complicated bargains, secured the command in the east and prepared to emulate the glories of Lucullus, who had pushed east from Pergamum and Bithynia into Pontus, and of Pompey, who had completed the looting of Armenia. His experiences served to demonstrate the gross ignorance with which the Romans were conducting their affairs at that time. He crossed the Euphrates, expecting to find in Persia another Hellenized kingdom like Pontus. But, as we have already intimated, the great reservoirs of nomadic peoples that stretched round from the Danube across Russia into Central Asia had been raining back into the lands between the Caspian Sea and the Indus that Alexander had conquered for Hellenism. Crassus found himself against the Scythian again, against mobile tribes of horsemen led by a monarch in Median costume. The particular variety of Scythian he encountered was called the Parthian. It is possible that in the Parthians, a Mongolian Turanian element was now mingled with the Aryan strain. But the campaign of Crassus beyond the Euphrates is curiously like the campaign of Darius beyond the Danube. There is the same heavy thrusting of an infantry force against elusive light horsemen. But Crassus was less quick than Darius to realize the need of withdrawal, and the Parthians were better bowmen than the Scythians Darius met. They seem to have had some sort of noisy projectile of unusual strength and force, something different from an ordinary arrow. The campaign culminated in that 2 days massacre of the hot, thirsty, hungry, and weary Roman legions, which is known as the Battle of Carrhae, 53 BC. They toiled through the sand, charging an enemy who always evaded their charge and rode round them and shot them to pieces. 20,000 of them were killed, and 10,000 marched on eastward as prisoners into slavery in Iran. What became of Crassus is not clearly known. There is a story, probably invented for our moral benefit and suggested by his usuries, that he fell alive into the hands of the Parthians and was killed by having molten gold poured down his throat. But this disaster has a very great significance indeed to our general history of mankind. It serves to remind us that from the Rhine to the Euphrates, all along to the north of the Alps and Danube and Black Sea, stretched one continuous cloud of nomadic and semi-nomadic peoples, whom the statescraft of imperial Rome was never able to pacify and civilize, nor her military science subdue. We have already called attention to a map showing how the Second Babylonian Empire, the Chaldean Empire, lay like a lamb in the embrace of the Median power. In exactly the same way, the Roman Empire lay like a lamb in the embrace of this great crescent of outer barbarians. Not only was Rome never able to thrust back or assimilate that superincumbent crescent, but she was never able to organize the Mediterranean Sea into a secure and orderly system of communication between one part of her empire and another. Quite unknown as yet to Rome, the Mongolian tribes from northeastern Asia, the Huns and their kin, walled back and driven out from China by the Tsai and Han dynasties, were drifting and pressing westward, mixing with the Parthians, the Scythians, the Teutons, and the like, or driving them before them. Never at any time did the Romans succeed in pushing their empire beyond Mesopotamia, and upon Mesopotamia, their hold was never very secure. Before the close of the Republic, that power of assimilation, which had been the secret of their success, was giving way to patriotic exclusiveness and patriotic greed. Rome plundered and destroyed Asia Minor and Babylonia, which were the necessary basis for an eastward extension to India, just as she had destroyed and looted Carthage and so had no foothold for extension into Africa, and just as she had destroyed Corinth and so cut herself off from an easy way into the heart of Greece. Western European writers, impressed by the fact that later on Rome Romanized and civilized Gaul and South Britain, and restored the scene of her earlier devastations in Spain to prosperity, are apt to ignore that over far greater areas to the south and east her influence was to weaken and so restore to barbarism the far wider conquests of Hellenic civilization. Section 5. But among the politicians of Italy in the 1st century BC, there were no maps of Germany and Russia, Africa and Central Asia, and no sufficient intelligence to study them had they existed. Rome never developed the fine curiosities that sent Hanno and the sailors of Pharaoh Necho down the coasts of Africa. When, in the 1st century B.C., the emissaries of the Han dynasty reached the eastern shores of the Caspian Sea, they found only stories of a civilization that had receded. The memory of Alexander still lived in these lands, but of Rome men only knew that Pompey had come to the western shores of the Caspian and gone away again, and that Crassus had been destroyed. Rome was preoccupied at home. What mental energy remained over in the Roman citizen from the attempt to grow personally rich and keep personally safe was intent upon the stratagems and strokes and counterstrokes of the various adventurers who were now manifestly grappling for the supreme power. It is the custom of historians to treat these struggles with extreme respect. In particular, the figure of Julius Caesar is set up as if it were a star of supreme brightness and importance in the history of mankind. Yet, a dispassionate consideration of the known facts fails altogether to justify this demigod theory of Caesar. Not even that precipitate wrecker of splendid possibilities, Alexander the Great, has been so magnified and dressed up for the admiration of careless and uncritical readers. There is a type of scholar who, to be plain, sits and invents marvelous world policies for the more conspicuous figures in history with the merest scraps of justification or with no justification at all. We are told that Alexander planned the conquest of Carthage and Rome and the complete subjugation of India, and that only his death shattered these schemes. What we know for certain is that he conquered the Persian Empire and never went far beyond its boundaries, and that when he was supposed to be making these vast and noble plans, he was in fact indulging in such monstrous antics as his mourning for his favorite Hephaestion, and as his main occupation, he was drinking himself to death. So too Julius Caesar is credited with the intention of doing just that one not impossible thing which would have secured the Roman Empire from its ultimate collapse, namely, the systematic conquest and civilization of Europe as far as the Baltic and the Dnieper. He was to have marched upon Germany, says Plutarch, through Parthia and Scythia, round the north of the Caspian and Black Seas. Yet the fact we have to reconcile with this wise and magnificent project is that at the crest of his power, Caesar, already a bald, middle-aged man, past the graces and hot impulses of youthful love, spent the better part of a year in Egypt, feasting and entertaining himself in amorous pleasantries with the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. And afterwards he brought her with him to Rome, where her influence over him was bitterly resented. Such complications with a woman mark, the elderly sensualist or sentimentalist he was 54 at the commencement of the affair rather than the master ruler of men. On the side of the Superman idea of Caesar, we have to count a bust in the Naples Museum. It represents a fine and intellectual face, very noble in its expression, and we can couple with that the story that his head, even at birth, was unusually large and finely formed. But there is really no satisfying evidence that this well-known bust does represent Caesar, and it is hard to reconcile its austere serenity with the reputation for violent impulse and disorderliness that clung to him. Other busts of a quite different man are also, with more probability, ascribed to him. There can be little doubt that he was a dissolute and extravagant young man. The scandals cluster thick about his sojourn in Bithynia, whither he fled from Sulla. He was the associate of the reprobate Clodius and the conspirator Catiline, and there is nothing in his political career to suggest any aim higher or remoter than his own advancement to power, and all the personal glory and indulgence that power makes possible. We will not attempt to tell here of the turns and devices of his career. Although he was of an old patrician family, he came into politics as the brilliant darling of the people. He spent great sums and incurred heavy debts to provide public festivals on the most lavish scale. He opposed the tradition of Sulla and cherished the memory of Marius, who was his uncle by marriage. For a time, he worked in conjunction with Crassus and Pompey, but after the death of Crassus, he and Pompey came into conflict by 49 BC. He and Pompey, with their legions, he from the west and Pompey from the east, were fighting openly for predominance in the Roman state. He had broken the law by bringing his legions across the Rubicon, which was the boundary between his command and Italy proper. At the Battle of Pharsalos in Thessaly, 48 BC, Pompey was routed, and fleeing to Egypt, was murdered, leaving Caesar more master of the Roman world than ever Sulla had been. He was then created dictator for 10 years in 46 BC and early in 45 BC. He was made dictator for life. This was monarchy. If not hereditary monarchy, it was at least electoral life monarchy. It was unlimited opportunity to do his best for the world, and by the spirit and quality of his use of this dictatorial power during these 4 years, we are bound to judge him. A certain reorganization of local administration he effected, and he seems to have taken up what was a fairly obvious necessity of the times, a project for the restoration of the two murdered seaports of Corinth and Carthage, whose destruction had wrecked the sea life of the Mediterranean. But much more evident was the influence of Cleopatra and Egypt upon his mind. Like Alexander before him, his head seems to have been turned by the king-god tradition, assisted no doubt in his case by the adulation of that charming hereditary goddess, Cleopatra. We find evidence of exactly that same conflict upon the score of divine pretensions between him and his personal friends that we have already recorded in the case of Alexander. So far as the Hellenized East was concerned, the paying of divine honors to rulers was a familiar idea, but it was still repulsive to the lingering Arianism of Rome. Illustration: J.V. Caesar. From the Naples bust. Antony, who had been his second in command at Pharsalos, was one of the chief of his flatterers. Plutarch describes a scene at the public games in which Antony tried to force a crown upon Caesar, which Caesar, after a little coyness, and in face of the manifested displeasure of the crowd, refused. But he had adopted the ivory scepter and throne, which were the traditional insignia of the ancient kings of Rome. His image was carried amidst that of the gods in the opening pomp of the arena, and his statue was set up in a temple with an inscription, "To the unconquerable God." Priests even were appointed for his godhead. These things are not the symptoms of great-mindedness, but of a common man's megalomania. Caesar's record of vulgar scheming for the tawdriest mockeries of personal worship is a silly and shameful record. It is incompatible with the idea that he was a wise and wonderful Superman setting the world to rights. Finally, 44 BC. He was assassinated by a group of his own friends and supporters to whom these divine aspirations had become intolerable. He was beset in the Senate and stabbed in 23 places, dying at the foot of the statue of his fallen rival Pompey the Great. The scene marks the complete demoralization of the old Roman governing body. Brutus, the ringleader of the murderers, would have addressed the senators, but confronted by this crisis, they were scuttling off in every direction. For the best part of a day, Rome did not know what to make of this event. The murderers marched about with their bloody weapons through an undecided city, with no one gainsaying them and only a few joining them. Then public opinion turned against them, some of their houses were attacked, and they had to hide and fly for their lives. Section 6. But the trend of things was overwhelmingly towards monarchy. For 13 years more, the struggle of personalities went on. One single man is to be noted as inspired by broad ideas and an ambition not entirely egoistic, Cicero. He was a man of modest origin, whose eloquence and literary power had won him a prominent place in the Senate. He was a little tainted by the abusive tradition of Demosthenes. Nevertheless, he stands out, a noble and pathetically ineffective figure, pleading with the now utterly degenerate, base, and cowardly Senate for the high ideals of the Republic. He was a writer of great care and distinction, and the orations and private letters he has left us make him one of the most real and living figures of this period to the modern reader. He was proscribed and killed in 43 BC, the year after the murder of Julius Caesar, and his head and hands were nailed up in the Roman Forum. Octavian, who became at last the monarch of Rome, seems to have made an effort to save Cicero. That murder was certainly not his crime. Here we cannot trace out the tangle of alliances and betrayals that ended in the ascendancy of this Octavian, the adopted heir of Julius Caesar. The fate of the chief figures is interwoven with that of Cleopatra. After the death of Caesar, she set herself to capture the emotions and vanity of Antony, a much younger man than Caesar, with whom she was probably already acquainted. For a time, Octavian and Antony and a third figure, Lepidus, divided the Roman world just as Caesar and Pompey had divided it before their final conflict. Octavian took the hardier west and consolidated his power. Antony had the more gorgeous east and Cleopatra. To Lepidus fell that picked bone, Carthaginian Africa. He seems to have been a good man of good traditions, set upon the restoration of Carthage rather than upon wealth or personal vanities. The mind of Antony succumbed to those same ancient ideas of divine kingship that had already proved too much for the mental equilibrium of Julius Caesar. In the company of Cleopatra, he gave himself up to love, amusements, and a dream of sensuous glory, until Octavian felt that the time was ripe to end these two Egyptian divinities. In 32 BC, Octavian induced the Senate to depose Antony from the command of the East and proceeded to attack him. A great naval battle at Actium, 31 BC, was decided by the unexpected desertion of Cleopatra with 60 ships in the midst of the fight. It is quite impossible for us to decide now whether this was due to premeditated treachery or to the sudden whim of a charming woman. The departure of these ships threw the fleet of Antony into hopeless confusion, which was increased by the headlong flight of this model lover in pursuit. He went off in a swift galley after her, without informing his commanders. He left his followers to fight and die as they thought fit, and for a time they were incredulous that he had gone. The subsequent encounter of the two lovers and their reconciliation is a matter for ironical speculation on the part of Plutarch. Octavian's net closed slowly round his rival. It is not improbable that there was some sort of understanding between Octavian and Cleopatra, as perhaps in the time of Julius Caesar there may have been between the queen and Antony. Antony gave way to much mournful posturing, varied by love scenes, during this last stage of his little drama. For a time he posed as an imitator of the cynic Timon, as one who had lost all faith in mankind, though one may think that his deserted sailors at Actium had better reason for such an attitude. Finally, he found himself and Cleopatra besieged by Octavian in Alexandria. There were some sallies and minor successes, and Antony was loud with challenges to Octavian to decide the matter by personal combat. Being led to believe that Cleopatra had committed suicide, this star of romance stabbed himself, but so ineffectually as to die lingeringly, and he was carried off to expire in her presence, 30 BC. Plutarch's account of Antony, which was derived very largely from witnesses who had seen and known him, describes him as of heroic mold. He is compared to the demigod Hercules, from whom indeed he claimed descent, and also to the Indian Bacchus. There is a disgusting but illuminating description of a scene in the Senate when he attempted to speak while drunk, and was overtaken by one of the least dignified concomitants of intoxication. For a little while Cleopatra still clung to life, and perhaps to the hope that she might reduce Octavian to the same divine role that had already been played by Julius Caesar and Antony. She had an interview with Octavian, in which she presented herself as beauty in distress and very lightly clad. But when it became manifest that Octavian lacked the godlike spark, and that his care for her comfort and welfare was dictated chiefly by his desire to exhibit her in a triumphal procession through the streets of Rome, she also committed suicide. An asp was smuggled to her past the Roman sentries, concealed in a basket of figs, and by its fangs she died. Octavian seems to have been almost entirely free from the divine aspirations of Julius Caesar and Antony. He was neither god nor romantic hero. He was a man. He was a man of far greater breadth and capacity than any other player in this last act of the Republican drama in Rome. All things considered, he was perhaps the best thing that could have happened to Rome at that time. He voluntarily resigned the extraordinary powers which he had held since 43, and, to quote his own words, handed over the Republic to the control of the Senate and the people of Rome. The old constitutional machinery was once more set in motion. The Senate, Assembly, and magistrates resumed their functions, and Octavian himself was hailed as the restorer of the Commonwealth and the champion of freedom. It was not so easy to determine what relation he himself, the actual master of the Roman world, should occupy towards this revived republic. His abdication, in any real sense of the word, would have simply thrown everything back into confusion. The interests of peace and order required that he should retain at least the substantial part of his authority, and this object was in fact accomplished, and the rule of the emperors founded, in a manner which has no parallel in history. Any revival of the kingly title was out of the question, and Octavian himself expressly refused the dictatorship. Nor was any new office created or any new official title invented for his benefit. But by Senate and people, he was invested according to the old constitutional forms with certain powers, as many citizens had been before him, and so took his place by the side of the lawfully appointed magistrates of the Republic. Only, to mark his preeminent dignity, as the first of them all, the Senate decreed that he should take as an additional cognomen that of Augustus, while in common parlance he was henceforth styled princeps, a simple title of courtesy, familiar to Republican usage and conveying no other idea than that of a recognized primacy and precedence over his fellow citizens. The ideal sketched by Cicero in his De Republica of a constitutional president of a free republic was apparently realized, but it was only in appearance. For in fact, the special prerogatives conferred upon Octavian gave him back in substance the autocratic authority he had resigned. And as between the restored republic and its new princeps, the balance of power was overwhelmingly on the side of the latter. Section 7. In this manner it was that Roman republicanism ended in a princeps or ruling prince, and the first great experiment in a self-governing community on a scale larger than that of tribe or city collapsed and failed. The essence of its failure was that it could not sustain unity. In its early stages its citizens, both patrician and plebeian, had a certain tradition of justice and good faith, and of the loyalty of all citizens to the law, and of the goodness of the law for all citizens. It clung to this idea of the importance of the law and of law-abidingness nearly into the 1st century BC, but the unforeseen invention and development of money, the temptations and disruptions of imperial expansion, the entanglement of electoral methods, weakened and swamped this tradition by presenting old issues in new disguises under which the judgment did not recognize them, and by enabling men to be loyal to the professions of citizenship and disloyal to its spirit. The bond of the Roman people had always been a moral rather than a religious bond. Their religion was sacrificial and superstitious. It embodied no such great ideas of a divine leader and of a sacred mission as Judaism was developing. As the idea of citizenship failed and faded before the new occasions, there remained no inner, that is to say, no real, unity in the system at all. Every man tended more and more to do what was right in his own eyes. Under such conditions, there was no choice between chaos and a return to monarchy, to the acceptance of some chosen individual as the one unifying will in the state. Of course, in that return, there is always hidden the expectation that the monarch will become, as it were, magic, will cease to be merely a petty human being, and will think and feel as something greater and more noble, as indeed a state personage. And of course monarchy invariably fails to satisfy that expectation. We shall glance at the extent of this failure in the brief review we shall presently make of the emperors of Rome. We shall find at last one of the more constructive of these emperors, Constantine the Great, conscious of his own inadequacy as a unifying power, turning to the faith, the organization, and teaching network of one of the new religious movements in the empire, to supply just that permeating and correlating factor in men's minds that was so manifestly wanting. With Caesar, the civilization of Europe and Western Asia went back to monarchy, and, through monarchy, assisted presently by organized Christianity, it sought to achieve peace, righteousness, happiness, and world order for close upon 18 centuries. Then almost suddenly, it began reverting to republicanism, first in one country and then in another, and, assisted by the new powers of printing and the press and of organized general education, and by the universalist religious ideas in which the world had been soaked for generations, it has now resumed again the effort to create a republican world state and a worldwide scheme of economic righteousness, which the Romans had made so prematurely, and in which they had so utterly and disastrously failed. Certain conditions, we are now beginning to perceive, are absolutely necessary to such a creation. Conditions which it is inconceivable that any pre-Christian Roman could have regarded as possible. We may still think the attainment of these conditions a vastly laborious and difficult and uncertain undertaking, but we understand that the attempt must be made because no other prospect before us gives even a promise of happiness or self-respect or preservation of our kind. The first of these conditions is that there should be a common political idea in the minds of all men, an idea of the state thought of as the personal possession of each individual, and as the backbone fact of his scheme of duties. In the early days of Rome, when it was a little visible state, 20 miles square, such notions could be and were developed in children in their homes, and by what they saw and heard of the political lives of their fathers. But in a larger country such as Rome had already become before the war with Pyrrhus, there was a need of an organized teaching of the history, of the main laws, and of the general intentions of the state towards everyone if this moral unity was to be maintained. But the need was never realized, and no attempt at any such teaching was ever made. At the time, it could not have been made. It is inconceivable that it could have been made. The knowledge was not there, and there existed no class from which the needed teachers could be drawn, and no conception of an organization for any such systematic moral and intellectual training as the teaching organization of Christianity, with its creeds and catechisms and sermons and confirmations, presently supplied. Moreover, we know nowadays that even a universal education of this sort supplies only the basis for a healthy republican state. Next to education, there must come abundant, prompt, and truthful information of what is going on in the state, and frank and free discussion of the issues of the time. Even nowadays, these functions are performed only very imperfectly and badly by the press we have and by our publicists and politicians. But badly though it is done, the thing is done, and the fact that it is done at all argues that it may ultimately be done well. In the Roman state, it was not even attempted. The Roman citizen got his political facts from rumor and the occasional orator. He stood wedged in the forum, imperfectly hearing a distant speaker. He probably misconceived every issue upon which he voted. And of the monstrous ineffectiveness of the Roman voting system we have already written. Unable to surmount or remove these obstacles to a sane and effective popular government, the political instincts of the Roman mind turned towards monarchy. But it was not monarchy of the later European type, not hereditary monarchy, which was now installed in Rome. The princeps was really like an American wartime president elected not for 4 years, but for life, able to appoint senators instead of being restrained by an elected Senate, and with a rabble popular meeting in the place of the House of Representatives. He was also Pontifex Maximus, chief of the sacrificial priests, a function unknown at Washington. And in practice, it became usual for him to designate and train his successor, and to select for that honor a son or an adopted son or a near relation whom he could trust. The power of the princeps was in itself enormous to entrust to the hands of a single man without any adequate checks, but it was further enhanced by the tradition of monarch worship, which had now spread out from Egypt over the entire Hellenized East, and which was coming to Rome in the head of every Oriental slave and immigrant. By natural and imperceptible degrees, the idea of the God-Emperor came to dominate the whole Romanized world. Only one thing presently remained to remind the God-Emperor that he was mortal, and that was the army. The God-Emperor was never safe upon the Olympus of the Palatine Hill at Rome. He was only secure while he was the beloved captain of his legions. And as a consequence, only the hardworking emperors who kept their legions active and in close touch with themselves had long reigns. The sword overhung the emperor and spurred him to incessant activity. If he left things to his generals, one of those generals presently replaced him. This spur was perhaps the redeeming feature of the Roman imperial system. In the greater, compacter, and securer empire of China, there was not the same need of legions, and so there was not the same swift end for lazy or dissipated or juvenile monarchs that overtook such types in Rome. 29. The Caesars between the sea and the Great Plains of the Old World. Section 1. A short catalogue of emperors. Section 2. Roman civilization at its zenith. Section 3. Limitations of the Roman mind. Section 4. The stir of the Great Plains. Section 5. The Western true Roman Empire crumples up. Section 6. The Eastern revived Hellenic Empire. Section 1. Western writers are apt, through their patriotic predispositions, to overestimate the organization, civilizing work, and security of the absolute monarchy that established itself in Rome after the accession of Augustus Caesar. From it, we derive the political traditions of Britain, France, Spain, Germany, and Italy, and these countries loom big in the perspectives of European writers. By the scale of a world history, the Roman Empire ceases to seem so overwhelmingly important. It lasted about 4 centuries in all before it was completely shattered. The Byzantine Empire was no genuine continuation of it. It was a resumption of the Hellenic Empire of Alexander. It spoke Greek. Its monarch had a Roman title, no doubt, but so, for that matter, had the late Tsar of Bulgaria. During its 4 centuries of life, the Empire of Rome had phases of division and complete chaos. Its prosperous years, if they are gathered together and added up, do not amount in all to a couple of centuries. Compared with the quiet, steady expansion, the security, and the civilizing task of the contemporary Chinese Empire, or with Egypt between 4000 and 1000 BC, or with Sumeria before the Semitic conquest, this amounts to a mere incident in history. The Persian Empire of Cyrus, again, which reached from the Hellespont to the Indus, had as high a standard of civilization, and its homelands remained unconquered and fairly prosperous for over 200 years. Its predecessor, the Median Empire, had endured for half a century. After a brief submergence by Alexander the Great, it rose again as the Seleucid Empire, which endured for some centuries. The Seleucid dominion shrank at last to the west of the Euphrates and became a part of the Roman Empire. But Persia, revived by the Parthians as a new Persian Empire, first under the Arsacids and then under the Sassanids, outlived the Empire of Rome. The Sassanids repeatedly carried war into the Byzantine Empire and held the line of the Euphrates steadfastly. In 616 AD, under Chosroes Roman II, they were holding Damascus, Jerusalem, and Egypt and threatening the Hellespont. But there has been no tradition to keep alive the glories of the Sassanids. The reputation of Rome has flourished through the prosperity of her heirs. The tradition of Rome is greater than its reality. History distinguishes two chief groups of Roman emperors who were great administrators. The first of these groups began with Augustus Caesar, 27 BC to 14 AD. The Octavian of the previous section, who worked hard at the reorganization of the provincial governments and at financial reform. He established a certain tradition of lawfulness and honesty in the bureaucracy, and he restrained the more monstrous corruptions and tyrannies by giving the provincial citizen the right to appeal to Caesar. But he fixed the European boundaries of the empire along the Rhine and Danube, so leaving Germany, which is the necessary backbone of a safe and prosperous Europe, to barbarism. And he made a similar limitation in the east at the Euphrates, leaving Armenia independent, to be a constant bone of contention with the Arsacids and Sassanids. It is doubtful whether he considered that he was fixing the final boundaries of the empire along these lines, or whether he thought it desirable to consolidate for some years before any further attempts at expansion. Tiberius, 14 to 37 AD, is also described as a capable ruler, but he became intensely unpopular in Rome, and it would seem that he was addicted to gross and abominable vices. But his indulgence in these and his personal tyrannies and cruelties did not interfere with the general prosperity of the empire. It is difficult to judge him. Nearly all our sources of information are manifestly hostile to him. Caligula, 37 to 41 AD, was insane, but the empire carried on during 4 years of eccentricity at its head. Finally, he was murdered in his palace by his servants, and there seems to have been an attempt to restore the senatorial government, an attempt which was promptly suppressed by the household legions. Claudius, 41 to 54 AD. The uncle of Caligula, upon whom the choice of the soldiers fell, was personally uncouth, but he seems to have been a hardworking and fairly capable administrator. He advanced the westward boundary of the empire by annexing the southern half of Britain. He was poisoned by Agrippina, the mother of his adopted son, Nero, and a woman of great charm and force of character. Nero, 54 to 68 AD, like Tiberius, is credited with monstrous vices and cruelties, but the empire had acquired sufficient momentum to carry on through his 14 years of power. He certainly murdered his devoted but troublesome mother and his wife, the latter as a mark of devotion to a lady, Poppaea, who then married him. But the domestic infelicities of the Caesars are no part of our present story. The reader greedy for criminal particulars must go to the classical source, Suetonius. These various Caesars and their successors and their womenkind were probably no worse essentially than most weak and passionate human beings, but they had no real religion, being themselves gods. They had no wide knowledge on which to build high ambitions, their women were fierce and often illiterate, and they were under no restraints of law or custom. They were surrounded by creatures ready to stimulate their slightest wishes and to translate their vaguest impulses into action. What are mere passing black thoughts and angry impulses with most of us became therefore deeds with them. Before a man condemns Nero as a different species of being from himself, he should examine his own secret thoughts very carefully. Nero became intensely unpopular in Rome, And it is interesting to note that he became unpopular, not because he murdered and poisoned his intimate relations, but because there was an insurrection in Britain under a certain Queen Boadicea, and the Roman forces suffered a great disaster, 61 AD. And because there was a destructive earthquake in southern Italy. The Roman population, true to its Etruscan streak, never religious and always superstitious, did not mind a wicked Caesar, but it did object strongly to an unpropitious one. The Spanish legions rose in insurrection under an elderly general of 73, Galba, whom they acclaimed emperor. He advanced upon Rome carried in a litter. Nero, hopeless of support, committed suicide, 68 AD. Galba, however, was only one of a group of would-be emperors. The generals in command of the Rhine legions, the Palatine troops, and the Eastern armies each attempted to seize power. Rome saw 4 emperors in a year: Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian, the fourth, Vespasian, 69-79 AD. From the Eastern command, had the firmest grip and held and kept the prize. But with Nero, the line of Caesars born or adopted ended. Caesar ceased to be the family name of the Roman emperors and became a title, Divus Caesar, the Caesar god. The monarchy took a step forward towards Orientalism by an increased insistence upon the worship of the ruler. Vespasian, 69-79 AD, and his sons Titus, 79 AD, and Domitian, 81 AD, constitute, as it were, a second dynasty, the Flavian. Then after the assassination of Domitian came a group of emperors related to one another not by blood, but by adoption, the adoptive emperors. Nerva, 96 AD, was the first of this line, and Trajan, 98 AD. The second. They were followed by the indefatigable Hadrian, 117 AD. Antoninus Pius, 138 AD, and Marcus Aurelius, 161-180 AD. Under both the Flavians and the Antonines, the boundaries of the empire crept forward again. North Britain was annexed in 84 AD, the angle of the Rhine and Danube was filled in, and what is now Transylvania was made into a new province, Dacia. Trajan also invaded Parthia and annexed Armenia, Assyria, and Mesopotamia. Under his rule, the empire reached its maximum extent. Hadrian, his successor, was of a cautious and retractile disposition. He abandoned these new eastern conquests of Trajan's, and he also abandoned North Britain. He adopted the Chinese idea of the limiting wall against barbarism, an excellent idea so long as the pressure of population on the imperial side of the wall is greater than the pressure from without, but worthless otherwise. He built Hadrian's wall across Britain and a palisade between the Rhine and the Danube. The full tide of Roman expansion was past, and in the reign of his successor, the North European frontier was already actively on the defensive against the aggression of Teutonic and Slavic tribes. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus is one of those figures in history about which men differ widely and intensely. To some critics, he seems to have been a priggish person. He dabbled in religions and took a pleasure in conducting priestly ceremonies in priestly garments, a disposition offensive to common men, and they resent his alleged failure to restrain the wickedness of his wife Faustina. The stories of his domestic infelicity, however, rest on no very good foundations, though certainly his son Commodus was a startling person for a good home to produce. On the other hand, he was unquestionably a devoted and industrious emperor, holding social order together through a series of disastrous years of vile weather, great floods, failing harvests and famine, barbaric raids and revolts, and at last a terrible universal pestilence. Says F.W. Farrar, quoted in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, he regarded himself as being, in fact, the servant of all. The registry of the citizens, the suppression of litigation, the elevation of public morals, the care of minors, the retrenchment of public expenses, the limitation of gladiatorial games and shows, the care of roads, the restoration of senatorial privileges, the appointment of none but worthy magistrates, even the regulation of street traffic. These and numberless other duties so completely absorbed his attention that, in spite of indifferent health, they often kept him at severe labor from early morning till long after midnight. His position, indeed, often necessitated his presence at games and shows, but on these occasions he occupied himself either in reading or being read to, or in writing notes. He was one of those who held that nothing should be done hastily, and that few crimes were worse than waste of time. But it is not by these industries that he is now remembered. He was one of the greatest exponents of the Stoical philosophy, and in his meditations, jotted down in camp and court, he has put so much of a human soul on record as to raise up for himself in each generation a fresh series of friends and admirers. With the death of Marcus Aurelius, this phase of unity and comparatively good government came to an end, and his son Commodus inaugurated an age of disorder. Practically, the empire had been at peace within itself for 200 years. Now, for 100 years, the student of Roman history must master the various criminology of a number of inadequate emperors, while the frontier crumbled and receded under barbarian pressure. One or two names only seem to be the names of able men. Such were Septimius Severus, Aurelian, and Probus. Septimius Severus was a Carthaginian, and his sister was never able to master Latin. She conducted her Roman household in the Punic language, which must have made Cato the elder turn in his grave. The rest of the emperors of this period were chiefly adventurers too unimportant to the general scheme of things for us to note. At times, there were separate emperors ruling in different parts of the distracted empire. From our present point of view, the Emperor Decius, who was defeated and killed during a great raid of the Goths into Thrace in 251 AD, and the Emperor Valerian, who, together with the great city of Antioch, was captured by the Sassanid Shah of Persia in 260 AD, are worthy of notice because they mark the insecurity of the whole Roman system and the character of the outer pressure upon it. So too is Claudius, the conqueror of the Goths, because he gained a great victory over these people at Nish in Serbia, 270 AD, and because he died, like Pericles, of the plague. Through all these centuries, intermittent pestilences were playing a part in weakening races and altering social conditions, a part that is still to be properly worked out by historians. There was, for instance, a great plague throughout the empire between the years 164 and 180 AD, in the reign of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. It probably did much to disorganize social life and prepare the way for the troubles that followed the accession of Commodus. This same pestilence devastated China, as we shall note in Section 4 of this chapter. Considerable fluctuations of climate had also been going on in the 1st and 2nd centuries, producing stresses and shiftings of population, whose force historians have still to appraise. But before we go on to tell of the eruptions of the barbarians and the attempts of such later emperors as Diocletian, 284 AD, and Constantine the Great, 312 AD. To hold together the heaving and splitting vessel of the state, we must describe something of the conditions of human life in the Roman Empire during its 2 centuries of prosperity. Section 2. The impatient reader of history may be disposed to count the 2 centuries of order between 27 BC and 180 AD as among the wasted opportunities of mankind. It was an age of spending rather than of creation, an age of architecture and trade in which the rich grew richer and the poor poorer, and the soul and spirit of man decayed. Looked at superficially, as a man might have looked at it from an aeroplane a couple of 1,000 feet in the air, there was a considerable flourish of prosperity. Everywhere, from York to Cyrene and from Lisbon to Antioch, he would have noted large and well-built cities, with temples, theaters, amphitheaters, markets, and the like. Thousands of such cities, supplied by great aqueducts and served by splendid high roads, whose stately remains astonish us to this day. He would have noted an abundant cultivation, and have soared too high to discover that this cultivation was the grudging work of slaves. Upon the Mediterranean and the Red Sea a considerable traffic would be visible, and the sight of 2 ships alongside each other would not at that altitude reveal the fact that one was a pirate and plundering the other. And even if the observer came down to a closer scrutiny, there would still be much accumulated improvement to note. There had been a softening of manners and a general refinement since the days of Julius Caesar. With this, there had been a real increase of humane feeling. During the period of the Antonines, laws for the protection of slaves from extreme cruelty came into existence, and it was no longer permissible to sell them to the gladiatorial schools. Not only were the cities outwardly more splendidly built, but within the homes of the wealthy there had been great advances in the art of decoration. The gross feasting, animal indulgence, and vulgar display of the earlier days of Roman prosperity were now tempered by a certain refinement. Dress had become richer, finer, and more beautiful. There was a great trade in silk with remote China, for the mulberry tree and the silkworm had not yet begun to move west. By the time silk had ended its long and varied journey to Rome, it was worth its weight in gold. Yet it was used abundantly, and there was a steady flow of the precious metals eastward in exchange. There had been very considerable advances in gastronomy and the arts of entertainment. Petronius describes a feast given by a wealthy man under the early Caesars, a remarkable succession of courses, some delicious, some amazing, exceeding anything that even the splendors and imagination of modern New York could produce. And the festival was varied by music and by displays of tightrope dancing, juggling, Homeric recitations, and the like. There was a considerable amount of what we may describe as rich men's culture throughout the empire. Books were far more plentiful than they had been before the time of the Caesars. Men prided themselves upon their libraries, even when the cares and responsibilities of property made them too busy to give their literary treasures much more than a passing examination. The knowledge of Greek spread eastward and of Latin westward, and if the prominent men of this or that British or Gallic city lacked any profound Greek culture themselves, they could always turn to some slave or other, whose learning had been guaranteed of the highest quality by the slave dealer, to supply the deficiency. The generation of Cato had despised Greeks and the Greek language, but now all that was changed. The prestige of Greek learning of an approved and settled type was as high in the Rome of Antoninus Pius as it was in the Oxford and Cambridge of Victorian England. The Greek scholar received the same mixture of unintelligent deference and practical contempt. There was a very considerable amount of Greek scholarship, and of written criticism and commentary. Indeed, there was so great an admiration for Greek letters as almost completely to destroy the Greek spirit, and the recorded observations of Aristotle were valued so highly as to preclude any attempt to imitate his organization of further inquiry. It is noteworthy that while Aristotle in the original Greek fell like seed upon stony soil in the Roman world, he was, in Syrian and Arabic translations, immensely stimulating to the Arabic civilization of 1,000 years later. Nor were the aesthetic claims of Latin neglected in this heyday of Greek erudition. As Greece had her epics and so forth, the Romans felt that they too must have their epics. The age of Augustus was an age of imitative literature. Virgil in the Aeneid set himself modestly but resolutely, and with an elegant sort of successfulness, to parallel Homer, just as Lord Tennyson, the poet laureate of Queen Victoria, using the medieval literature about King Arthur as his material, did a similar service for Great Britain in his Idylls of the King. All this widespread culture of the wealthy householder is to the credit of the early Roman Empire, and Gibbon makes the most of it in the sunny review of the age of the Antonines, with which he opens his Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. His design for that great work demanded a prelude of splendor and tranquility, but he was far too shrewd and subtle not to qualify his apparent approval of the conditions he describes. Under the Roman Empire, he writes, the labor of an industrious and ingenious people was variously but incessantly employed in the service of the rich. In their dress, their table, their houses, and their furniture, the favorites of fortune united every refinement of convenience, of elegance, and of splendor, whatever could suit their pride or gratify their sensuality. Such refinements, under the odious name of luxury, have been severely arraigned by the moralists of every age, and it might perhaps be more conducive to the virtue, as well as happiness, of mankind, if all possessed the necessaries, and none the superfluities of life. But in the present imperfect condition of society, luxury, though it may proceed from vice or folly, seems to be the only means that can correct the unequal distribution of property. The diligent mechanic and the skillful artist, who have obtained no share in the division of the earth, receive a voluntary tax from the possessors of land, and the latter are prompted, by a sense of interest, to improve those estates, with whose produce they may purchase additional pleasure. This operation, the particular effects of which are felt in every society, acted with much more diffuse energy in the Roman world. The provinces would soon have been exhausted of their wealth, if the manufactures and commerce of luxury had not insensibly restored to the industrious subjects the sums which were exacted from them by the arms and authority of Rome. And so on, with a sting of satire in every fold of the florid description. If we look a little more widely than a hovering aeroplane can do at the movement of races upon the earth, or a little more closely than an inspection of streets, amphitheaters, and banquets goes into the souls and thoughts of men, we shall find that this impressive display of material prosperity is merely the shining garment of a polity blind to things without and things within, and blind to the future. If, for instance, we compare the 2 centuries of Roman ascendancy and opportunity, the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, with the 2 centuries of Greek and Hellenic life beginning about 466 BC with the supremacy of Pericles in Athens, we are amazed by we cannot call it an inferiority. It is a complete absence of science. The incuriousness of the Roman rich and the Roman rulers was more massive and monumental even than their architecture. In one field of knowledge, particularly, we might have expected the Romans to have been alert and enterprising, and that was geography. Their political interests demanded a steadfast inquiry into the state of affairs beyond their frontiers, and yet that inquiry was never made. There is practically no literature of Roman travel beyond the imperial limits, no such keen and curious accounts as Herodotus gives of the Scythians, the Africans, and the like. There is nothing in Latin to compare with the early descriptions of India and Siberia that are to be found in Chinese. The Roman legions went at one time into Scotland, yet there remains no really intelligent account of Picts or Scots, much less any glance at the seas beyond. Such explorations as those of Hanno or Pharaoh Necho seem to have been altogether beyond the scope of the Roman imagination. It is probable that after the destruction of Carthage, the amount of shipping that went out into the Atlantic through the Straits of Gibraltar fell to inconsiderable proportions. Still more impossible in this world of vulgar wealth, enslaved intelligence, and bureaucratic rule was any further development of the astronomy and physiography of Alexandria. The Romans do not seem even to have inquired what manner of men wove the silk and prepared the spices or collected the amber and the pearls that came into their markets. Yet the channels of inquiry were open and easy. Pathways led in every direction to the most convenient, jumping-off places, for explorers it is possible to imagine. The most remote countries of the ancient world were ransacked to supply the pomp and delicacy of Rome. The forests of Scythia afforded some valuable furs. Amber was brought overland from the shores of the Baltic to the Danube, and the barbarians were astonished at the price which they received in exchange for so useless a commodity. There was a considerable demand for Babylonian carpets and other manufactures of the East, but the most important branch of foreign trade was carried on with Arabia and India. Every year, about the time of the summer solstice, a fleet of 120 vessels sailed from Myos Hormos, a port of Egypt on the Red Sea. By the periodical assistance of the monsoons, they traversed the ocean in about 40 days. The coast of Malabar, or the island of Ceylon, was the usual term of their navigation, and it was in those markets that the merchants from the more remote countries of Asia expected their arrival. The return of the fleet to Egypt was fixed to the months of December or January, and as soon as their rich cargo had been transported, on the backs of camels, from the Red Sea to the Nile, and had descended that river as far as Alexandria, it was poured, without delay, into the capital of the empire. Yet Rome was content to feast, exact, grow rich, and watch its gladiatorial shows without the slightest attempt to learn anything of India, China, Persia or Scythia, Buddha or Zoroaster, or about the Huns, the Negroes, the people of Scandinavia, or the secrets of the Western Sea. When we realize the uninspiring quality of the social atmosphere which made this indifference possible, we are able to account for the failure of Rome during its age of opportunity to develop any physical or chemical science, and as a consequence to gain any increased control over matter. Most of the physicians in Rome were Greeks, and many of them slaves for the Roman wealthy did not even understand that a bought mind is a spoilt mind. Yet this was not due to any want of natural genius among the Roman people. It was due entirely to their social and economic conditions. From the Middle Ages to the present day, Italy has produced a great number of brilliant scientific men. And one of the most shrewd and inspired of scientific writers was an Italian, Lucretius, who lived between the time of Marius and Julius Caesar, about 100 BC to about 55 BC. This amazing man was of the quality of Leonardo da Vinci, also an Italian or Newton. He wrote a long Latin poem about the processes of nature, De Rerum Natura, in which he guessed with astonishing insight about the constitution of matter and about the early history of mankind. Osborne in his Old Stone Age quotes with admiration long passages from Lucretius about primitive man, so good and true are they today. But this was an individual display, a seed that bore no fruit. Roman science was stillborn into a suffocating atmosphere of vile wealth and military oppression. The true figure to represent the classical Roman attitude to science is not Lucretius, but that Roman soldier who hacked Archimedes to death at the storming of Syracuse. And if physical and biological science wilted and died on the stony soil of Roman prosperity, political and social science never had a chance to germinate. Political discussion would have been treason to the emperor, social or economic inquiry would have threatened the rich. So Rome, until disaster fell upon her, never examined into her own social health, never questioned the ultimate value of her hard officialism. Consequently, there was no one who realized the gravity of her failure to develop any intellectual imagination to hold her empire together, any general education in common ideas that would make men fight and work for the empire, as men will fight and work for a dear possession. But the rulers of the Roman Empire did not want their citizens to fight for anything in any spirit at all. The rich had eaten the heart out of their general population, and they were content with the meal they had made. The legions were filled with Germans, Britons, Numidians, and the like, and until the very end, the wealthy Romans thought they could go on buying barbarians to defend them against the enemy without, and the rebel poor within. How little was done in education by the Romans is shown by an account of what was done. Says Mr. H. Stuart Jones, Julius Caesar bestowed Roman citizenship on teachers of the liberal arts. Vespasian endowed professorships of Greek and Latin oratory at Rome, and later emperors, especially Antoninus Pius, extended the same benefits to the provinces. Local enterprise and munificence were also devoted to the cause of education. We learn from the correspondence of the younger Pliny that public schools were founded in the towns of northern Italy. But though there was a wide diffusion of knowledge under the empire, there was no true intellectual progress. Augustus, it is true, gathered about him the most brilliant writers of his time, and the debut of the new monarchy coincided with the golden age of Roman literature. But this was of brief duration, and the beginnings of the Christian era saw the triumph of classicism and the first steps in the decline which awaits all literary movements which look to the past rather than the future. There is a diagnosis of the intellectual decadence of the age in a treatise upon the sublime by a Greek writer who wrote somewhen in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th century AD, and who may possibly have been Longinus Philologus, which states very distinctly one manifest factor in the mental sickness of the Roman world. He is cited by Gibbon, the sublime Longinus, who, in somewhat a later period and in the court of a Syrian queen, preserved the spirit of ancient Athens, observes and laments the degeneracy of his contemporaries, which debased their sentiments, enervated their courage, and depressed their talents. In the same manner, says he, as some children always remain pygmies, whose infant limbs have been too closely confined, thus our tender minds, fettered by the prejudices and habits of a just servitude, are unable to expand themselves or to attain that well-proportioned greatness which we admire in the ancients, who, living under a popular government, wrote with all the same freedom as they acted. But this critic grasped only one aspect of the restraints upon mental activity. The leading strings that kept the Roman mind in a permanent state of infantilism constituted a double servitude. They were economic as well as political. The account Gibbon gives of the life and activities of a certain Herod's Atticus, who lived in the time of Hadrian, shows just how little was the share of the ordinary citizen in the outward magnificence of the time. This Atticus had an immense fortune, and he amused himself by huge architectural benefactions to various cities. Athens was given a racecourse, and a theater of cedar, curiously carved, was set up there to the memory of his wife. A theater was built at Corinth, a racecourse was given to Delphi, baths to Thermopylae, an aqueduct to Canusium, and so on and so on. One is struck by the spectacle of a world of slaves and common people who were not consulted and over whose heads, without any participation on their part, this rich man indulged in his displays of taste. Numerous inscriptions in Greece and Asia still preserve the name of Herod's Atticus, patron and benefactor, who ranged about the empire as though it was his private garden, commemorating himself by these embellishments. He did not confine himself to splendid buildings. He was also a philosopher, though none of his wisdom has survived. He had a large villa near Athens, and their philosophers were welcome guests so long as they convinced their patron of the soundness of their pretensions, received his discourses with respect, and did not offend him by insolent controversy. The world, it is evident, was not progressing during these 2 centuries of Roman prosperity. But was it happy in its stagnation? There are signs of a very unmistakable sort that the great mass of human beings in the empire, a mass numbering something between 100 and 150 millions, was not happy, was probably very acutely miserable beneath its outward magnificence. True, there were no great wars and conquests within the empire, little of famine or fire or sword to afflict mankind. But on the other hand, there was a terrible restraint by government, and still more by the property of the rich, upon the free activities of nearly everyone. Life for the great majority who were neither rich nor official, nor the womankind and the parasites of the rich and official, must have been laborious, tedious, and lacking in interest, and freedom to a degree that a modern mind can scarcely imagine. 3 things in particular may be cited to sustain the opinion that this period was a period of widespread unhappiness. The first of these is the extraordinary apathy of the population to political events. They saw one upstart pretender to empire succeed another with complete indifference. Such things did not seem to matter to them. Hope had gone. When presently the barbarians poured into the empire, there was nothing but the legions to face them. There was no popular uprising against them at all. Everywhere the barbarians must have been outnumbered if only the people had resisted. But the people did not resist. It is manifest that to the bulk of its inhabitants, the Roman Empire did not seem to be a thing worth fighting for. To the slaves and common people, the barbarian probably seemed to promise more freedom and less indignity than the pompous rule of the imperial official and grinding employment by the rich. The looting and burning of palaces and an occasional massacre did not shock the folk of the Roman underworld, as it shocked the wealthy and cultured people to whom we owe such accounts as we have of the breaking down of the imperial system. Great numbers of slaves and common people probably joined the barbarians, who knew little of racial or patriotic prejudices and were open-handed to any promising recruit. No doubt, in many cases, the population found that the barbarian was a worse infliction even than the tax-gatherer and the slave-driver. But that discovery came too late for resistance or the restoration of the old order. And as a second symptom that points to the same conclusion that life was hardly worth living for the poor and the slaves and the majority of people during the age of the Antonines, we must reckon the steady depopulation of the empire. People refused to have children. They did so, we suggest, because their homes were not safe from oppression, because in the case of slaves, there was no security that the husband and wife would not be separated, because there was no pride nor reasonable hope in children anymore. In modern states, the great breeding ground has always been the agricultural countryside, where there is a more or less secure peasantry. But under the Roman Empire, the peasant and the small cultivator was either a worried debtor, or he was held in a network of restraints that made him a spiritless serf, or he had been ousted altogether by the gang production of slaves. A third indication that this outwardly flourishing period was one of deep unhappiness and mental distress for vast multitudes is to be found in the spread of new religious movements throughout the population. We have seen how, in the case of the little country of Judea, a whole nation may be infected by the persuasion that life is unsatisfactory and wrong, and that something is needed to set it right. The mind of the Jews, as we know, had crystallized about the idea of the promise of the one true God and the coming of a Savior or Messiah. Rather different ideas from these were spreading through the Roman Empire. They were but varying answers to one universal question: what must we do for salvation? A frequent and natural consequence of disgust with life as it is to throw the imagination forward to an afterlife, which is to redeem all the miseries and injustices of this one. The belief in such compensation is a great opiate for present miseries. Egyptian religion had long been saturated with anticipations of immortality, and we have seen how central was that idea to the cult of Serapis and Isis at Alexandria. The ancient mysteries of Demeter and Orpheus, the mysteries of the Mediterranean race, revived and made a sort of theocrasia with these new cults. A second great religious movement was Mithraism, a development of Zoroastrianism, a religion of very ancient Aryan origin, traceable back to the Indo-Iranian people before they split into Persians and Hindus. We cannot here examine its mysteries in any detail. Mithras was a god of light, a son of righteousness, and in the shrines of the cult, he was always represented as slaying a sacred bull whose blood was the seed of life. Suffice it that, complicated with many added ingredients, this worship of Mithras came into the Roman Empire about the time of Pompey the Great and began to spread very widely under the Caesars and Antonines. Like the Isis religion, it promised immortality. Its followers were mainly slaves, soldiers, and distressed people. In its methods of worship, in the burning of candles before the altar and so forth, it had a certain superficial resemblance to the later developments of the ritual of the third great religious movement in the Roman world, Christianity. Christianity also was a doctrine of immortality and salvation, and it too spread at first chiefly among the lowly and unhappy. Christianity has been denounced by modern writers as a slave religion. It was. It took the slaves and the downtrodden, and it gave them hope and restored their self-respect, so that they stood up for righteousness like men and faced persecution and torment. But of the origins and quality of Christianity, we will tell more fully in a later chapter. Section 3. We have already shown reason for our statement that the Roman imperial system was a very unsound political growth indeed. It is absurd to write of its statecraft. It had none. At its best, it had a bureaucratic administration, which kept the peace of the world for a time and failed altogether to secure it. Let us note here the main factors in its failure. The clue to all its failure lies in the absence of any free mental activity and any organization for the increase, development, and application of knowledge. It respected wealth and it despised science. It gave government to the rich and imagined that wise men could be bought and bargained for in the slave markets when they were needed. It was, therefore, a colossally ignorant and unimaginative empire. It foresaw nothing. It had no strategic foresight, because it was blankly ignorant of geography and ethnology. It knew nothing of the conditions of Russia, Central Asia, and the East. It was content to keep the Rhine and Danube as its boundaries, and to make no effort to Romanize Germany. But we need only look at the map of Europe and Asia showing the Roman Empire to see that a willing and incorporated Germany was absolutely essential to the life and security of Western Europe. Excluded, Germany became a wedge that needed only the impact of the Hunnish hammer to split up the whole system. Moreover, this neglect to push the boundaries northward to the Baltic left that sea and the North Sea as a region of experiment and training and instruction in seamanship for the Northmen of Scandinavia, Denmark, and the Frisian coast. But Rome went on its way quite stupidly, oblivious to the growth of a newer and more powerful piracy in the north. The same unimaginative quality made the Romans leave the seaways of the Mediterranean undeveloped. When presently the barbarians pressed down to the warm water, we read of no swift transport of armies from Spain or Africa or Asia to the rescue of Italy and the Adriatic coasts. Instead, we see the Vandals becoming masters of the Western Mediterranean without so much as a naval battle. The Romans had been held at the Euphrates by an array of mounted archers. It was clear that as the legion was organized, it was useless in wide open country, and it should have been equally clear that sooner or later the mounted nomads of East Germany, South Russia, or Parthia were bound to try conclusions with the empire. But the Romans, 200 years after Caesar's time, were still marching about, the same drilled and clanking cohorts they had always been, easily ridden round and shot to pieces. The empire had learnt nothing even from Carey. The incapacity of the Roman imperialism for novelty in methods of transport, again, is amazing. It was patent that their power and unity depended upon the swift movement of troops and supplies from one part of the empire to another. The Republic made magnificent roads. The empire never improved upon them. 400 years before the Antonines, Hero of Alexandria had made the first steam engine. Beautiful records of such beginnings of science were among the neglected treasures of the rich men's libraries throughout the imperial domains. They were seed lying on stony ground. The armies and couriers of Marcus Aurelius drudged along the roads exactly as the armies of Scipio Africanus had done 3 centuries before them. The Roman writers were always lamenting the effeminacy of the age. It was their favorite cant. They recognized that the free men of the forest and steppes and desert were harder and more desperate fighters than their citizens, but the natural corollary of developing the industrial power of their accumulations of population to make a countervailing equipment never entered their heads. Instead, they took the barbarians into their legions, taught them the arts of war, marched them about the empire, and returned them, with their lesson well learnt, to their own people. In view of these obvious negligences, it is no wonder that the Romans disregarded that more subtle thing, the soul of the empire altogether, and made no effort to teach or train or win its common people into any conscious participation with its life. Such teaching or training would indeed have run counter to all the ideas of the rich men and the imperial officials. They had made a tool of religion. Science, literature, and education they had entrusted to the care of slaves, who were bred and trained and sold like dogs or horses. Ignorant, pompous, and base, the Roman adventurers of finance and property who created the empire lorded it with a sense of the utmost security, while their destruction gathered without the empire and within. By the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, the overtaxed and overstrained imperial machine was already staggering towards its downfall. Section 4. And now it is necessary, if we are to understand clearly the true situation of the Roman Empire, to turn our eyes to the world beyond its northern and eastern borders. The world of the plains, that stretches, with scarcely a break, from Holland across Germany and Russia to the mountains of Central Asia and Mongolia. And to give a little attention to the parallel empire in China that was now consolidating and developing a far tougher and more enduring moral and intellectual unity than the Romans ever achieved. It is the practice, says Mr. E.H. Parker, even amongst our most highly educated men in Europe, to deliver sonorous sentences about being masters of the world, bringing all nations of the earth under her sway, and so on, when in reality only some corner of the Mediterranean is involved, or some ephemeral sally into Persia and Gaul. Cyrus and Alexander, Darius and Xerxes, Caesar and Pompey, all made very interesting excursions, but they were certainly not on a larger scale or charged with greater human interest than the campaigns which were going on at the other end of Asia. Western civilization possessed much in art and science for which China never cared, but on the other hand, the Chinese developed a historical and critical literature, a courtesy of demeanor, a luxury of clothing, and an administrative system of which Europe might have been proud. In one word, the history of the Far East is quite as interesting as that of the Far West. It only requires to be able to read it. When we brush away contemptuously from our notice the tremendous events which took place on the plains of Tartary, we must not blame the Chinese too much for declining to interest themselves in the doings of what to them appear insignificant states dotted round the Mediterranean and Caspian, which, at this time, was practically all the world of which we knew in Europe. We have already mentioned in chapter Roman 16. And elsewhere, the name of Xuanzang, who consolidated an empire much smaller indeed than the present limits of China, but still very great and populous, spreading from the valleys of the Huanghe and the Yangtze. He became king of Siachen in 246 BC and emperor in 220 BC, and he reigned until 210 BC. And during this third of a century, he effected much the same work of consolidation that Augustus Caesar carried out in Rome 2 centuries later. At his death, there was dynastic trouble for 4 years, and then 206 BC. A fresh dynasty, the Han, established itself and ruled for 229 years. The opening quarter century of the Christian era was troubled by a usurper. Then what is called the later Han dynasty recovered power and ruled for another century and a half, until China, in the time of the Antonines, was so devastated by an 11-year pestilence as to fall into disorder. This same pestilence, we may note, also helped to produce a century of confusion in the Western world, see section 1. But altogether, until this happened, for more than 400 years Central China was generally at peace, and on the whole well governed, a cycle of strength and prosperity unparalleled by anything in the experience of the Western world. Only the first of the Han monarchs continued the policy of Xuanzang against the literati. His successor restored the classics, for the old separatist tradition was broken, and in the uniformity of learning throughout the empire lay, he saw, the cement of Chinese unity. While the Roman world was still blind to the need of any universal mental organization, the Han emperors were setting up a uniform system of education and of literary degrees throughout China that has maintained the intellectual solidarity of that great and always expanding country into modern times. The bureaucrats of Rome were of the most miscellaneous origins and traditions. The bureaucrats of China were, and are still, made in the same mold, all members of one tradition. Since the Han days, China has experienced great vicissitudes of political fortune, but they have never changed her fundamental character. She has been divided, but she has always recovered her unity. She has been conquered, and she has always absorbed and assimilated her conquerors. But from our present point of view, the most important consequences of this consolidation of China under Xie Chuangtai and the Hans was in its reaction upon the unsettled tribes of the northern and western border of China. Throughout the disordered centuries before the time of Xie Chuangtai, the Xiongnu or Huns had occupied Mongolia and large portions of northern China, and had raided freely into China and interfered freely in Chinese politics. The new power and organization of the Chinese civilization began to change this state of affairs for good and all. Illustration: Map of Asia with Europe to illustrate the general conditions of life during the historical period. We have already, in our first account of Chinese beginnings, noted the existence of these Huns. It is necessary now to explain briefly who and what they were. Even in using this word Hun as a general equivalent for the Xiongnu, we step on to controversial ground. In our accounts of the development of the Western world, we have had occasion to name the Scythians, and to explain the difficulty of distinguishing clearly between Cimmerians, Sarmatians, Medes, Persians, Parthians, Goths, and other more or less nomadic, more or less Aryan peoples who drifted to and fro in a great arc between the Danube and Central Asia. While sections of the Aryans were moving south and acquiring and developing civilization, these other Aryan peoples were developing mobility and nomadism. They were learning the life of the tent, the wagon, and the herd. They were learning also to use milk as a food basis, and were probably becoming less agricultural, less disposed to take even snatch crops than they had been. Their development was being aided by a slow change in climate that was replacing the swamps and forests and parklands of South Russia and Central Asia by steppes, by wide grazing lands that is, which favored a healthy, unsettled life, and necessitated an annual movement between summer and winter pasture. These peoples had only the lowest political forms. They split up, they mingled together. The various races had identical social habits, and so it is that the difficulty, the impossibility of sharp distinctions between them arises. Now the case of the Mongolian races to the north and northwest of the Chinese civilization is very parallel. There can be little doubt that the Xiongnu, the Huns, and the later people called the Mongols were all very much the same people, and that the Turks and Tartars presently branched off from the same drifting Mongolian population. Kalmucks and Buryats are later developments of the same strain. Here we shall favor the use of the word Hun as a sort of general term for these tribes, just as we have been free and wide in our use of Scythian in the West. The consolidation of China was a very serious matter for these Hunnish peoples. Hitherto their overflow of population had gone adventuring southward into the disorders of divided China as water goes into a sponge. Now they found a wall built against them, a firm government, and disciplined armies cutting them off from the grass plains. And though the wall held them back, it did not hold back the Chinese. They were increasing and multiplying through these centuries of peace, and as they increased and multiplied, they spread steadily with house and plow wherever the soil permitted. They spread westward into Tibet and northwestwardly, perhaps to the edge of the Gobi Desert. They spread into the homes and pasturing and hunting grounds of the Hunnish nomads, exactly as the white people of the United States spread westward into the hunting grounds of the Red Indians. And in spite of raid and massacre, they were just as invincible because they had the pressure of numbers and a strong avenging government behind them. Even without the latter support, the cultivating civilization of China has enormous powers of permeation and extension. It has spread slowly and continuously for 3,000 years. It is spreading in Manchuria and Siberia today. it roots deeply where it spreads. Partly the Huns were civilized and assimilated by the Chinese. The more northerly Huns were checked, and their superabundant energies were turned westward. The southern Huns were merged into the imperial population. If the reader will examine the map of Central Asia, he will see that very great mountain barriers separate the southern, western, and eastern peoples of Asia. But he should be wary of forming his ideas from a map upon Mercator's projection, which enormously exaggerates the areas and distances of northern Asia and Siberia. He will find that from the central mountain masses, three great mountain systems radiate eastward, the Himalayas going southeastward, south of Tibet, the Kuen Lun eastward, north of Tibet, and the Thian Shan northeastward to join the Altai Mountains. Further to the north is the Great Plain, still steadily thawing and drying. Between the Thian Shan and the Kuen Lun is an area, the Tarim Basin equals roughly eastern Turkestan, of rivers that never reach the sea, but end in swamps and intermittent lakes. This basin was much more fertile in the past than it is now. The mountain barrier to the west of this Tarim Basin is high, but not forbidding. There are many practicable routes downward into western Turkestan, and it is possible to travel either along the northern foothills of the Kuen Lun or by the Tarim Valley westward from China to Kashgar, where the roads converge, and so over the mountains to Kokand, Samarkand, and Bukhara. Here, then, is the natural meeting place in history of Aryan and Mongolian. Here or round by the sea. Illustration: map of Central Asia in the 2nd and 1st centuries B.C. We have already noted how Alexander the Great came to one side of the barrier in 329 BC. High among the mountains of Turkestan, a lake preserves his name. Indeed, so living is the tradition of his great raid, that almost any stone ruin in Central Asia is still ascribed to Iskander. After this brief glimpse, the light of history upon this region fades again, and when it becomes bright once more, it is on the eastern and not upon the western side. Far away to the east, Xie had routed the Huns and walled them out of China proper. A portion of these people remained in the north of China, a remnant which was destined to amalgamate with Chinese life under the Hans, but a considerable section had turned westward, and 2nd and 1st centuries B.C. driven before them a kindred people called the Yuikai, driving them from the eastern to the western extremity of the Kuen Lun, and at last right over the barrier into the once Aryan region of western Turkestan. These Yuikai conquered the slightly Hellenized kingdom of Bactria and mixed with Aryan people there. Later on, these Yuikai became, or were merged with Aryan elements into, a people called the Indo-Scythians, who went on down the Khyber Pass and conquered northern portions of India as far as Benares, 150 AD, wiping out the last vestiges of Hellenic rule in India. This big splash over of the Mongolian races westward was probably not the first of such splashes, but it is the first recorded splash. In the rear of the Yuikai were the Huns, and in the rear of the Huns and turning them now northward was the vigorous Han dynasty of China. In the reign of the greatest of the Han monarchs, Wu Ti, 140-86 BC, the Huns had been driven northward out of the whole of eastern Turkestan or subjugated. The Tarim Basin swarmed with Chinese settlers, and caravans were going over westward with silk and lacquer and jade to trade for the gold and silver of Armenia and Rome. The splash over of the Yuikai is recorded, but it is fairly evident that much westward movement of sections of the Hunnish peoples is not recorded. From 200 BC to 200 AD, the Chinese Empire maintained a hard, resolute, advancing front towards nomadism, and the surplus of the nomads drifted steadily west. There was no such settling down behind a final frontier on the part of the Chinese as we see in the case of the Romans at the Rhine and Danube. The drift of the nomads before this Chinese thrust, century by century, turned southward at first towards Bactria. The Parthians of the 1st century BC probably mingled Scythian and Mongolian elements. The singing arrows that destroyed the army of Crassus came, it would seem, originally from the Altai and the Tian Shan. After the 1st century BC, the line of greater attraction and least resistance lay for a time towards the north of the Caspian. In a century or so, all the country known as Western Turkestan was Mongolized, and so it remains to this day. A second great thrust by China began about 75 AD and accelerated the westward drift of the nomads. In 102, Pan Chao, a great Chinese general, was sending explorers from his advanced camp upon the Caspian, or, as some authorities say, the Persian Gulf, to learn particulars of the Roman power, but their reports decided him not to proceed. By the 1st century AD, nomadic Mongolian peoples are in evidence upon the eastern boundaries of Europe, already greatly mixed with Aryan nomads and with uprooted Aryan elements from the Caspian-Pamir region. There are Hunnish peoples established between the Caspian Sea and the Urals. West of them were the Alans, probably also a Mongolian people with Aryan elements. They had fought against Pompey the Great when he was in Armenia in 65 BC. These are as yet the furthest westward peoples of the new Mongolian advance, and they made no further westward push until the 4th century AD. To the northwest, the Finns, a Mongolian people, had long been established as far west as the Baltic. West of the Huns, beyond the Don, there were Aryan tribes, the Goths. These Goths had spread southeastward from their region of origin in Scandinavia. They were a Teutonic people, and we have already marked them crossing the Baltic in the map on page 301. They continued to move southeastward across Russia, using the rivers and never forgetting their Baltic watercraft. No doubt they assimilated much Scythian population as they spread down to the Black Sea. In the 1st century AD, they were in 2 main divisions, the Ostrogoths, the East Goths, who were between the Don and the Dnieper, and the Visigoths or West Goths, west of the Dnieper. During the 1st century, there was an air of quiescence over the Great Plains, but population was accumulating and the tribes were fermenting. The 2nd and 3rd centuries seem to have been a phase of comparatively moist seasons and abundant grass. Presently in the 4th and 5th centuries, the weather grew drier and the grass became scanty, and the nomads stirred afresh. But it is interesting to note that in the opening century of the Christian era, the Chinese Empire was strong enough to expel and push off from itself the surplus of this Mongolian nomadism, to the north of it, which presently conquered North India and gathered force and mingled with Aryan nomadism, and fell at last like an avalanche upon the weak-backed Roman Empire. Before we go on to tell of the blows that now began to fall upon the Roman Empire, and of the efforts of 1 or 2 great men to arrest the collapse, we may say a few words about the habits and quality of these westward drifting barbaric Mongolian peoples, who were now spreading from the limits of China towards the Black and Baltic Seas. It is still the European custom to follow the lead of the Roman writers, and write of these Huns and their associates as of something incredibly destructive and cruel. But such accounts as we have from the Romans were written in periods of panic, and the Roman could lie about his enemies with a freedom and vigor that must arouse the envy even of the modern propagandist. He could talk of Punic faith as a byword for perfidy while committing the most abominable treacheries against Carthage, and his railing accusations of systematic cruelty against this people, or that, were usually the prelude and excuse for some frightful massacre or enslavement or robbery on his own part. He had quite a modern passion for self-justification. We must remember that these accounts of the savagery and frightfulness of the Huns came from a people whose chief amusement was gladiatorial shows, and whose chief method of dealing with insurrection and sedition was nailing the offender to a cross to die. From first to last, the Roman Empire must have killed hundreds of thousands of men in that way. A large portion of the population of this empire that could complain of the barbarism of its assailants consisted of slaves subject practically to almost any lust or caprice at the hands of their owners. It is well to bear these facts in mind before we mourn the swamping of the Roman Empire by the barbarians, as though it was an extinction of all that is fine in life by all that is black and ugly. The facts seem to be that the Hunnish peoples were the eastern equivalent of the primitive Aryans of whom we have given an account in Chapter 15, and that, in spite of their profound racial and linguistic differences, they mixed with the nomadic and semi-nomadic residuum of the Aryan races north of the Danube and Persia very easily and successfully. Instead of killing, they enlisted and intermarried with the peoples they invaded. They had that necessary gift for all peoples destined to political predominance, tolerant assimilation. They came rather later in time, and their nomadic life was more highly developed than that of the primitive Aryans. The primitive Aryans were a forest and ox wagon people who took to the horse later. The Hunnish peoples had grown up with the horse. Some when about 1200 or 1000 years BC. They began to ride the horse. The bit, the saddle, the stirrup, these are not primitive things, but they are necessary if man and horse are to keep going for long stretches. It is well to bear in mind how modern a thing is writing. Altogether, man has not been in the saddle for much more than 3,000 years. We have already noted the gradual appearance of the war chariot, the mounted man, and finally of disciplined cavalry in this history. It was from the Mongolian regions of Asia that these things came. To this day, men in Central Asia go rather in the saddle than on their proper feet. Says Ratzel, strong, long-necked horses are found in enormous numbers on the steppes. For Mongols and Turkomans, riding is not a luxury. Even the Mongol shepherds tend their flocks on horseback. Children are taught to ride in early youth, and the boy of 3 years old often takes his first riding lesson on a safe child's saddle and makes quick progress. It is impossible to suppose that the Huns and the Alans could have differed very widely in character from the present nomads of the steppe regions, and nearly all observers are agreed in describing these latter as open and pleasant people. They are thoroughly honest and free-spirited. The character of the herdsmen of Central Asia, says Ratzel, when unadulterated, is ponderous eloquence, frankness, rough good nature, pride, but also indolence, irritability, and a tendency to vindictiveness. Their faces show a considerable share of frankness combined with amusing naivete. Their courage is rather a sudden blaze of pugnacity than cold boldness. Religious fanaticism they have none. Hospitality is universal. This is not an entirely disagreeable picture. Their personal bearing, he says further, is quieter and more dignified than that of the townsmen of Turkestan and Persia. Add to this that the nomadic life prevents any great class inequalities or any extensive development of slavery. Of course, these peoples out of Asia were totally illiterate and artistically undeveloped. But we must not suppose, on that account, that they were primitive barbarians, and that their state of life was at the level from which the agricultural civilization had long ago arisen. It was not. They too had developed, but they had developed along a different line, a line with less intellectual complication, more personal dignity perhaps, and certainly with a more intimate contact with wind and sky. Section 5. The first serious eruptions of the German tribes into the Roman Empire began in the 3rd century with the decay of the central power. We will not entangle the reader here with the vexed and intricate question of the names, identity, and interrelationships of the various Germanic tribes. Historians find great difficulties in keeping them distinct, and these difficulties are enhanced by the fact that they themselves took little care to keep themselves distinct. We find in 236 AD a people called the Franks breaking bounds upon the lower Rhine, and another, the Alemanni, pouring into Alsace. A much more serious push southward was that of the Goths. We have already noted the presence of these people in South Russia and their division by the Dnieper into Western and Eastern Goths. They had become a maritime people again upon the Black Sea probably. Their traditional migration from Sweden was along the waterways, for it is still possible to row a boat, with only a few quite practicable portages, from the Baltic right across Russia to either the Black or Caspian Sea, and they had wrested the command of the eastern seas from the control of Rome. They were presently raiding the shores of Greece. They also crossed the Danube in a great land raid in 247 and defeated and killed the Emperor Decius in what is now Serbia. The province of Dacia vanished from Roman history. In 270, they were defeated at Nish in Serbia by Claudius, and in 276, they were raiding Pontus. It is characteristic of the invertebrate nature of the empire that the legions of Gaul found that the most effective method of dealing with the Franks and the Alemanni at this time was by setting up a separate emperor in Gaul and doing the job by themselves. Then, for a while, the barbarians were held, and the Emperor Probus in 276 forced the Franks and the Alemanni back over the Rhine. But it is significant of the general atmosphere of insecurity created by these raids that Aurelian, 272-75, fortified Rome, which had been an open and secure city for all the earlier years of the empire. In 321 AD, the Goths were again over the Danube, plundering what is now Serbia and Bulgaria. They were driven back by Constantine the Great, of whom we shall have more to tell in the next chapter. About the end of his reign, 337 AD. The Vandals, a people closely kindred to the Goths, being pressed by them, obtained permission to cross the Danube into Pannonia, which is now that part of Hungary west of the river. But by the middle of the 4th century, the Hunnish people to the east were becoming aggressive again. They had long subjugated the Alani, and now they made the Ostrogoths, the East Goths, tributary. The Visigoths, or Westgoths, followed the example of the Vandals and made arrangements to cross the Danube into Roman territory. There was some dispute upon the terms of this settlement, and the Visigoths, growing fierce, assumed the offensive, and at Adrianople defeated the Emperor Valens, who was killed in this battle. They were then allowed to settle in what is now Bulgaria, and their army became nominally a Roman army, though they retained their own chiefs, the foremost of whom was Alaric. It exhibits the complete barbarization of the Roman Empire that had already occurred, that the chief opponent of Alaric the Goth, Stilicho, was a Pannonian Vandal. The legions in Gaul were under the command of a Frank, and the Emperor Theodosius I. Emp. 379–395 was a Spaniard chiefly supported by Gothic auxiliaries. The empire was now splitting finally into an Eastern, Greek-speaking, and a Western, Latin-speaking half. Theodosius the Great was succeeded by his sons Arcadius at Constantinople and Honorius at Ravenna. Alaric made a puppet of the Eastern monarch and Stilicho of the Western. Huns now first appear within the empire as auxiliary troops enlisted under Stilicho. In this struggle of East and West, the frontier, if we can still speak of a frontier between the unauthorized barbarian without and the barbarian in possession within, gave way. Fresh Vandals, more Goths, Alans, Suevi marched freely westward, living upon the country. Amidst this confusion occurred a crowning event. Alaric and Goth marched down Italy, and after a short siege captured Rome, 410. By 425 or so, the Vandals, whom originally we noted in East Germany and a portion of the Alani, whom we first mentioned in southeast Russia, had traversed Gaul and the Pyrenees and had amalgamated and settled in the south of Spain. There were Huns in possession of Pannonia and Goths in Dalmatia. Into Bohemia and Moravia came and settled a Slavic people, the Czechs, 451. In Portugal and north of the Vandals in Spain were Visigoths and Suevi. Gaul was divided among Visigoths, Franks, and Burgundians. Britain was being invaded by Low German tribes, the Jutes, Angles, and Saxons, before whom the Celtic British of the southwest were flying across the sea to what is now Brittany in France. The usual date given for this invasion is 449, but it was probably earlier. And as the result of intrigues between two imperial politicians, the Vandals of the south of Spain, under their king Genseric, embarked en masse for North Africa, 429, became masters of Carthage, 439. Secured the mastery of the sea, raided, captured, and pillaged Rome, 455, crossed into Sicily, and set up a kingdom in West Sicily, which endured there for 100 years, up to 534. At the time of its greatest extent, 477, this Vandal kingdom included also Corsica, Sardinia, and the Balearic Isles, as well as much of North Africa. Illustration: the tracks of various migrating and raiding peoples between 1 AD and 700 AD. About this Vandal kingdom, facts and figures are given that show very clearly the true nature of these barbarian eruptions. They were not really the conquest and replacement of one people or race by another. What happened was something very different. It was a social revolution started and masked by a superficial foreign conquest. The whole Vandal nation, men, women, and children, that came from Spain to Africa, for example, did not number more than 80,000 souls. We know this because we have particulars of the transport problem. In their struggle for North Africa, Dr. Schertz tells us, there is no trace of any serious resistance offered by the inhabitants. Boniface, the Roman governor of North Africa, had defended Hippo with Gothic mercenaries, while the native population lent no appreciable assistance, and the nomad tribes of the country either adopted a dubious attitude or availed themselves of the difficulties of the Roman governor to make attacks and engage in predatory expeditions. This demoralization resulted from social conditions, which had perhaps developed more unfavorably in Africa than in other parts of the Roman Empire. The free peasants had long ago become the serfs of the great landed proprietors, and were little superior in position to the masses of slaves who were everywhere to be found. And the great landowners had become in their turn easy victims of the policy of extortion followed by unscrupulous governors, to an increasingly unprecedented extent in proportion as the dignity of the imperial power sank lower. No man who had anything to lose would now take a place in the senate of the large towns, which had once been the goal of the ambitious. for the senators were required to make up all deficiencies in the revenue, and such deficiencies were now frequent and considerable. Bloody insurrections repeatedly broke out, always traceable ultimately to the pressure of taxation. Manifestly, the Vandals came in as a positive relief to such a system. They exterminated the great landowners, wiped out all debts to Roman moneylenders, and abolished the last vestiges of military service. The cultivators found themselves better off. The minor officials kept their places. It was not so much a conquest as a liberation from an intolerable deadlock. It was while the Vandals were still in Africa that a great leader, Attila, arose among the Huns. The seat of his government was in the plains east of the Danube. For a time, he swayed a considerable empire of Hunnish and Germanic tribes, and his rule stretched from the Rhine into Central Asia. He negotiated on equal terms with the Chinese emperor. He bullied Ravenna and Constantinople for 10 years. Honoria, the granddaughter of Theodosius Roman II, emperor of the Eastern Empire, one of those passionate young ladies who cause so much trouble in the world, having been put under restraint because of a love affair with a court chamberlain, sent her ring to Attila and called upon him to be her husband and deliverer. He was also urged to attack the Eastern Empire by Genseric the Vandal, who was faced by an alliance of the Western and Eastern emperors. He raided southward to the very walls of Constantinople, completely destroying, says Gibbon, 70 cities in his progress, and forcing upon the emperor an onerous peace, which apparently did not involve the liberation of Honoria to her hero. At this distance of time, we are unable to guess at the motives for this omission. Attila continued to speak of her as his affianced bride, and to use the relationship as a pretext for aggressions. In the subsequent negotiations, a certain Priscus accompanied an embassy to the camp of the Hunnish monarch, and the fragments that still survive of the narrative he wrote give us a glimpse of the camp and way of living of the great conqueror. The embassy was itself a curiously constituted body. Its head was Maximin, an honest diplomatist who went in good faith, quite unknown to him, and at the time, to Priscus. Vigilius, the interpreter of the expedition, had also a secret mission from the court of Theodosius, which was to secure by bribery the assassination of Attila. The little expedition went by way of Nish. It crossed the Danube in canoes, dug out of a single tree, and it was fed by contributions from the villages on the route. Differences in dietary soon attracted the attention of the envoys. Priscus mentions mead in the place of wine, millet for corn, and a drink either distilled or brewed from barley. The journey through Hungary will remind the reader in many of its incidents of the journeys of travelers in Central Africa during the Victorian period. The travelers were politely offered temporary wives. Attila's capital was rather a vast camp and village than a town. There was only one building of stone, a bath constructed on the Roman model. The mass of the people were in huts and tents. Attila and his leading men lived in timber palaces in great stockaded enclosures with their numerous wives and ministers about them. There was a vast display of loot, but Attila himself affected a nomadic simplicity. He was served in wooden cups and platters and never touched bread. He worked hard, kept open court before the gate of his palace, and was commonly in the saddle. The primitive custom of both Aryans and Mongols of holding great feasts in halls still held good, and there was much hard drinking. Priscus describes how bards chanted before Attila. They recited the verses which they had composed to celebrate his valor and his victories. A profound silence prevailed in the hall, and the attention of the guests was captivated by the vocal harmony, which revived and perpetuated the memory of their own exploits. A martial ardor flashed from the eyes of the warriors, who were impatient for battle, and the tears of the old men expressed their generous despair that they could no longer partake the danger and glory of the field. This entertainment, which might be considered as a school of military virtue, was succeeded by a farce that debased the dignity of human nature. A Moorish and Scythian buffoon successively excited the mirth of the rude spectators by their deformed figures, ridiculous dress, antic gestures, absurd speeches, and the strange, unintelligible confusion of the Latin, the Gothic, and the Hunnish languages, and the hall resounded with loud and licentious peals of laughter. In the midst of this intemperate riot, Attila alone, without change of countenance, maintained his steadfast and inflexible gravity. Although Attila was aware, through the confession of the proposed assassin, of the secret work of Vigilius, He allowed this embassy to return in safety, with presents of numerous horses and the like, to Constantinople. Then he dispatched an ambassador to Theodosius Roman II to give that monarch, as people say, a piece of his mind. "Theodosius," said the envoy, "is the son of an illustrious and respectable parent. Attila, likewise, is descended from a noble race, and he has supported, by his actions, the dignity which he inherited from his father Munzuk. But Theodosius has forfeited his parental honors, and, by consenting to pay tribute, has degraded himself to the condition of a slave. It is therefore just that he should reverence the man whom fortune and merit have placed above him, instead of attempting, like a wicked slave, clandestinely to conspire against his master." This straightforward bullying was met by abject submission. The emperor sued for pardon and paid a great ransom. In 451, Attila declared war on the Western Empire. He invaded Gaul. So far as the imperial forces were concerned, he had things all his own way, and he sacked most of the towns of France as far south as Orleans. Then the Franks and Visigoths and the imperial forces united against him, and a great and obstinate battle at Troyes, 451, in which over 150,000 men were killed on both sides, ended in his repulse and saved Europe from a Mongolian overlord. This disaster by no means exhausted Attila's resources. He turned his attention southward and overran North Italy. He burnt Aquileia and Padua and looted Milan, but he made peace at the entreaty of Pope Leo I. He died in 453. Hereafter the Huns, so far as that name goes in Europe, the Huns of Attila, disappeared out of history. They dissolved into the surrounding populations. They were probably already much mixed and rather Aryan than Mongolian. They did not become, as one might suppose, the inhabitants of Hungary, though they have probably left many descendants there. About 100 years after came another Hunnish or mixed people, the Avars, out of the east into Hungary, but these were driven out eastward again by Charlemagne in 791-5. The Magyars, the modern Hungarians, came westward later. They were a Turco-Finnish people. The Magyar is a language belonging to the Finno-Ugrian division of the Ural-Altaic tongues. The Magyars were on the Volga about 550. They settled in Hungary about 900. But we are getting too far on in our story, and we must return to Rome. In 493, Theodoric, a Goth, became king of Rome, but already for 17 years there had been no Roman emperor. So it was an utter social decay and collapse that the great slave-holding, world ascendancy of the god Caesars and the rich men of Rome came to an end. Section 6. But though throughout the whole of Western Europe and North Africa the Roman imperial system had collapsed, though credit had vanished, luxury production had ceased, and money was hidden, though creditors were going unpaid and slaves masterless, the tradition of the Caesars was still being carried on in Constantinople. We have already had occasion to mention as two outstanding figures among the late Caesars, Diocletian, 284, and Constantine the Great, 312. And it was to the latter of these that the world owes the setting up of a fresh imperial center at Constantinople. Very early during the imperial period, the unsuitability of the position of Rome as a world capital, due to the Roman failure to use the sea, was felt. The destruction of Carthage and Corinth had killed the shipping of the main Mediterranean sea routes. For a people who did not use the sea properly, having the administrative center at Rome meant that every legion, every draft of officials, every order, had to travel northward for half the length of Italy before it could turn east or west. Consequently, nearly all the more capable emperors set up their headquarters at some subordinate center in a more convenient position. Sirmium on the river Save, Milan, Lyon, and Nicomedia in Bithynia were among such supplementary capitals. For a time under Diocletian, Durazzo was the imperial capital. Ravenna, near the head of the Adriatic, was the capital of the last Roman emperors in the time of Alaric and Stilicho. It was Constantine the Great who determined upon the permanent transfer of the center of imperial power to the Bosphorus. We have already noted the existence of the city of Byzantium, which Constantine chose to develop into his new capital. It played a part in the story of the intricate Histories, chapter Roman 22, section 4. It repulsed Philip of Macedon, chapter Roman 24, section 3. If the reader will examine its position, he will see that in the hands of a line of capable emperors, and as the center of a people with some solidarity and spirit and seacraft, neither of which things were vouchsafed to it, it was extraordinarily well placed. Its galleys could have penetrated up the rivers to the heart of Russia and outflanked every barbarian advance. It commanded practicable trade routes to the east, and it was within a reasonable striking distance of Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and all the more prosperous and civilized regions of the world at that period. And even under the rule of a series of inept monarchs, and under demoralized social conditions, the remains of the Roman Empire centering at Constantinople held out for nearly 1,000 years. It was the manifest intention of Constantine the Great that Constantinople should be the center of an undivided empire. But having regard to the methods of travel and transport available at the time, the geographical conditions of Europe and Western Asia do not point to any one necessary center of government. If Rome faced westward instead of eastward, and so failed to reach out beyond the Euphrates, Constantinople, on the other hand, was hopelessly remote from Gaul. The enfeebled Mediterranean civilization, after a certain struggle for Italy, did in fact let go of the West altogether and concentrated upon what were practically the central vestiges, the stump, of the empire of Alexander. The Greek language resumed its sway, which had never been very seriously undermined by the official use of Latin. This Eastern or Byzantine Empire is generally spoken of as if it were a continuation of the Roman tradition. It is really far more like a resumption of Alexander's illustration, map to illustrate the geographical advantages of Constantinople. The Latin language had not the intellectual vigor behind it, it had not the literature and the science, to make it a necessity to intelligent men, and so to maintain an ascendancy over the Greek. For no language, whatever officialdom may do, can impose itself in competition with another that can offer the advantages of a great literature or encyclopedic information. Aggressive languages must bring gifts, and the gifts of Greek were incomparably greater than the gifts of Latin. The Eastern Empire was from the beginnings of its separation Greek-speaking, and a continuation, though a degenerate continuation, of the Hellenic tradition. Its intellectual center was no longer in Greece, but Alexandria. Its mentality was no longer the mentality of free-minded, plain-speaking citizens, of the Stagirite Aristotle and the Greek Plato. Its mentality was the mentality of the pedants and of men politically impotent. Its philosophy was a pompous evasion of real things, and its scientific impulse was dead. Nevertheless, it was Hellenic. The Roman had come, and he had gone again. Indeed, he had gone very extensively from the West also. By the 6th century AD. The populations of Europe and North Africa had been stirred up like sediment. When presently in the 7th and 8th centuries, the sediment begins to settle down again, and populations begin to take on a definite localized character. The Roman is only to be found by name in the region about Rome. Over large parts of his Western Empire, we find changed and changing modifications of his Latin speech. In Gaul, where the Frank is learning a Gallic form of Latin and evolving French in the process. In Italy, where, under the influence of Teutonic invaders, the Lombards and Goths, Latin is being modified into various Italian dialects. In Spain and Portugal, where it is becoming Spanish and Portuguese. The fundamental Latinity of the languages in these regions serves to remind us of the numerical unimportance of the various Frankish, Vandal, Avar, Gothic, and the like German-speaking invaders, and serves to justify our statement that what happened to the Western Empire was not so much conquest, and the replacement of one population by another as a political and social revolution. The district of Valais in South Switzerland also retained a fundamentally Latin speech, and so did the Canton Grisons. And, what is more curious and interesting, is that in Dacia and Moesia Inferior, large parts of which to the north of the Danube became the modern Romania, equals Romania. Although these regions were added late to the empire and lost soon, the Latin speech also remained. In Britain, Latin was practically wiped out by the conquering Anglo-Saxons, from among whose various dialects the root stock of English presently grew. But while the smashing of the Roman social and political structure was thus complete, while in the East it was thrown off by the older and stronger Hellenic tradition, and while in the West it was broken up into fragments that began to take on a new and separate life of their own, there was one thing that did not perish, but grew, and that was the tradition of the world empire of Rome and of the supremacy of the Caesars. When the reality was destroyed, the legend had freedom to expand. Removed from the possibility of verification, the idea of a serene and splendid Roman world supremacy grew up in the imagination of mankind, and still holds it to this day. Ever since the time of Alexander, human thought has been haunted by the possible political unity of the race. All the sturdy chiefs and leaders and kings of the barbarians, who raided through the prostrate but vast disorder of the decayed empire, were capable of conceiving of some mighty king of kings greater than themselves and giving a real law for all men, and they were ready to believe that elsewhere in space and time, and capable of returning presently to resume his supremacy, Caesar had been such a king of kings. Far above their own titles, therefore, they esteemed and envied the title of Caesar. The international history of Europe from this time henceforth is largely the story of kings and adventurers setting up to be Caesar and Imperator Emperor. We shall tell of some of them in their places. So universal did this Caesaring become that the Great War of 1914-18 mowed down no fewer than 4 Caesars. The German Kaiser equals Caesar, the Austrian Kaiser, the Tsar equals Caesar of Russia, and that fantastic figure, the Tsar of Bulgaria. The French Imperator, Napoleon Roman III, had already fallen in 1871. There is now 1920, no one left in the world to carry on the imperial title or the tradition of Divus Caesar except the Turkish Sultan and the British monarch. The former commemorates his lordship over Constantinople as Kaisar Raum. The latter is called the Caesar of India, a country no real Caesar ever looked upon, Kaisar Hind. Book 6. Christianity and Islam. 30. The beginnings, the rise, and the divisions of Christianity. Section 1, Judea at the Christian era. Section 2, the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. Section 3, the new universal religions. Section 4, the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth. Section 5, doctrines added to the teachings of Jesus. Section 6, the struggles and persecutions of Christianity. Section 7, Constantine the Great. Section 8, the establishment of official Christianity. Section 9, the map of Europe A.D. 500. Section 10, the salvation of learning by Christianity. Section 1, before we can understand the qualities of Christianity, which must now play a large part in our history, and which opened men's eyes to fresh aspects of the possibility of a unified world, we must go back some centuries and tell of the condition of affairs in Palestine and Syria, in which countries Christianity arose. We have already told in Chapter 21 the main facts about the origin of the Jewish nation and tradition, about the diaspora, about the fundamentally scattered nature of Jewry even from the beginning, and the gradual development of the idea of one just God ruling the earth and bound by a special promise to preserve and bring to honor the Jewish people. The Jewish idea was and is a curious combination of theological breadth and an intense racial patriotism. The Jews looked for a special savior, a Messiah, who was to redeem mankind by the agreeable process of restoring the fabulous glories of David and Solomon and bringing the whole world at last under the benevolent but firm Jewish heel. As the political power of the Semitic peoples declined, as Carthage followed Tyre into the darkness and Spain became a Roman province, this dream grew and spread. There can be little doubt that the scattered Phoenicians in Spain and Africa and throughout the Mediterranean, speaking as they did a language closely akin to Hebrew and being deprived of their authentic political rights, became proselytes to Judaism. For phases of vigorous proselytism alternated with phases of exclusive jealousy in Jewish history. On one occasion, the Idumeans, being conquered, were all forcibly made Jews. There were Arab tribes who were Jews in the time of Mohammed, and a Turkish people who were mainly Jews in South Russia in the 9th century. Judaism is indeed the reconstructed political ideal of many shattered peoples mainly Semitic. It is to the Phoenician contingent and to Aramean accessions in Babylon that the financial and commercial tradition of the Jews is to be ascribed. But as a result of these coalescences and assimilations, almost everywhere in the towns throughout the Roman Empire, and far beyond it in the East, Jewish communities traded and flourished, and were kept in touch through the Bible and through a religious and educational organization. The main part of Jewry never was in Judea and had never come out of Judea. Manifestly, this intercommunicating series of Judaized communities had very great financial and political facilities. They could assemble resources, they could stir up, they could allay. They were neither so abundant nor so civilized as the still more widely diffused Greeks, but they had a tradition of greater solidarity. Greek was hostile to Greek, Jew stood by Jew. Wherever a Jew went, he found men of like mind and like tradition with himself. He could get shelter, food, loans, and legal help. And by reason of this solidarity, rulers had everywhere to take account of this people as a help, as a source of loans, or as a source of trouble. So it is that the Jews have persisted as a people, while Hellenism has become a universal light for mankind. We cannot tell here in any detail the history of that smaller part of Jewry that lived in Judea. These Jews had returned to their old position of danger. Again, they were seeking peace in, so to speak, the middle of a highway. In the old time, they had been between Syria and Assyria to the north and Egypt to the south. Now they had the Seleucids to the north and the Ptolemies to the south, and when the Seleucids went, then down came the Roman power upon them. The independence of Judea was always a qualified and precarious thing. The reader must go to the Antiquities and the Wars of the Jews of Flavius Josephus, a copious, tedious, and maddeningly patriotic writer, to learn of the succession of their rulers, of their high priest monarchs, and of the Maccabeans, the Herods, and the like. These rulers were for the most part of the ordinary Eastern type, cunning, treacherous, and blood-stained. Thrice Jerusalem was taken, and twice the temple was destroyed. It was the support of the far more powerful diaspora that prevented the little country from being wiped out altogether, until 70 AD, when Titus, the adopted son and successor of the Emperor Vespasian, after a siege that ranks in bitterness and horror with that of Tyre and Carthage, took Jerusalem and destroyed city and temple altogether. He did this in an attempt to destroy Jewry, but indeed he made Jewry stronger by destroying its one sensitive and vulnerable point. Throughout a history of 5 centuries of war and civil commotion between the return from captivity and the destruction of Jerusalem, certain constant features of the Jew persisted. He remained obstinately monotheistic. He would have none other gods but the one true God. In Rome, as in Jerusalem, he stood out manfully against the worship of any god Caesar. And to the best of his ability, he held to his covenants with his God. No graven images could enter Jerusalem. Even the Roman standards with their eagles had to stay outside. 2 divergent lines of thought are traceable in Jewish affairs during these 500 years. On the right, so to speak, are the high and narrow Jews, the Pharisees, very orthodox, very punctilious upon even the minutest details of the law, intensely patriotic and exclusive. Jerusalem on one occasion fell to the Seleucid monarch Antiochus Roman IV because the Jews would not defend it on the Sabbath day, when it is forbidden to work. And it was because the Jews made no effort to destroy his siege train on the Sabbath that Pompey the Great was able to take Jerusalem. But against these narrow Jews were pitted the broad Jews, the Jews of the left, who were Hellenizers, among whom are to be ranked the Sadducees, who did not believe in immortality. These latter Jews, the broad Jews, were all more or less disposed to mingle with and assimilate themselves to the Greeks and Hellenized peoples about them. They were ready to accept proselytes, and so to share God and his promise with all mankind. But what they gained in generosity they lost in rectitude. They were the worldlings of Judea. We have already noted how the Hellenized Jews of Egypt lost their Hebrew and had to have their Bible translated into Greek. In the reign of Tiberius Caesar, a great teacher arose out of Judea who was to liberate the intense realization of the righteousness and unchallengeable oneness of God, and of man's moral obligation to God, which was the strength of Orthodox Judaism, from that greedy and exclusive narrowness with which it was so extraordinarily intermingled in the Jewish mind. This was Jesus of Nazareth, the seed rather than the founder of Christianity. Section 2. The audience to which this book will first be presented will be largely an audience of Christians, with perhaps a sprinkling of Jewish readers. And the former at least will regard Jesus of Nazareth as being much more than a human teacher, and his appearance in the world not as a natural event in history, but as something of a supernatural sort interrupting and changing that steady development of life towards a common consciousness and a common will, which we have hitherto been tracing in this book. But these persuasions, dominant as they are in Europe and America, are nevertheless not the persuasions of all men or of the great majority of mankind, and we are writing this outline of the story of life with as complete an avoidance of controversial matter as may be. We are trying to write as if this book was to be read as much by Hindus or Muslims or Buddhists as by Americans and Western Europeans. We shall therefore hold closely to the apparent facts and avoid, without any disputation or denial, the theological interpretations that have been imposed upon them. We shall tell what men have believed about Jesus of Nazareth, but him we shall treat as being what he appeared to be, a man, just as a painter must needs paint him as a man. The documents that testify to his acts and teachings we shall treat as ordinary human documents. If the light of divinity shine through our recital, we will neither help nor hinder it. This is what we have already done in the case of Buddha, and what we shall do later with Mohammed. About Jesus, we have to write not theology but history, and our concern is not with the spiritual and theological significance of his life, but with its effects upon the political and everyday life of men. Almost our only sources of information about the personality of Jesus are derived from the four Gospels, all of which were certainly in existence a few decades after his death, and from allusions to his life in the letters, epistles, of the early Christian propagandists. The first three Gospels, the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, many suppose to be derived from some earlier documents. The Gospel of St. John has more idiosyncrasy and is colored by theology of a strongly Hellenic type. Critics are disposed to regard the Gospel of St. Mark as being the most trustworthy account of the personality and actual words of Jesus, but all four agree in giving us a picture of a very definite personality. They carry the same conviction of reality that the early accounts of Buddha do. In spite of miraculous and incredible additions, one is obliged to say, here was a man. This part of the tale could not have been invented. But just as the personality of Gautama Buddha has been distorted and obscured by the stiff squatting figure, the gilded idol of later Buddhism, so one feels that the lean and strenuous personality of Jesus is much wronged by the unreality and conventionality that a mistaken reverence has imposed upon his figure in modern Christian art. Jesus was a penniless teacher who wandered about the dusty, sunlit country of Judea, living upon casual gifts of food. Yet he is always represented clean, combed, and sleek, in spotless raiment, erect, and with something motionless about him as though he was gliding through the air. This alone has made him unreal and incredible to many people who cannot distinguish the core of the story from the ornamental and unwise additions of the unintelligently devout. And it may be that the early parts of the Gospels are accretions of the same nature. The miraculous circumstances of the birth of Jesus, the great star that brought wise men from the east to worship at his manger cradle, the massacre of the male infant children in the region of Bethlehem by Herod as a consequence of these portents, and the flight into Egypt are all supposed to be such a cautionary matter by many authorities. At the best, they are events unnecessary to the teaching, and they rob it of much of the strength and power it possesses when we strip it of such accompaniment. So, too, do the discrepant genealogies given by Matthew and Luke, in which there is an endeavor to trace the direct descent of Joseph, his father, from King David, as though it was any honor to Jesus or to anyone to have such a man as an ancestor. The insertion of these genealogies is the more peculiar and unreasonable, because, according to the legend, Jesus was not the son of Joseph at all, but miraculously conceived. We are left, if we do strip this record of these difficult accessories, with the figure of a being, very human, very earnest and passionate, capable of swift anger, and teaching a new and simple and profound doctrine, namely, the universal loving fatherhood of God and the coming of the kingdom of heaven. He was clearly a person, to use a common phrase, of intense personal magnetism. He attracted followers and filled them with love and courage. Weak and ailing people were heartened and healed by his presence. Yet he was probably of a delicate physique because of the swiftness with which he died under the pains of crucifixion. There is a tradition that he fainted when, according to the custom, he was made to bear his cross to the place of execution. When he first appeared as a teacher, he was a man of about 30. He went about the country for 3 years spreading his doctrine, and then he came to Jerusalem and was accused of trying to set up a strange kingdom in Judea. He was tried upon this charge and crucified together with 2 thieves. Long before they were dead, his sufferings were over. Now it is a matter of fact that in the Gospels, all that body of theological assertion, which constitutes Christianity, finds little support. There is, as the reader may see for himself, no clear and emphatic assertion in these books of the doctrines which Christian teachers of all denominations find generally necessary to salvation. It is difficult to get any words that actually came from Jesus in which he claimed to be the Jewish Messiah, rendered in Greek by the Christ, or to be a part of the Godhead, or in which he explained the doctrine of the atonement or urged any sacrifices or sacraments, that is to say, priestly offices, upon his followers. We shall see presently how later on all Christendom was torn by disputes about the Trinity. There is no evidence that the apostles of Jesus ever heard of the Trinity at any rate from him. The observance of the Jewish Sabbath, again, transferred to the Mithraic Sunday, is an important feature of many Christian cults, but Jesus deliberately broke the Sabbath and said that it was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. Nor did he say a word about the worship of his mother Mary, in the guise of Isis, the Queen of Heaven. All that is most characteristically Christian in worship and usage, he ignored. Skeptical writers have had the temerity to deny that Jesus can be called a Christian at all. For light upon these extraordinary gaps in his teaching, each reader must go to his own religious guides. Here we are bound to mention these gaps on account of the difficulties and controversies that arose out of them, and we are equally bound not to enlarge upon them. As remarkable is the enormous prominence given by Jesus to the teaching of what he called the kingdom of heaven, and its comparative insignificance in the procedure and teaching of most of the Christian churches. This doctrine of the kingdom of heaven, which was the main teaching of Jesus, and which plays so small a part in the Christian creeds, is certainly one of the most revolutionary doctrines that ever stirred and changed human thought. It is small wonder if the world of that time failed to grasp its full significance, and recoiled in dismay from even a half-apprehension of its tremendous challenges to the established habits and institutions of mankind. It is small wonder if the hesitating convert and disciple presently went back to the old familiar ideas of temple and altar, of fierce deity and propitiatory observance, of consecrated priest and magic blessing, and these things being attended to reverted then to the dear old habitual life of hates and profits and competition and pride. For the doctrine of the kingdom of heaven, as Jesus seems to have preached it, was no less than a bold and uncompromising demand for a complete change and cleansing of the life of our struggling race, an utter cleansing, without and within. To the Gospels, the reader must go for all that is preserved of this tremendous teaching. Here we are only concerned with the jar of its impact upon established ideas. The Jews were persuaded that God, the one God of the whole world, was a righteous God, but they also thought of him as a trading God who had made a bargain with their father Abraham about them, a very good bargain indeed for them, to bring them at last to predominance in the earth. With dismay and anger, they heard Jesus sweeping away their dear securities. God, he taught, was no bargainer. There were no chosen people and no favorites in the kingdom of heaven. God was the loving Father of all life, as incapable of showing favor as the universal Son, and all men were brothers sinners alike and beloved sons alike of this divine Father. In the parable of the Good Samaritan, Jesus cast scorn upon that natural tendency we all obey, to glorify our own people and to minimize the righteousness of other creeds and other races. In the parable of the laborers, he thrust aside the obstinate claim of the Jews to have a sort of first mortgage upon God. All whom God takes into the kingdom, he taught, God serves alike. There is no distinction in his treatment, because there is no measure to his bounty. From all, moreover, as the parable of the buried talent witnesses, and as the incident of the widow's mite enforces, he demands the utmost. There are no privileges, no rebates, and no excuses in the kingdom of heaven. But it was not only the intense tribal patriotism of the Jews that Jesus outraged. They were a people of intense family loyalty, and he would have swept away all the narrow and restrictive family affections in the great flood of the love of God. The whole kingdom of heaven was to be the family of his followers. We are told that, while he yet talked to the people, behold, his mother and his brethren stood without, desiring to speak with him. Then one said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee. But he answered and said unto him that told him, Who is my mother? And who are my brethren? And he stretched forth his hand towards his disciples, and said, Behold my mother and my brethren. For whosoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven, the same is my brother, and sister, and mother. And not only did Jesus strike at patriotism and the bonds of family loyalty in the name of God's universal fatherhood and the brotherhood of all mankind, but it is clear that his teaching condemned all the gradations of the economic system, all private wealth, and personal advantages. All men belong to the kingdom. All their possessions belong to the kingdom. The righteous life for all men, the only righteous life, was the service of God's will with all that we had, with all that we were. Again and again, he denounced private riches and the reservation of any private life. When he was gone forth into the way, there came one running and kneeled to him and asked him, "Good master, what shall I do that I may inherit eternal life?" And Jesus said unto him, "Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. Thou knowest the commandments. Do not commit adultery, do not kill, do not steal, do not bear false witness, defraud not, honor thy father and mother." And he answered and said unto him, "Master, all these things have I observed from my youth." Then Jesus, beholding him, loved him, and said unto him, "One thing thou lackest. Go thy way, sell whatsoever thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. And come, take up the cross, and follow me." And he was sad at that saying, and went away grieved, for he had great possessions. And Jesus looked round about, and saith unto his disciples, "How hardly shall they that have riches enter into the kingdom of God?" And the disciples were astonished at his words. But Jesus answered again, and saith unto them, "Children, how hard is it for them that trust in riches to enter into the kingdom of God? It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God." Moreover, in his tremendous prophecy of this kingdom, which was to make all men one together in God, Jesus had small patience for the bargaining righteousness of formal religion. Another large part of his recorded utterances is aimed against the meticulous observance of the rules of the pious career. Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem. And when they saw some of his disciples eat bread with defiled, that is to say, with unwashen hands, they found fault. For the Pharisees and all the Jews, except they wash their hands oft, eat not, holding the tradition of the elders. And when they come from the market, except they wash, they eat not. And many other things there be, which they have received to hold, as the washing of cups and pots, brazen vessels, and of tables. Then the Pharisees and scribes asked him, "Why walk not thy disciples according to the tradition of the elders, but eat bread with unwashen hands?" He answered and said unto them, "Well hath Isaiah prophesied of you hypocrites, as it is written, This people honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. Howbeit in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. For laying aside the commandment of God, ye hold the tradition of men, as the washing of pots and cups, and many other such things ye do." And he said unto them, "Full well ye reject the commandment of God, that ye may keep your own tradition." So, too, we may note a score of places in which he flouted that darling virtue of the formalist, the observance of the Sabbath. It was not merely a moral and a social revolution that Jesus proclaimed. It is clear from a score of indications that his teaching had a political bent of the plainest sort. It is true that he said his kingdom was not of this world, that it was in the hearts of men, and not upon a throne. But it is equally clear that wherever and in what measure his kingdom was set up in the hearts of men, the outer world would be in that measure revolutionized and made new. Whatever else the deafness and blindness of his hearers may have missed in his utterances, it is plain that they did not miss his resolve to revolutionize the world. Some of the questions that were brought to Jesus and the answers he gave enable us to guess at the drift of much of his unrecorded teaching. The directness of his political attack is manifest by such an incident as that of the coin. "And they send unto him certain of the Pharisees and of the Herodians to catch him in his words. And when they were come, they say unto him, Master, we know that thou art true and carest for no man. For thou regardest not the person of men, but teachest the way of God in truth. Is it lawful to give tribute to Caesar or not? Shall we give or shall we not give?" But he, knowing their hypocrisy, said unto them, "Why tempt ye me? Bring me a penny, that I may see it." And they brought it. And he saith unto them, "Whose is this image and superscription?" And they said unto him, "Caesar's." And Jesus answering said unto them, "Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's," which, in view of all else that he had taught, left very little of a man or his possessions for Caesar. The whole tenor of the opposition to him and the circumstances of his trial and execution show clearly that to his contemporaries he seemed to propose plainly, and did propose plainly to change and fuse and enlarge all human life. But even his disciples did not grasp the profound and comprehensive significance of that proposal. They were ridden by the old Jewish dream of a king, a Messiah to overthrow the Hellenized Herods and the Roman overlord, and restore the fabled glories of David. They disregarded the substance of his teaching, plain and direct though it was. Evidently, they thought it was merely his mysterious and singular way of setting about the adventure that would at last put him on the throne of Jerusalem. They thought he was just another king among the endless succession of kings, but of a quasi-magic kind, and making quasi-magic professions of an impossible virtue. And James and John, the sons of Zebedee, come unto him, saying, Master, we would that thou shouldest do for us whatsoever we shall desire. And he said unto them, What would ye that I should do for you? They said unto him, Grant unto us that we may sit, one on thy right hand, and the other on thy left hand in thy glory. But Jesus said unto them, Ye know not what ye ask. Can ye drink of the cup that I drink of, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? And they said unto him, We can. And Jesus said unto them, Ye shall indeed drink of the cup that I drink of, and with the baptism that I am baptized withal shall ye be baptized. But to sit on my right hand and on my left hand is not mine to give, but it shall be given to them for whom it is prepared. And when the 10 heard it, they began to be much displeased with James and John. But Jesus called them to him, and saith unto them, Ye know that they which are accounted to rule over the Gentiles exercise lordship over them, and their great ones exercise authority upon them. But so shall it not be among you, but whosoever will be great among you shall be your minister, and whosoever of you will be the chiefest shall be servant of all. For even the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many. This was cold comfort for those who looked for a due reward for their services and hardships in his train. They could not believe this hard doctrine of a kingdom of service, which was its own exceeding great reward. Even after his death upon the cross, they could still, after their first dismay, revert to the belief that he was nevertheless in the vein of the ancient world of pomps and privileges, that presently by some amazing miracle he would become undead again and return, and set up his throne with much splendor and graciousness in Jerusalem. They thought his life was a stratagem and his death a trick. He was too great for his disciples, and in view of what he plainly said, is it any wonder that all who were rich and prosperous felt a horror of strange things, a swimming of their world at his teaching? Perhaps the priests and the rulers and the rich men understood him better than his followers. He was dragging out all the little private reservations they had made from social service into the light of a universal religious life. He was like some terrible moral huntsman digging mankind out of the snug burrows in which they had lived hitherto. In the white blaze of this kingdom of his, there was to be no property, no privilege, no pride and precedence, no motive indeed, and no reward but love. Is it any wonder that men were dazzled and blinded and cried out against him? Even his disciples cried out when he would not spare them the light. Is it any wonder that the priests realized that between this man and themselves, there was no choice, but that he or priestcraft should perish? Is it any wonder that the Roman soldiers, confronted and amazed by something soaring over their comprehension and threatening all their disciplines, should take refuge in wild laughter, and crown him with thorns and robe him in purple and make a mock Caesar of him? For to take him seriously was to enter upon a strange and alarming life, to abandon habits, to control instincts and impulses, to essay an incredible happiness. Is it any wonder that to this day, this Galilean is too much for our small hearts? Section 3. Yet be it noted that while there was much in the real teachings of Jesus that a rich man or a priest or a trader or an imperial official or any ordinary respectable citizen could not accept without the most revolutionary changes in his way of living. Yet there was nothing that a follower of the actual teaching of Gautama Sakya might not receive very readily, nothing to prevent a primitive Buddhist from being also a Nazarene, and nothing to prevent a personal disciple of Jesus from accepting all the recorded teachings of Buddha. Again, consider the tone of this extract from the writings of a Chinaman, Mo Ti, who lived somewhere in the 4th century BC. When the doctrines of Confucius and Lao Tzu prevailed in China, before the advent of Buddhism to that country, and note how Nazarene it is. The mutual attacks of state on state, the mutual usurpations of family on family, the mutual robberies of man on man, the want of kindness on the part of the sovereign and of loyalty on the part of the minister, the want of tenderness and filial duty between father and son, these, and such as these, are the things injurious to the empire. All this has arisen from want of mutual love. If but that one virtue could be made universal, the princes loving one another would have no battlefields, the chiefs of families would attempt no usurpations, men would commit no robberies, rulers and ministers would be gracious and loyal, fathers and sons would be kind and filial, brothers would be harmonious and easily reconciled. Men in general loving one another, the strong would not make prey of the weak. The many would not plunder the few, the rich would not insult the poor, the noble would not be insolent to the mean, and the deceitful would not impose upon the simple. This is extraordinarily like the teaching of Jesus of Nazareth cast into political terms. The thoughts of Moti came close to the kingdom of heaven. This essential identity is the most important historical aspect of these great world religions. They were in their beginnings quite unlike the priest, altar, and temple cults, those cults for the worship of definite finite gods that played so great and so essential a part in the earlier stages of man's development between 15,000 BC and 600 BC. These new world religions, from 600 BC onward, were essentially religions of the heart and of the universal sky. They swept away all those various and limited gods that had served the turn of human needs since the first communities were welded together by fear and hope. And presently when we come to Islam, we shall find that for a third time the same fundamental new doctrine of the need of a universal devotion of all men to one will reappears. Islam indeed is marred, as Judaism is marred, by a streak of primitive exclusiveness. Its founder was manifestly of a commoner clay than either Jesus or Gautama, and he had to tack on to his assertion of the supremacy of God an assertion that Mohammed was in especial his prophet, a queer little lapse into proprietorship, a touchingly baseless claim for the copyright of an idea which, as a matter of fact, he had picked up from the Jews and Christians about him. Yet, warned by the experiences of Christianity, Mohammed was very emphatic in insisting that he himself was merely a man. And the broad idea of human brotherhood under God that he preached, and the spirit in which his followers have carried it among black and fallen races, puts his essential teaching little lower than that of its two greater, but far more abundantly corrupted and misrepresented rivals. We speak of these great religions of mankind which arose between the Persian conquest of Babylon and the breakup of the Roman Empire as rivals. But it is their defects, their accumulations and excrescences, their differences of language and phrase, that cause the rivalry. And it is not to one overcoming the other, or to any new variant replacing them that we must look, but to the white truth in each being burnt free from its dross, and becoming manifestly the same truth, namely, that the hearts of men, and therewith all the lives and institutions of men, must be subdued to one common will, ruling them all. And though much has been written foolishly about the antagonism of science and religion, there is indeed no such antagonism. What all these world religions declare by inspiration and insight, history as it grows clearer and science as its range extends display, as a reasonable and demonstrable fact that men form one universal brotherhood, that they spring from one common origin, that their individual lives, their nations and races, interbreed and blend and go on to merge again at last in one common human destiny upon this little planet amidst the stars. And the psychologist can now stand beside the preacher and assure us that there is no reasoned peace of heart, no balance and no safety in the soul, until a man in losing his life has found it, and has schooled and disciplined his interests and will beyond greeds, rivalries, fears, instincts, and narrow affections. The history of our race and personal religious experience runs so closely parallel as to seem to a modern observer almost the same thing. Both tell of a being at first scattered and blind and utterly confused, feeling its way slowly to the serenity and salvation of an ordered and coherent purpose. That, in the simplest, is the outline of history. Whether one have a religious purpose or disavow a religious purpose altogether, the lines of the outline remain the same. Section 4. In the year 30 AD, while Tiberius, the second emperor, was emperor of Rome and Pontius Pilate was procurator of Judea, a little while before the feast of the Passover, Jesus of Nazareth came into Jerusalem. Probably he came then for the first time. Hitherto he had been preaching chiefly in Galilee, and for the most part round and about the town of Capernaum. In Capernaum he had preached in the synagogue. His entry into Jerusalem was a pacific triumph. He had gathered a great following in Galilee. He had sometimes to preach from a boat upon the lake of Galilee. Because of the pressure of the crowd upon the shore, and his fame had spread before him to the capital. Great crowds came out to greet him. It is clear they did not understand the drift of his teaching, and that they shared the general persuasion that by some magic of righteousness he was going to overthrow the established order. He rode into the city upon the foal of an ass that had been borrowed by his disciples. The crowd accompanied him with cries of triumph and shouts of Hosanna, a word of rejoicing. He went to the temple. Its outer courts were cumbered with the tables of money changers and with the stalls of those who sold doves to be liberated by pious visitors to the temple. These traders upon religion he and his followers cast out, overturning the tables. It was almost his only act of positive rule. Then for a week he taught in Jerusalem, surrounded by a crowd of followers who made his arrest by the authorities difficult. Then officialdom gathered itself together against this astonishing intruder. One of his disciples, Judas, dismayed and disappointed at the apparent ineffectiveness of this capture of Jerusalem, went to the Jewish priests to give them his advice and help in the arrest of Jesus. For this service, he was rewarded with 30 pieces of silver. The high priest and the Jews generally had many reasons for dismay at this gentle insurrection that was filling the streets with excited crowds. For example, the Romans might misunderstand it, or use it as an occasion to do some mischief to the whole Jewish people. Accordingly, the high priest Caiaphas, in his anxiety to show his loyalty to the Roman overlord, was the leader in the proceedings against this unarmed Messiah, and the priests and the Orthodox mob of Jerusalem the chief accusers of Jesus. How he was arrested in the Garden of Gethsemane, how he was tried and sentenced by Pontius Pilate, the Roman procurator, how he was scourged and mocked by the Roman soldiers and crucified upon the hill called Golgotha, is told with unsurpassable simplicity and dignity in the Gospels. The revolution collapsed utterly. The disciples of Jesus with one accord deserted him, and Peter, being taxed as one of them, said, "I know not the man." This was not the end they had anticipated in their great coming to Jerusalem. His last hours of aching pain and thirst upon the cross were watched only by a few women and near friends. Towards the end of the long day of suffering, this abandoned leader roused himself to one supreme effort, cried out with a loud voice, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" And, leaving these words to echo down the ages, a perpetual riddle to the faithful, died. It was inevitable that simple believers should have tried to enhance the stark terrors of this tragedy by foolish stories of physical disturbances similar to those which had been invented to emphasize the conversion of Gautama. We are told that a great darkness fell upon the earth, and that the veil of the temple was rent in twain. But if indeed these things occurred, they produced not the slightest effect upon the minds of people in Jerusalem at that time. It is difficult to believe nowadays that the order of nature indulged in any such meaningless comments. Far more tremendous is it to suppose a world apparently indifferent to those 3 crosses in the red evening twilight, and to the little group of perplexed and desolated watchers. The darkness closed upon the hill. The distant city set about its preparations for the Passover. Scarcely anyone, but that knot of mourners on the way to their homes, troubled whether Jesus of Nazareth was still dying or already dead. The souls of the disciples were plunged for a time into utter darkness. Then presently came a whisper among them, and stories, rather discrepant stories, that the body of Jesus was not in the tomb in which it had been placed, and that first one and then another had seen him alive. Soon they were consoling themselves with the conviction that he had risen from the dead, that he had shown himself to many, and had ascended visibly into heaven. Witnesses were found to declare that they had positively seen him go up, visibly in his body. He had gone through the blue to God. Soon they had convinced themselves that he would presently come again, in power and glory, to judge all mankind. In a little while, they said, he would come back to them. And in these bright revivals of their old-time dream of an assertive and temporal splendor, they forgot the greater measure, the giant measure, he had given them of the kingdom of God. Section 5. The story of the early beginnings of Christianity is the story of the struggle between the real teachings and spirit of Jesus of Nazareth, and the limitations, amplifications, and misunderstandings of the very inferior men who had loved and followed him from Galilee, and who were now the bearers and custodians of his message to mankind. The Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles present a patched and uneven record, but there can be little question that on the whole it is a quite honest record of those early days. The early Nazarenes, as the followers of Jesus were called, present from the first a spectacle of a great confusion between these two strands, his teaching on the one hand and the glosses and interpretations of the disciples on the other. They continued for a time his disciplines of the complete subjugation of self. They had their goods in common, they had no bond but love. Nevertheless, they built their faith upon the stories that were told of his resurrection and magical ascension, and the promised return. Few of them understood that the renunciation of self is its own reward, that it is itself the kingdom of heaven. They regarded it as a sacrifice that entitled them to the compensation of power and dominion when presently the second coming occurred. They had now all identified Jesus with the promised Christ, the Messiah so long expected by the Jewish people. They found out prophecies of the crucifixion in the prophets. The Gospel of Matthew is particularly insistent upon these prophecies. Revived by these hopes, enforced by the sweet and pure lives of many of the believers, the Nazarene doctrine began to spread very rapidly in Judea and Syria. And presently there arose a second great teacher, whom many modern authorities regard as the real founder of Christianity, Saul of Tarsus, or Paul. Saul apparently was his Jewish and Paul his Roman name. He was a Roman citizen and a man of much wider education and a much narrower intellectuality than Jesus seems to have been. By birth he was probably a Jew, though some Jewish writers deny this. He had certainly studied under Jewish teachers. But he was well versed in the Hellenic theologies of Alexandria, and his language was Greek. Some classical scholars profess to find his Greek unsatisfactory. He did not use the Greek of Athens, but the Greek of Alexandria, but he used it with power and freedom. He was a religious theorist and teacher long before he heard of Jesus of Nazareth, and he appears in the New Testament narrative at first as the bitter critic and antagonist of the Nazarenes. The present writer has been unable to find any discussion of the religious ideas of Paul before he became a follower of Jesus. There must have been a basis, if only a basis of departure, for his new views, and their phraseology certainly supplied the color of his new doctrines. We are almost equally in the dark as to the teachings of Gamaliel, who is named as the Jewish teacher at whose feet he sat. Nor do we know what Gentile teachings had reached him. It is highly probable that he had been influenced by Mithraism. He uses phrases curiously like Mithraistic phrases. What will be clear to anyone who reads his various epistles, side by side with the Gospels, is that his mind was saturated by an idea which does not appear at all prominently in the reported sayings and teaching of Jesus, the idea of a sacrificial person who is offered up to God as an atonement for sin. What Jesus preached was a new birth of the human soul. What Paul preached was the ancient religion of priest and altar and propitiatory bloodshed. Jesus was to him the Easter lamb, that traditional human victim without spot or blemish who haunts all the religions of the dark white peoples. Paul came to the Nazarenes with overwhelming force because he came to them with this completely satisfactory explanation of the disaster of the crucifixion. It was a brilliant elucidation of what had been utterly perplexing. Paul had never seen Jesus. His knowledge of Jesus and his teaching must have been derived from the hearsay of the original disciples. It is clear that he apprehended much of the spirit of Jesus and his doctrine of a new birth, but he built this into a theological system, a very subtle and ingenious system, whose appeal to this day is chiefly intellectual. And it is clear that the faith of the Nazarenes, which he found as a doctrine of motive and a way of living, he made into a doctrine of belief. He found the Nazarenes with a spirit and hope, and he left them Christians with the beginning of a creed. But we must refer the reader to the Acts of the Apostles and the Pauline epistles for an account of Paul's mission and teaching. He was a man of enormous energy, and he taught at Jerusalem, Antioch, Athens, Corinth, Ephesus, and Rome. Possibly he went into Spain. The manner of his death is not certainly known, but it is said that he was killed in Rome during the reign of Nero. A great fire had burnt a large part of Rome, and the new sect was accused of causing this. The rapid spread of Christian teaching certainly owes more to Paul than to any other single man. Within 2 decades of the crucifixion, this new religion was already attracting the attention of the Roman rulers in several provinces. If it had acquired a theology in the hands of St. Paul, it still retained much of the revolutionary and elementary quality of the teachings of Jesus. It had become somewhat more tolerant of private property. It would accept wealthy adherents without insisting upon the communization of their riches, and St. Paul has condoned the institution of slavery. Slaves, be obedient to your masters. But it still set its face like flint against certain fundamental institutions of the Roman world. It would not tolerate the godhead of Caesar. Not even by a mute gesture at the altar would the Christians consent to worship the emperor, though their lives were at stake in the matter. It denounced the gladiatorial shows. Unarmed, but possessing enormous powers of passive resistance, Christianity thus appeared at the outset plainly as rebellion, striking at the political, if not at the economic essentials of the imperial system. The first evidences of Christianity in non-Christian literature we find when perplexed Roman officials began to write to one another and exchange views upon the strange problem presented by this infectious rebellion of otherwise harmless people. Much of the history of the Christians in the first 2 centuries of the Christian era is very obscure. They spread far and wide throughout the world, but we know very little of their ideas or their ceremonies and methods during that time. As yet they had no settled creeds, and there can be little doubt that there were wide local variations in their beliefs and disciplines during this formless period. But whatever their local differences, everywhere they seem to have carried much of the spirit of Jesus. And though everywhere they aroused bitter enmity and active counter-propaganda, the very charges made against them witness to the general goodness of their lives. During this indefinite time, a considerable amount of a sort of theocrasia seems to have gone on between the Christian cult and the almost equally popular and widely diffused Mithraic cult, and the cult of Serapis Isis Horus. From the former, it would seem the Christians adopted Sunday as their chief day of worship instead of the Jewish Sabbath, the abundant use of candles in religious ceremonies, the legend of the adoration by the shepherds, and probably also those ideas and phrases, so distinctive of certain sects to this day, about being washed in the blood of Christ, and of Christ being a blood sacrifice. For we have to remember that a death by crucifixion is hardly a more bloody death than hanging. To speak of Jesus shedding his blood for mankind is really a most inaccurate expression. But Mithraism scented upon some now forgotten mysteries about Mithras sacrificing a sacred and benevolent bull. All the Mithraic shrines seem to have contained a figure of Mithras killing this bull, which bleeds copiously, and from this blood a new life sprang. The Mithraist votary actually bathed in the blood of the sacrificial bull and was born again thereby. At his initiation, he went beneath a scaffolding on which the bull was killed, and the blood ran down on him. The contributions of the Alexandrine cult to Christian thought and practices were even more considerable. In the personality of Horus, who was at once the son of Serapis and identical with Serapis, it was natural for the Christians to find an illuminating analog in their struggles with the Pauline mysteries. From that to the identification of Mary with Isis, and her elevation to a rank quasi-divine in spite of the saying of Jesus about his mother and his brothers that we have already quoted was also a very natural step. Natural, too, was it for Christianity to adopt, almost insensibly, the practical methods of the popular religions of the time. Its priests took on the head shaving and the characteristic garments of the Egyptian priests, because that sort of thing seemed to be the right way of distinguishing a priest. One accretion followed another. Almost insensibly, the originally revolutionary teaching was buried under these customary acquisitions. We have already tried to imagine Gautama Buddha returning to Tibet and his amazement at the worship of his own image in Lhasa. We will but suggest the parallel amazement of some earnest Nazarene who had known and followed his dusty and travel-worn master through the dry sunlight of Galilee, restored suddenly to this world and visiting, let us say, a Mass in St. Peter's at Rome, at learning that the consecrated wafer upon the altar was none other than his crucified teacher. Religion in a world community is not many things but one thing, and it was inevitable that all the living religious faiths in the world at the time, and all the philosophy and religious thought that came into contact with Christianity, should come to an account with Christianity and exchange phrases and ideas. The hopes of the early Nazarenes had identified Jesus with the Christ. The brilliant mind of Paul had surrounded his career with mystical significance. Jesus had called men and women to a giant undertaking, to the renunciation of self, to the new birth into the kingdom of love. The line of least resistance for the flagging convert was to intellectualize himself away from this plain doctrine, this stark proposition, into complicated theories and ceremonies that would leave his essential self alone. How much easier is it to sprinkle oneself with blood than to purge oneself from malice and competition? To eat bread and drink wine and pretend one had absorbed divinity, to give candles rather than the heart, to shave the head and retain the scheming privacy of the brain inside it. The world was full of such evasive philosophy and theological stuff in the opening centuries of the Christian era. It is not for us here to enlarge upon the distinctive features of Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, Philinism, and the like teachings which abounded in the Alexandrian world. But it was all one world with that in which the early Christians were living. The writings of such men as Origen, Plotinus, and Augustine witness to the inevitable give and take of the time. Jesus called himself the Son of God and also the Son of Man, but he laid little stress on who he was or what he was, and much upon the teachings of the kingdom. In declaring that he was more than a man and divine, Paul and his other followers, whether they were right or wrong, opened up a vast field of argument. Was Jesus God, or had God created him? Was he identical with God or separate from God? It is not the function of the historian to answer such questions, but he is bound to note them, and to note how unavoidable they were, because of the immense influence they have had upon the whole subsequent life of Western mankind. By the 4th century of the Christian era, we find all the Christian communities so agitated and exasperated by tortuous and elusive arguments about the nature of God, as to be largely negligent of the simpler teachings of charity, service, and brotherhood that Jesus had inculcated. The chief views that the historian notices are those of the Arians, the Sabellians, and the Trinitarians. The Arians followed Arius, who taught that Christ was less than God. The Sabellians taught that he was a mode or aspect of God. God was creator, savior, and comforter, just as one man may be father, trustee, and guest. The Trinitarians, of whom Athanasius was the great leader, taught that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost were three distinct persons, but one God. The reader is referred to the Athanasian Creed for the exact expression of the latter mystery, and for the alarming consequences to him of any failure to grasp and believe it. To Gibbon he must go for a derisive statement of these controversies. The present writer can deal with them neither with awe nor derision. They seem to him, he must confess, a disastrous ebullition of the human mind entirely inconsistent with the plain account of Jesus preserved for us in the Gospels. Orthodoxy became a test not only for Christian office, but for Christian trade and help. A small point of doctrine might mean affluence or beggary to a man. It is difficult to read the surviving literature of the time without a strong sense of the dogmatism, the spites, rivalries, and pedantries of the men who tore Christianity to pieces for the sake of these theological refinements. Most of the Trinitarian disputants for it is chiefly Trinitarian documents that survive accuse their antagonists, probably with truth, of mean and secondary motives, but they do so in a manner that betrays their own base spirit very clearly. Arius, for example, is accused of heretical opposition because he was not appointed bishop of Alexandria. Riots and excommunications and banishments punctuated these controversies, and finally came official persecutions. These fine differences about the constitution of the deity interwove with politics and international disputes. Men who quarreled over business affairs, wives who wished to annoy their husbands, developed antagonistic views upon this exalted theme. Most of the barbarian invaders of the empire were Arians, probably because their simple minds found the Trinitarian position incomprehensible. It is easy for the skeptic to mock at these disputes. But even if we think that these attempts to say exactly how God was related to himself were presumptuous and intellectually monstrous, nevertheless we are bound to recognize that beneath these preposterous refinements of impossible dogmas, there lay often a real passion for truth even if it was truth ill-conceived. Both sides produced genuine martyrs. And the zeal of these controversies, though it is a base and often malicious zeal, did at any rate make the Christian sects very energetically propagandist and educational. Moreover, because the history of the Christian body in the 4th and 5th centuries is largely a record of these unhappy disputes, that must not blind us to the fact that the spirit of Jesus did live and ennoble many lives among the Christians. The text of the Gospels, though it was probably tampered with during this period, was not destroyed, and Jesus of Nazareth, in his own manifest inimitable greatness, still taught through that text. Nor did these unhappy quarrels prevent Christianity from maintaining a united front against gladiatorial shows and against slavery, and against the degrading worship of idols and of the god Caesar. Section 6. So far as it challenged the divinity of Caesar and the characteristic institutions of the empire, Christianity is to be regarded as a rebellious and disintegrating movement, and so it was regarded by most of the emperors before Constantine the Great. It encountered considerable hostility, and at last systematic attempts to suppress it. Decius was the first emperor to organize an official persecution, and the great era of the martyrs was in the time of Diocletian, 303 and following years. The persecution of Diocletian was indeed the crowning struggle of the old idea of the god emperor against the already great and powerful organization that denied his divinity. Diocletian had reorganized the monarchy upon lines of extreme absolutism. He had abolished the last vestiges of republican institutions. He was the first emperor to surround himself completely with the awe-inspiring etiquette of an Eastern monarch. He was forced by the logic of his assumptions to attempt the complete eradication of a system that flatly denied them. The test in the persecution was that the Christian was required to offer sacrifice to the emperor. Though Diocletian, still averse to the effusion of blood, had moderated the fury of Galerius, who proposed that everyone refusing to offer sacrifice should immediately be burnt alive. The penalties inflicted on the obstinacy of the Christians might be deemed sufficiently rigorous and effectual. It was enacted that their churches, in all the provinces of the empire, should be demolished to their foundations, and the punishment of death was denounced against all who should presume to hold any secret assemblies for the purpose of religious worship. The philosophers, who now assumed the unworthy office of directing the blind zeal of persecution, had diligently studied the nature and genius of the Christian religion. And as they were not ignorant that the speculative doctrines of the faith were supposed to be contained in the writings of the prophets, of the evangelists, and of the apostles, they most probably suggested the order, that the bishops and presbyters should deliver all their sacred books into the hands of the magistrates, who were commanded, under the severest penalties, to burn them in a public and solemn manner. By the same edict, the property of the church was at once confiscated, and the several parts of which it might consist were either sold to the highest bidder, united to the imperial domain, bestowed on the cities or corporations, or granted to the solicitations of rapacious courtiers. After taking such effectual measures to abolish the worship, and to dissolve the government of the Christians, it was thought necessary to subject to the most intolerable hardships the condition of those perverse individuals who should still reject the religion of nature, of Rome, and of their ancestors. Persons of a liberal birth were declared incapable of holding any honors or employments. Slaves were forever deprived of the hopes of freedom, and the whole body of the Christians were put out of the protection of the law. The judges were authorized to hear and to determine every action that was brought against a Christian. But the Christians were not permitted to complain of any injury which they themselves had suffered, and those unfortunate sectaries were exposed to the severity, while they were excluded from the benefits, of public justice. This edict was scarcely exhibited to the public view, in the most conspicuous place in Nicomedia, before it was torn down by the hands of a Christian, who expressed at the same time, by the bitterest of invectives, his contempt as well as abhorrence for such impious and tyrannical governors. His offense, according to the mildest laws, amounted to treason and deserved death, and if it be true that he was a person of rank and education, those circumstances could serve only to aggravate his guilt. He was burnt, or rather roasted, by a slow fire, and his executioners, zealous to revenge the personal insult which had been offered to the emperors, exhausted every refinement of cruelty without being able to subdue his patience, or to alter the steady and insulting smile which in his dying agonies he still preserved in his countenance. So with the death of this unnamed martyr the great persecution opened. But, as Gibbon points out, our information as to its severity is of very doubtful value. He estimates the total of victims as about 2,000 and contrasts this with the known multitudes of Christians martyred by their fellow Christians during the period of the Reformation. Gibbon was strongly prejudiced against Christianity, and here he seems disposed to minimize the fortitude and sufferings of the Christians. In many provinces, no doubt, there must have been a great reluctance to enforce the edict. But there was a systematic hunt for the copies of Holy Writ, and in many places, a systematic destruction of Christian churches. There were tortures and executions, as well as a great crowding of the jails with Christian presbyters and bishops. We have to remember that the Christian community was now a very considerable element of the population, and that an influential proportion of the officials charged with the execution of the edict were themselves of the proscribed faith. Galerius, who was in control of the eastern provinces, was among the most vigorous of the persecutors, but in the end, on his deathbed, 371, he realized the futility of his attacks upon this huge community and granted toleration in an edict, the gist of which Gibbon translates as follows. Among the important cares which have occupied our mind for the utility and preservation of the empire, it was our intention to correct and re-establish all things according to the ancient laws and public discipline of the Romans. We were particularly desirous of reclaiming into the way of reason and nature the deluded Christians who had renounced the religion and ceremonies instituted by their fathers, and presumptuously despising the practice of antiquity, had invented extravagant laws and opinions according to the dictates of their fancy, and had collected a various society from the different provinces of our empire. The edicts which we have published to enforce the worship of the gods having exposed many of the Christians to danger and distress, many having suffered death, and many more who still persist in their impious folly, being left destitute of any public exercise of religion, we are disposed to extend to those unhappy men the effects of our wonted clemency. We permit them, therefore, freely to profess their private opinions and to assemble in their conventicles without fear or molestation, provided always that they preserve a due respect to the established laws and government. By another rescript, we shall signify our intentions to the judges and magistrates, and we hope that our indulgence will engage the Christians to offer up their prayers to the deity whom they adore, for our safety and prosperity, for their own, and for that of the Republic. In a few years Constantine the Great was reigning, first as associated emperor, 312, and then as the sole ruler, 324, and the sever trials of Christianity were over. If Christianity was a rebellious and destructive force towards a pagan Rome, it was a unifying and organizing force within its own communion. This fact the genius of Constantine grasped. The spirit of Jesus, for all the doctrinal dissensions that prevailed, made a great Freemasonry throughout and even beyond the limits of the empire. The faith was spreading among the barbarians beyond the border. It had extended into Persia and Central Asia. It provided the only hope of moral solidarity he could discern in the great welter of narrow views and self-seeking over which he had to rule. It, and it alone, had the facilities for organizing will, for the need of which the empire was falling to pieces like a piece of rotten cloth. In 312, Constantine had to fight for Rome and his position against Maxentius. He put the Christian monogram upon the shields and banners of his troops, and claimed that the God of the Christians had fought for him in his complete victory at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge just outside Rome. By this act, he renounced all those pretensions to divinity that the vanity of Alexander the Great had first brought into the Western world. And with the applause and enthusiastic support of the Christians, he established himself as a monarch more absolute even than Diocletian. In a few years, Christianity had become the official religion of the empire, and in AD 337 Constantine, upon his deathbed, was baptized as a Christian. Section 7. The figure of Constantine the Great is at least as cardinal in history as that of Alexander the Great or Augustus Caesar. We know very little of his personality or of his private life. No Plutarch, no Suetonius, has preserved any intimate and living details about him. Abuse we have of him from his enemies, and much obviously fulsome panegyric to set against it. But none of these writers give us a living character of him. He is a party symbol for them, a partisan flag. It is stated by the hostile Zosimus that, like Sargon I, he was of illegitimate birth. His father was a distinguished general, and his mother, Helena, an innkeeper's daughter of Nish in Serbia. Gibbon, however, is of opinion that there was a valid marriage. In any case, it was a lowly marriage, and the personal genius of Constantine prevailed against serious disadvantages. He was comparatively illiterate, he knew little or no Greek. It appears to be true that he banished his eldest son Crispus, and caused him to be executed at the instigation of the young man's stepmother, Fausta. And it is also recorded that he was afterwards convinced of the innocence of Crispus, and caused Fausta to be executed according to one account by being boiled to death in her bath, and according to another by being exposed naked to wild beasts on a desolate mountain. While there is also very satisfactory documentary evidence that she survived him. If she was executed, the fact remains that her 3 sons, together with 2 nephews, became the appointed heirs of Constantine. Clearly there is nothing solid to be got from this libelous tangle, and such soufflé as is possible with these scanty materials is to be found admirably done by Gibbon, chapter Roman 18. Gibbon, because of his anti-Christian animus, is hostile to Constantine, but he admits that he was temperate and chaste. He accuses him of prodigality because of his great public buildings, and of being vain and dissolute. Because in his old age he wore a wig, Gibbon wore his own hair tied, with a becoming black bow and a diadem and magnificent robes. But all the later emperors after Diocletian wore diadems and magnificent robes. But if the personality of Constantine the Great remains phantom-like, if the particulars of his domestic life reveal nothing but a vague tragedy, we can still guess at much that was in his mind. It must, in the closing years of his life, have been a very lonely mind. He was more of an autocrat than any previous emperor had been, that is to say, he had less counsel and help. No class of public-spirited and trustworthy men remained. No senate nor council shared and developed his schemes. How much he apprehended the geographical weakness of the empire, how far he saw the complete disaster that was now so near, we can only guess. He made his real capital at Nicomedia in Bithynia. Constantinople across the Bosphorus was still being built when he died. Like Diocletian, he seems to have realized the broken-backed outline of his dominions, and to have concentrated his attention on foreign affairs and more particularly on the affairs of Hungary, South Russia, and the Black Sea. He reorganized all the official machinery of the empire, he gave it a new constitution, and sought to establish a dynasty. He was a restless remaker of things, the social confusion he tried to fix by assisting in the development of a caste system. This was following up the work of his great predecessor Diocletian. He tried to make a caste of the peasants and small cultivators, and to restrict them from moving from their holdings. In fact, he sought to make them serfs. The supply of slave labor had fallen off because the empire was no longer an invading, but an invaded power. He turned to serfdom as the remedy. His creative efforts necessitated unprecedentedly heavy taxation. All these things point to a lonely and forcible mind. It is in his manifest understanding of the need of some unifying moral force, if the empire was to hold together, that his claim to originality lies. It was only after he had turned to Christianity that he seems to have realized the fierce dissensions of the theologians. He made a great effort to reconcile these differences in order to have one uniform and harmonious teaching in the community, and at his initiative, a general council of the church was held at Nicaea, a town near Nicomedia and over against Constantinople, in 325. Eusebius gives a curious account of this strange gathering, over which the emperor, although he was not yet a baptized Christian, presided. It was not his first council of the church, for he had already, in 313, presided over a council at Arles. He sat in the midst of the council of Nicaea upon a golden throne, and as he had little Greek, we must suppose he was reduced to watching the countenances and gestures of the debaters and listening to their intonations. The council was a stormy one. When old Arius rose to speak, one Nicholas of Myra struck him in the face, and afterwards many ran out, thrusting their fingers into their ears in affected horror at the old man's heresies. One is tempted to imagine the great emperor, deeply anxious for the soul of his empire, firmly resolved to end these divisions, bending towards his interpreters to ask them the meaning of the uproar. The views that prevailed at Nicaea are embodied in the Nicene Creed, a strictly Trinitarian statement, and the emperor sustained the Trinitarian position. But afterwards, when Athanasius bore too hardly upon the Arians, he had him banished from Alexandria. And when the church at Alexandria would have excommunicated Arius, he obliged it to readmit him to communion. Section 8. This date, 325 AD, is a very convenient date in our history. It is the date of the first complete general, ecumenical, council of the entire Christian world. That at Arles, we have mentioned, had been a gathering of only the western half. It marks the definite entry upon the stage of human affairs of the Christian Church and of Christianity as it is generally understood in the world today. It marks the exact definition of Christian teaching by the Nicene Creed. It is necessary that we should recall the reader's attention to the profound differences between this fully developed Christianity of Nicaea and the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. All Christians hold that the latter is completely contained in the former, but that is a question outside our province. What is clearly apparent is that the teaching of Jesus of Nazareth was a prophetic teaching of the new type that began with the Hebrew prophets. It was not priestly, it had no consecrated temple and no altar. It had no rites and ceremonies. Its sacrifice was a broken and a contrite heart. Its only organization was an organization of preachers, and its chief function was the sermon. But the fully fledged Christianity of the 4th century, though it preserved as its nucleus the teachings of Jesus in the Gospels, was mainly a priestly religion of a type already familiar to the world for thousands of years. The center of its elaborate ritual was an altar, and the essential act of worship the sacrifice by a consecrated priest of the Mass. And it had a rapidly developing organization of deacons, priests, and bishops. But if Christianity had taken on an extraordinary outward resemblance to the cults of Serapis, Ammon, or Bel Marduk, we must remember that even its priestcraft had certain novel features. Nowhere did it possess any quasi-divine image of God. There was no head temple containing the God, because God was everywhere. There was no Holy of Holies. Its widespread altars were all addressed to the unseen universal Trinity. Even in its most archaic aspects, there was in Christianity something new. A very important thing for us to note is the role played by the emperor in the fixation of Christianity. Not only was the Council of Nicaea assembled by Constantine the Great, but all the great councils, the two at Constantinople, 381 and 553, Ephesus, 431, and Chalcedon, 451, were called together by the imperial power. And it is very manifest that in much of the history of Christianity at this time, the spirit of Constantine the Great is as evident or more evident than the spirit of Jesus. He was, we have said, a pure autocrat. The last vestiges of Roman republicanism had vanished in the days of Aurelian and Diocletian. To the best of his lights, he was trying to remake the crazy empire while there was yet time, and he worked without any counselors, any public opinion, or any sense of the need of such aids and checks. The idea of stamping out all controversy and division, stamping out all thought, by imposing one dogmatic creed upon all believers, is an altogether autocratic idea. It is the idea of the single-handed man who feels that to work at all he must be free from opposition and criticism. The history of the Church under his influence becomes now therefore a history of the violent struggles that were bound to follow upon his sudden and rough summons to unanimity. From him, the Church acquired the disposition to be authoritative and unquestioned, to develop a centralized organization and run parallel to the empire. A second great autocrat who presently contributed to the stamping upon Catholic Christianity of a distinctly authoritative character was Theodosius I, Theodosius the Great, 379–395. He forbade the unorthodox to hold meetings, handed over all churches to the Trinitarians, and overthrew the heathen temples throughout the empire, and in 390 he caused the great statue of Serapis at Alexandria to be destroyed. There was to be no rivalry, no qualification to the rigid unity of the Church. Here we cannot tell of the vast internal troubles of the Church, its indigestions of heresy, of Arians and Paulicians, of Gnostics and Manichaeans. Had it been less authoritative and more tolerant of intellectual variety, it might perhaps have been a still more powerful body than it became. But in spite of all these disorders, it did for some time maintain a conception of human unity more intimate and far wider than was ever achieved before. By the 5th century, Christendom was already becoming greater, sturdier, and more enduring than any empire had ever been because it was something not merely imposed upon them, but interwoven with the texture of their minds. It reached out far beyond the utmost limits of the empire, into Armenia, Persia, Abyssinia, Ireland, Germany, India, and Turkestan. Though made up of widely scattered congregations, it was thought of as one body of Christ, one people of God. This ideal unity found expression in many ways. Intercommunication between the various Christian communities was very active. Christians upon a journey were always sure of a warm welcome and hospitable entertainment from their fellow disciples. Messengers and letters were sent freely from one church to another. Missionaries and evangelists went continually from place to place. Documents of various kinds, including gospels and apostolic epistles, circulated widely. Thus, in various ways, the feeling of unity found expression, and the development of widely separated parts of Christendom conformed more or less closely to a common type. Christendom retained at least the formal tradition of this general unity of spirit until 1054, when the Latin-speaking Western Church and the main and original Greek-speaking Church, the Orthodox Church, severed themselves from one another, ostensibly upon the question of adding 2 words to the creed. The older creed had declared that the Holy Ghost proceeded from the Father. The Latins wanted to add, and did add, filioque, equals, and from the Son, and placed the Greeks out of their communion because they would not follow this lead. But already as early as the 5th century, the Christians in eastern Syria, Persia, Central Asia there were churches at Merv, Herat, and Samarkand and India had detached themselves on a similar score. These extremely interesting Asiatic Christians are known in history as the Nestorian Church, and their influence extended into China. The Egyptian and Abyssinian churches also detached themselves very early upon similarly inexplicable points. Long before this formal separation of the Latin and Greek-speaking halves of the main church, however, there was a practical separation following upon the breaking up of the empire. Their conditions diverged from the first. While the Greek-speaking Eastern Empire held together and the emperor at Constantinople remained dominant in the church, the Latin half of the empire, as we have already told, collapsed and left the church free of any such imperial control. Moreover, while ecclesiastical authority in the Empire of Constantinople was divided between the high bishops or patriarchs of Constantinople, Antioch, Alexandria, and Jerusalem, authority in the West was concentrated in the patriarch or pope of Rome. The Bishop of Rome had always been recognized as first among the patriarchs, and all these things conspired to justify exceptional pretensions upon his part to a quasi-imperial authority. With the final fall of the Western Empire, he took over the ancient title of Pontifex Maximus, which the emperors had held, and so became the supreme sacrificial priest of the Roman tradition. Over the Christians of the West, his supremacy was fully recognized, but from the beginning, it had to be urged with discretion within the dominions of the Eastern Emperor and the jurisdictions of the other 4 patriarchs. Ideas of worldly rule by the Church were already prevalent in the 4th century. Saint Augustine, a citizen of Hippo in North Africa, who wrote between 354 and 430, gave expression to the developing political ideas of the Church in his book The City of God. The City of God represents the possibility of making the world into a theological and organized kingdom of heaven. The city, as Augustine puts it, is a spiritual society of the predestined faithful, but the step from that to a political application was not a very wide one. The Church was to be the ruler of the world over all nations, the divinely led ruling power over a great league of terrestrial states. In later years, these ideas developed into a definite political theory and policy. As the barbarian races settled and became Christian, the Pope began to claim an overlordship of their kings. In a few centuries, the Pope had become in theory, and to a certain extent in practice, the high priest, censor, judge, and divine monarch of Christendom. His influence extended in the West far beyond the utmost range of the old empire, to Ireland, Norway, and Sweden, and over all Germany. For more than 1,000 years, this idea of the unity of Christendom as a sort of vast amphictyony, whose members even in wartime were restrained from many extremities by the idea of a common brotherhood and a common loyalty, to the Church dominated Europe. The history of Europe from the 5th century onward to the 15th is very largely the history of the failure of this great idea of a divine world government to realize itself in practice. Section 9. We have already given an account in the previous chapter of the chief eruptions of the barbarian races. We may now, with the help of a map, make a brief review of the political divisions of Europe at the close of the 5th century. No vestige of the Western Empire, the original Roman Empire, remained as such. Over many parts of Europe, a sort of legendary overlordship of the Hellenic Eastern Empire held its place in men's minds. The emperor at Constantinople was, in theory at least, still emperor. In Britain, the quite barbaric Teutonic Angles, Saxons, and Jutes had conquered the eastern half of England. In the west of the island, the Britons still held out, but were gradually being forced back into Wales and Cornwall. The Anglo-Saxons seem to have been among the most ruthless and effective of barbarian conquerors, for wherever they prevailed, their language completely replaced the Celtic or Latin speech. It is not certain which used by the British. These Anglo-Saxons were as yet not Christianized. Most of Gaul, Holland, and the Rhineland was under the fairly vigorous, Christianized, and much more civilized kingdom of the Franks. But the Rhone Valley was under the separate kingdom of the Burgundians. Spain and some of the south of France were under the rule of the Visigoths, but the Suevi were in possession of the northwest corner of the peninsula. Of the Vandal kingdom in Africa, we have already written, and Italy, still in its population and habits Roman, came under the rule of the Ostrogoths. There was no emperor in Rome, but Theodoric I ruled there as the first of a line of Gothic kings, and his rule extended across the Alps into Pannonia and down the Adriatic to Dalmatia and Serbia. To the east of the Gothic kingdom, the emperors of Constantinople ruled definitely. The Bulgars were still at this time a Mongolian tribe of horse-riding nomads in the region of the Volga. The Aryan Serbs had recently come southward to the shores of the Black Sea into the original home of the Visigoths. The Turco-Finnish Magyars were not yet in Europe. The Lombards were as yet north of the Danube. The 6th century was marked by a phase of vigor on the part of the Eastern Empire under the Emperor Justinian, 527–565. The Vandal kingdom was recovered in 534. The Goths were expelled from Italy in 553. So soon as Justinian was dead, 565, the Lombards descended into Italy and settled in Lombardy, but they left Ravenna, Rome, southern Italy, and North Africa under the rule of the Eastern Empire. Such was the political condition of the world in which the idea of Christendom developed. The daily life of that time was going on at a very low level indeed physically, intellectually, and morally. It is frequently said that Europe in the 6th and 7th centuries relapsed into barbarism, but that does not express the reality of the case very well. Barbarism is a social order of an elementary type, orderly within its limits. The state of Europe beneath its political fragmentation was a social disorder. Its morale was not that of a kraal, but that of a slum. In a savage kraal, a savage knows that he belongs to a community and lives and acts accordingly. In a slum, the individual neither knows of nor acts in relation to any greater being. Only very slowly and weakly did Christianity restore that lost sense of community and teach men to rally about the idea of Christendom. The social and economic structure of the Roman Empire was in ruins. That civilization had been a civilization of wealth and political power, sustained by the limitation and slavery of the great mass of mankind. It had presented a spectacle of outward splendor and luxurious refinement, but beneath that brave outward show were cruelty, stupidity, and stagnation. It had to break down, it had to be removed before anything better could replace it. We have already called attention to its intellectual deadness. For 3 centuries, it had produced neither science nor literature. It is only where men are to be found neither too rich and powerful to be tempted into extravagant indulgences, nor too poor, and limited to care for anything beyond the daily need, that those disinterested curiosities and serene impulses can have play that gives sane philosophy and science and great art to the world. And the plutocracy of Rome had made such a class impossible. When men and women are unlimited and unrestrained, the evidence of history shows clearly that they are all liable to become monsters of self-indulgence. When, on the other hand, they are driven and unhappy, Then their impulse is towards immoderate tragical resorts, towards wild revolts, or towards the austerities and intensities of religion. It is not perhaps true to say that the world became miserable in these dark ages to which we have now come. Much nearer the truth is it to say that the violent and vulgar fraud of Roman imperialism, that world of politicians, adventurers, landowners, and financiers, collapsed into a sea of misery that was already there. Our histories of these times are very imperfect. There were few places where men could write, and little encouragement to write at all. No one was sure even of the safety of his manuscript or the possibility of its being read. But we know enough to tell that this age was an age not merely of war and robbery, but of famine and pestilence. No effective sanitary organization had yet come into the world, and the migrations of the time must have destroyed whatever hygienic balance had been established. Attila's ravages in North Italy were checked by an outbreak of fever in 452. There was a great epidemic of bubonic plague towards the end of the reign of Justinian, 565, which did much to weaken the defense of Italy against the Lombards. In 543, 10,000 people had died in one day in Constantinople. Gibbon says, each day. Plague was raging in Rome in 590. The 7th century was also a plague-stricken century. The Englishman Bede, one of the few writers of the time, records pestilences in England in 664, 672, 678, and 683, no fewer than 24 years. Gibbon couples the Justinian epidemic with the Great Comet of 531, and with the very frequent and serious earthquakes of that reign. Many cities of the East were left vacant, and in several districts of Italy the harvest and the vintage withered on the ground. He alleges a visible decrease of the human species which has never been made good in some of the fairest countries of the globe. To many in those dark days, it seemed that all learning and all that made life seemly and desirable was perishing. How far the common lot was unhappier under these conditions of squalor and insecurity than it had been under the grinding order of the imperial system, it is impossible to say. There was possibly much local variation, the rule of violent bullies here and a good-tempered freedom there, famine this year and plenty the next. If robbers abounded, tax-gatherers and creditors had disappeared. Such kings as those of the Frankish and Gothic kingdoms were really phantom rulers to most of their so-called subjects. The life of each district went on at a low level, with little trade or travel. Greater or lesser areas of countryside would be dominated by some able person, claiming with more or less justice the title of lord or count or duke from the tradition of the later empire or from the king. Such local nobles would assemble bands of retainers and build themselves strongholds. Often they adapted pre-existing buildings. The Colosseum at Rome, for example, the arena of many great gladiatorial shows, was converted into a fortress, and so was the amphitheater at Arles. So also was the great tomb of Hadrian at Rome. In the decaying and now insanitary towns and cities, shrunken bodies of artisans would hold together and serve the needs of the cultivating villages about them by their industry, placing themselves under the protection of some adjacent noble. Section 10. A very important share in the social recrystallization that went on in the 6th and 7th centuries, after the breakdown and fusion of the 4th and 5th, was taken by the Christian monastic orders that were now arising in the Western world. Monasteries had existed in the world before Christianity. During the period of social unhappiness among the Jews before the time of Jesus of Nazareth, there was a sect of Essenes who lived apart in communities vowed to austere lives of solitude, purity, and self-denial. Buddhism, too, had developed its communities of men who withdrew from the general effort and commerce of the world to lead lives of austerity and contemplation. Indeed, the story of Buddha, as we have told it, shows that such ideas must have prevailed in India long before his time, and that at last he repudiated them. Quite early in the history of Christianity, there arose a similar movement away from the competition and heat and stress of the daily life of men. In Egypt, particularly great numbers of men and women went out into the desert, and there lived solitary lives of prayer and contemplation, living in absolute poverty in caves or under rocks, and subsisting on the chance alms of those whom their holiness impressed. Such lives would signify little to the historian. They are indeed of their very nature lives withdrawn from history. Were it not for the turn this monastic tendency, presently took among the more energetic and practical Europeans. One of the central figures in the story of the development of monasticism in Europe is Saint Benedict, who lived between 480 and 544. He was born at Spoleto in Italy, and he was a young man of good family and ability. The shadow of the times fell upon him, and like Buddha, he took to the religious life and at first set no limit to his austerities. 50 miles from Rome is Subiaco, and there at the end of a gorge of the Anio, beneath a jungle growth of weeds and bushes, rose a deserted palace built by the Emperor Nero, overlooking an artificial lake that had been made in those days of departed prosperity by damming back the waters of the river. Here, with a hair shirt as his chief possession, Benedict took up his quarters in a cave in the high southward-looking cliff that overhangs the stream, in so inaccessible a position that his food had to be lowered to him on a cord by a faithful admirer. 3 years he lived here, and his fame spread as Buddha's did nearly 1,000 years before under similar circumstances. As in the case of Buddha, the story of Benedict has been overlaid by foolish and credulous disciples with a mass of silly stories of miracles and manifestations. But presently we find him, no longer engaged in self-torment, but controlling a group of 12 monasteries and the resort of a great number of people. Youths are brought to him to be educated, and the whole character of his life has changed. From Subiaco, he removed further southward to Monte Cassino, halfway between Rome and Naples, a lonely and beautiful mountain in the midst of a great circle of majestic heights. Here, it is interesting to note that in the 6th century AD, he found a temple of Apollo and a sacred grove and the countryside still worshipping at this shrine. His first labors had to be missionary labors, and it was with difficulty that he persuaded the simple pagans to demolish their temple and cut down their grove. The establishment upon Monte Cassino became a famous and powerful center within the lifetime of its founder. Mixed up with the imbecile inventions of marvel-loving monks about demons exorcised, disciples walking on the water, and dead children restored to life, we can still detect something of the real spirit of Benedict. Particularly significant are the stories that represent him as discouraging extreme mortification. He sent a damping message to a solitary who had invented a new degree in saintliness by chaining himself to a rock in a narrow cave. "Break thy chain," said Benedict, "for the true servant of God is chained not to rocks by iron, but to righteousness by Christ." And next to the discouragement of solitary self-torture, it is Benedict's distinction that he insisted upon hard work. Through the legends shines the clear indication of the trouble made by his patrician students and disciples who found themselves obliged to toil instead of leading lives of leisurely austerity under the ministrations of the lower-class brethren. A third remarkable thing about Benedict was his political influence. He set himself to reconcile Goths and Italians, and it is clear that Totila, his Gothic king, came to him for counsel and was greatly influenced by him. When Totila retook Naples from the Greeks, the Goths protected the women from insult and treated even the captured soldiers with humanity. When Belisarius, Justinian's general, had taken the same place 10 years previously, he had celebrated his triumph by a general massacre. Now the monastic organization of Benedict was a very great beginning in the Western world. One of his prominent followers was Pope Gregory the Great, 546–4, the first monk to become Pope, 590. He was one of the most capable and energetic of the popes, sending successful missions to the unconverted and particularly to the Anglo-Saxons. He ruled in Rome like an independent king, organizing armies, making treaties. It is clear that Augustine's city of God was a very real thing to him. To his influence is due the imposition of the Benedictine rule upon nearly the whole of Latin monasticism. Closely associated with these two names in the development of a civilizing monasticism, out of the merely egotistic mortifications of the early recluses, is that of Cassiodorus, 495–85. He was evidently much senior to Pope Gregory, and younger by 10 years than Benedict, and like these two, he belonged to a patrician family, a Syrian family settled in Italy. He had a considerable official career under the Gothic kings, and when, between 545 and 553, the overthrow of those kings and the Great Pestilence paved the way for the new barbaric rule of the Lombards, he took refuge in a monastic career. He founded a monastery upon his private estates, and set the monks he gathered to work in quite the Benedictine fashion, though whether his monks actually followed the Benedictine rule that was being formulated about the same time from Monte Cassino, we do not know. But there can be no question of his influence upon the development of this great working, teaching, and studying order. It is evident that he was profoundly impressed by the universal decay of education and the possible loss of all learning and of the ancient literature by the world. And from the first, he directed his brethren to the task of preserving and restoring these things. He collected ancient MSS and caused them to be copied. He made sundials, water clocks, and similar apparatus, a little last gleam of experimental science in the gathering ignorance. He wrote a history of the Gothic kings, and, what is more significant of his sense of the needs of the time, he produced a series of school books on the liberal arts and a grammar. Probably his influence was even greater than that of Saint Benedict in making monasticism into a powerful instrument for the restoration of social order in the Western world. The spread of monasteries of the Benedictine order or type in the 7th and 8th centuries was very considerable. Everywhere we find them as centers of light, restoring, maintaining, and raising the standard of cultivation, preserving some sort of elementary education, spreading useful arts, multiplying and storing books, and keeping before the eyes of the world the spectacle and example of a social backbone. For 8 centuries, thenceforth, the European monastic system remained a system of patches and fibers of enlightenment in what might otherwise have been a wholly chaotic world. Closely associated with the Benedictine monasteries were the schools that grew presently into the medieval universities. The schools of the Roman world had been altogether swept away in the general social breakdown. There was a time when very few priests in Britain or Gaul could read the Gospel or their service books. Only gradually was teaching restored to the world. But when it was restored, it came back not as the duty work of a learned slave, but as the religious service of a special class of devoted men. In the East also, there was a breach of educational continuity, but there the cause was not so much social disorder as religious intolerance, and the break was by no means so complete. Justinian closed and dispersed the schools of Athens, 529, whose origins we have described in chapter Roman 23, section 1 and 2. But he did this very largely in order to destroy a rival to the new school he was setting up in Constantinople, which was more directly under imperial control. Since the new Latin learning of the developing Western universities had no textbooks and literature of its own, it had, in spite of its strong theological bias to the contrary, to depend very largely upon the Latin classics and the Latin translations of the Greek literature. It was obliged to preserve far more of that splendid literature than it had a mind to do. 31. 7 centuries in Asia, circa 50 BC to AD 650. Section 1, Justinian the Great. Section 2, the Sassanid Empire in Persia. Section, the decay of Syria under the Sassanids. Section 4, the first message from Islam. Section 5, Zoroaster and Mani. Section 6, Hunnish peoples in Central Asia and India. Section 7, the Great Age of China. Section 8, Intellectual fetters of China. Section 9, the travels of Yuan Chuang. Section 1. In the preceding 2 chapters, we have concentrated our attention chiefly on the collapse, in the comparatively short space of 4 centuries, of the political and social order of the western part of the great Roman Empire of Caesar and Trajan. We have dwelt upon the completeness of that collapse. To any intelligent and public-spirited mind living in the time and under the circumstances of Saint Benedict or Cassiodorus, it must have seemed, indeed, as if the light of civilization was waning and near extinction. But with the longer views a study of universal history gives us, we can view those centuries of shadow as a phase, and probably a necessary phase, in the onward march of social and political ideas and understandings. And if, during that time, a dark sense of calamity rested upon Western Europe, we must remember that over large portions of the world there was no retrogression. With their Western prepossessions, European writers are much too prone to underrate the tenacity of the Eastern Empire that centered upon Constantinople. This empire embodied a tradition much more ancient than that of Rome. If the reader will look at the map we have given of its extent in the 6th century, and if he will reflect that its official language had then become Greek, he will realize that what we are dealing with here is only nominally a branch of the Roman Empire. It is really the Hellenic Empire of which Herodotus dreamt and which Alexander the Great founded. True, it called itself Roman and its people Romans, and to this day modern Greek is called Romaic. True also that Constantine the Great knew no Greek, and that Justinian's accent was bad. These superficialities of name and form cannot alter the fact that the empire was in reality Hellenic, with a past of 6 centuries at the time of Constantine the Great, and that while the real Roman Empire crumpled up completely in 4 centuries, this Hellenic Roman Empire held out for more than 11, from 312, the beginning of the reign of Constantine the Great, to 1453, when Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks. And while we have had to tell of something like a complete social collapse in the West, there were no such equivalent breakdowns in the East. Towns and cities flourished, the countryside was well cultivated, trade went on. For many centuries, Constantinople was the greatest and richest city in the world. We will not trouble ourselves here with the names and follies, the crimes and intrigues of its tale of emperors. As with most monarchs of great states, they did not guide their empire, they were carried by it. We have already dealt at some length with Constantine the Great, 312–337. We have mentioned Theodosius the Great, 379–395, who for a little while reunited the empire, and Justinian I, 527–565. Presently, we shall tell something of Heraclius, 610–641. Justinian, like Constantine, may have had Slav blood in his veins. He was a man of great ambition and great organizing power, and he had the good fortune to be married to a woman of equal or greater ability, the Empress Theodora, who had in her youth been an actress of doubtful reputation. But his ambitious attempts to restore the ancient greatness of the empire probably overtaxed its resources. As we have told, he reconquered the African province from the Vandals and most of Italy from the Goths. He also recovered the south of Spain. He built the great and beautiful church of St. Sophia in Constantinople, founded a university, and codified the law. But against this, we must set his closing of the schools of Athens. Meanwhile, a great plague swept the world, and at his death, this renewed and expanded empire of his crumpled up again like a blown-out bladder. The greater part of his Italian conquests was lost to the Lombards. Italy was indeed at that time almost a desert. The Lombard historians assert they came into an empty country. The Avars and Slavs struck down from the Danube country towards the Adriatic, Slav populations establishing themselves in what is now Serbia, Croatia, and Dalmatia, to become the Yugoslavs of today. Moreover, a great and exhausting struggle began with the Sassanid Empire in Persia. But before we say anything of this struggle, in which the Persians thrice came near to taking Constantinople, and which was decided by a great Persian defeat at Nineveh, 627, it is necessary to sketch very briefly the history of Persia from the Parthian days. Section 2. We have already drawn a comparison between the brief 4 centuries of Roman imperialism and the obstinate vitality of the imperialism of the Euphrates-Tigris country. We have glanced very transitorily at the Hellenized Bactrian and Seleucid monarchies that flourished in the eastern half of Alexander's area of conquest for 3 centuries, and told how the Parthians came down into Mesopotamia in the last century B.C. We have described the Battle of Carrhae and the end of Crassus. Thereafter, for 2 centuries and a half, the Parthian dynasty of the Arsacids ruled in the east and the Roman in the west, with Armenia and Syria between them, and the boundaries shifted east and west as either side grew stronger. We have marked the utmost eastward extension of the Roman Empire under Trajan. See map to chapter Roman 29. Section 3, and we have noted that about the same time the Indo-Scythians, chapter Roman 29. Section 4, poured down into India. In 227 occurred a revolution, and the Arsacid dynasty gave way to a more vigorous line, the Sassanid, a national Persian line under Ardashir I. In one respect, the empire of Ardashir I presented a curious parallelism with that of Constantine the Great 100 years later. Ardashir attempted to consolidate it by insisting upon religious unity, and adopted as the state religion the old Persian faith of Zoroaster, of which we shall have more to say later. This new Sassanid empire immediately became aggressive, and under Sapor I, the son and successor of Ardashir, took Antioch. We have already noted how the Emperor Valerian was defeated, 260, and taken prisoner. But as Sapor was retiring from a victorious march into Asia Minor, he was fallen upon and defeated by Odenathus, the Arab king of a great desert trading center, Palmyra. For a brief time under Odenathus, and then under his widow Zenobia, Palmyra was a considerable state, wedged between the two empires. Then it fell to the Emperor Aurelian, who carried off Zenobia in chains to grace his triumph at Rome, 272. We will not attempt to trace the fluctuating fortunes of the Sassanids during the next 3 centuries. Throughout that time, war between Persia and the Empire of Constantinople wasted Asia Minor like a fever. Christianity spread widely and was persecuted, for after the Christianization of Rome, the Persian monarch remained the only god monarch on earth, and he saw in Christianity merely the propaganda of his Byzantine rival. Constantinople became the protector of the Christians and Persia of the Zoroastrians. In a treaty of 422, the one empire agreed to tolerate Zoroastrianism and the other Christianity. In 483, the Christians of the East split off from the Orthodox Church and became the Nestorian Church, which, as we have already noted, spread its missionaries far and wide throughout Central and Eastern Asia. This separation from Europe, since it freed the Christian bishops of the East from the rule of the Byzantine patriarchs, and so lifted from the Nestorian Church the suspicion of political disloyalty, led to a complete toleration of Christianity in Persia. With Chosroes, I. 530–1579, came a last period of Sassanid vigor. He was the contemporary and parallel of Justinian. He reformed taxation, restored the orthodox Zoroastrianism, extended his power into southern Arabia, Yemen, which he rescued from the rule of Abyssinian Christians, pushed his northern frontier into western Turkestan, and carried on a series of wars with Justinian. His reputation as an enlightened ruler stood so high that when Justinian closed the schools of Athens, the last Greek philosophers betook themselves to his court. They sought in him the philosopher king that mirage which, as we have noted, Confucius and Plato had sought in their day. The philosophers found the atmosphere of orthodox Zoroastrianism even less to their taste than orthodox Christianity. And in 549, Chosroes had the kindness to insert a clause in an armistice with Justinian, permitting their return to Greece, and ensuring that they should not be molested for their pagan philosophy or their transitory pro-Persian behavior. It is in connection with Chosroes that we hear now of a new Hunnish people in Central Asia, the Turks, who are, we learn, first in alliance with him and then with Constantinople. Chosroes Roman II, 596–28, the grandson of Chosroes I, experienced extraordinary fluctuations of fortune. At the outset of his career, he achieved astonishing successes against the Empire of Constantinople. 3 times in 608, 615, and 627, his armies reached Chalcedon, which is over against Constantinople. He took Antioch, Damascus, and Jerusalem, 614, and from Jerusalem he carried off a cross, said to be the true cross on which Jesus was crucified, to his capital Ctesiphon. But some of this or some other true cross had already got to Rome. It had been brought from Jerusalem, it was said, by the Empress Helena, the idealized and canonized mother of Constantine, a story for which Gibbon displayed small respect. In 619, Chosroes Roman II conquered that facile country, Egypt. This career of conquest was at last arrested by the Emperor Heraclius, 610, who set about restoring the ruined military power of Constantinople. For some time, Heraclius avoided a great battle while he gathered his forces. He took the field in good earnest in 623. The Persians experienced a series of defeats culminating in the Battle of Nineveh, 627, but neither side had the strength for the complete defeat of the other. At the end of the struggle, there was still an undefeated Persian army upon the Bosphorus, although there were victorious Byzantine forces in Mesopotamia. In 628, Chosroes Roman II was deposed and murdered by his son. An indecisive peace was concluded between the two exhausted empires a year or so later, restoring their old boundaries, and the true cross was sent back to Heraclius, who replaced it in Jerusalem with much pomp and ceremony. Section 3. So we give briefly the leading events in the history of the Persian as of the Byzantine Empire. What is more interesting for us, and less easy to give, are the changes that went on in the lives of the general population of those great empires during that time. The present writer can find little of a definite character about the great pestilences that we know swept the world in the 2nd and 6th centuries of this era. Certainly they depleted population, and probably they disorganized social order in these regions just as much as we know they did in the Roman and Chinese empires. The late Sir Mark Sykes, whose untimely death in Paris during the influenza epidemic of 1919 was an irreparable loss to Great Britain, wrote in the Caliph's Last Heritage a vivid review of the general life of Nearer Asia during the period we are considering. In the opening centuries of the present era, he says, "The direction of military administration and imperial finance became entirely divorced in men's minds from practical government. And notwithstanding the vilest tyranny of sots, drunkards, tyrants, lunatics, savages, and abandoned women, who from time to time held the reins of government, Mesopotamia, Babylonia, and Syria contained enormous populations, huge canals and dikes were kept in repair, and commerce and architecture flourished, in spite of a perpetual procession of hostile armies and a continual changing of the nationality of the governor. Each peasant's interest was centered in his ruling town. Each citizen's interest was in the progress and prosperity of his city. And the advent of an enemy's army may have sometimes been looked on even with satisfaction if his victory was assured and the payment of his contracts a matter of certainty. A raid from the north, on the other hand, must have been a matter for dread. Then the villagers had need to take refuge behind the walls of the cities, from whence they could descry the smoke which told of the wreck and damage caused by the nomads. So long, however, as the canals were not destroyed, and indeed they were built with such solidity and caution that their safety was assured, no irreparable damage could be effected. In Armenia and Pontus, the condition of life was quite otherwise. These were mountain districts, containing fierce tribes headed by powerful native nobility under recognized ruling kings, while in the valleys and plains the peaceful cultivator provided the necessary economic resources. Cilicia and Cappadocia were now thoroughly subject to Greek influence and contained numerous wealthy and highly civilized towns, besides possessing a considerable merchant marine. Passing from Cilicia to the Hellespont, the whole Mediterranean coast was crowded with wealthy cities and Greek colonies, entirely cosmopolitan in thought and speech, with those municipal and local ambitions which seem natural to the Grecian character. The Grecian zone extended from Caria to the Bosphorus and followed the coast as far as Sinope on the Black Sea, where it gradually faded away. Syria was broken up into a curious quilt-like pattern of principalities and municipal kingdoms, beginning with the almost barbarous states of Commagene and Edessa, Urfa, in the north. South of these stood Bambyce, with its huge temples and priestly governors. Towards the coast, a dense population in villages and towns clustered around the independent cities of Antioch, Apamea, and Emesa, Homs. While out in the wilderness, the great Semitic merchant city of Palmyra was gaining wealth and greatness as the neutral trading ground between Parthia and Rome. Between the Lebanon and Anti-Lebanon, we find, at the height of its glory, Heliopolis, Baalbek, the battered fragments of which even now command our admiration. Bending in towards Galilee, we find the wondrous cities of Gerasa and Philadelphia, Amman, connected by solid roads of masonry and furnished with gigantic aqueducts. Syria is still so rich in ruins and remains of the period that it is not difficult to picture to oneself the nature of its civilization. The arts of Greece, imported long before, had been developed into magnificence that bordered on vulgarity. The richness of ornamentation, the lavish expense, the flaunting wealth all tell that the tastes of the voluptuous and artistic Semites were then as now. I have stood in the colonnades of Palmyra, and I have dined in the Hotel Cecil, and save that the latter is built of iron, daubed with sham wood, sham stucco, sham gold, sham velvet, and sham stone, the effect is identical. In Syria there were slaves in sufficient quantity to make real buildings, but the artistic spirit is as debased as anything made by machinery. Over against the cities, the village folk must have dwelt pretty much as they do now, in houses of mud and dry stone wall. While out in the distant pastures, the Bedouin tended their flocks in freedom under the rule of the Nabatean kings of their own race, or performed the office of guardians and agents of the great trading caravans. Illustration: cities of Asia Minor, Syria, and Mesopotamia during the first centuries of the Christian era. Beyond the herdsmen lay the parching deserts, which acted as the impenetrable barrier and defense of the Parthian Empire behind the Euphrates, where stood the great cities of Ctesiphon, Seleucia, Hatra, Nisibin, Haran, and hundreds more whose very names are forgotten. These great townships subsisted on the enormous cereal wealth of Mesopotamia, watered as it then was by canals, whose makers' names were even then already lost in the mists of antiquity. Babylon and Nineveh had passed away. The successors of Persia and Macedon had given place to Parthia, but the people and the cultivation were the same as when Cyrus the Conqueror had first subdued the land. The language of many of the towns was Greek, and the cultured citizens of Seleucia might criticize the philosophies and tragedies of Athens. But the millions of the agricultural population knew possibly no more of these things than does many an Essex peasant of today know of what passes in the metropolis. Compare with this the state of affairs at the end of the 7th century. Syria was now an impoverished and stricken land, and her great cities, though still populated, must have been encumbered with ruins which the public funds were not sufficient to remove. Damascus and Jerusalem themselves had not recovered from the effects of long and terrible sieges. Ammon and Jerash had declined into wretched villages under the sway and lordship of the Bedouin. The Horan, perhaps, still showed signs of the prosperity for which it had been noted in the days of Trajan, but the wretched buildings and rude inscriptions of this date all point to a sad and depressing decline. Out in the desert, Palmyra stood empty and desolate save for a garrison in the castle. On the coasts and in the Lebanon, a shadow of the former business and wealth was still to be seen. But in the north, ruin, desolation, and abandonment must have been the common state of the country, which had been raided with unfailing regularity for 100 years and had been held by an enemy for 15. Agriculture must have declined, and the population notably decreased through the plagues and distresses from which it had suffered. Cappadocia had insensibly sunk into barbarism, and the great basilicas and cities, which the rude countrymen could neither repair nor restore, had been leveled with the ground. The Anatolian peninsula had been plowed and harrowed by the Persian armies. The great cities had been plundered and sacked. Section 4. It was while Heraclius was engaged in restoring order in this already desolated Syria, after the death of Chosroes Roman II, and before the final peace with Persia, that a strange message was brought to him. The bearer had ridden over to the imperial outpost at Bostra, in the wilderness south of Damascus. The letter was in Arabic, the obscure Semitic language of the nomadic peoples of the southern desert, and probably only an interpretation reached him presumably with deprecatory notes by the interpreter. It was an odd, florid challenge from someone who called himself Mohammed the Prophet of God. This Mohammed, it appeared, called upon Heraclius to acknowledge the one true God and to serve him. Nothing else was definite in the document. There is no record of the reception of this missive, and presumably it went unanswered. The emperor probably shrugged his shoulders and was faintly amused at the incident. But at Ctesiphon they knew more about this Mohammed. He was said to be a tiresome false prophet who had incited Yemen, the rich province of southern Arabia, to rebel against the King of Kings. Kaved was much occupied with affairs. He had deposed and murdered his father Chosroes Roman II, and he was attempting to reorganize the Persian military forces. To him also came a message identical with that sent to Heraclius. The thing angered him. He tore up the letter, flung the fragments at the envoy, and bade him begone. When this was told to the sender far away in the squalid little town of Medina, he was very angry. "Even so, O Lord," he cried, "rend thou his kingdom from him." AD 628. Section 5. But before we go on to tell of the rise of Islam in the world, it will be well to complete our survey of the condition of Asia in the dawn of the 7th century. And a word or so is due to religious developments in the Persian community during the Sassanid period. From the days of Cyrus onward, Zoroastrianism had prevailed over the ancient gods of Nineveh and Babylon. Zoroaster, the Greek spelling of the Iranian, Zarathustra, like Buddha, was an Aryan. We know nothing of the age in which he lived. Some authorities make him as early as 1000 B.C., Others make him contemporary with Buddha or Confucius, and as little do we know of his place of birth or his exact nationality. His teachings are preserved to us in the Zen-Avesta, but here, since they no longer play any great part in the world's affairs, we cannot deal with them in any detail. The opposition of a good god, Ormuzd, the god of light, truth, frankness, and the sun, and a bad god, Ahriman, god of secrecy, cunning, diplomacy, darkness, and night, formed a very central part of his religion. As we find it in history, it is already surrounded by a ceremonial and sacerdotal system. It has no images, but it has priests, temples, and altars, on which burn a sacred fire, and at which sacrificial ceremonies are performed. Among other distinctive features is its prohibition of either the burning or the burial of the dead. The Parsis of India, the last surviving Zoroastrians, still lay their dead out within certain open towers, the towers of silence to which the vultures come. Under the Sassanid kings from Ardashir onward, 227, this religion was the official religion. Its head was the second person in the state next to the king, and the king in quite the ancient fashion was supposed to be divine or semi-divine and upon terms of peculiar intimacy with Ormuzd. But the religious fermentation of the world did not leave the supremacy of Zoroastrianism undisputed in the Persian Empire. Not only was there a great eastward diffusion of Christianity, to which we have already given notice, but new sects arose in Persia, incorporating the novel ideas of the time. One early variant or branch of Zoroastrianism, Mithraism, we have already named. It had spread into Europe by the 1st century B.C., after the eastern campaigns of Pompey the Great. It became enormously popular with the soldiers and common people, and until the time of Constantine the Great, continued to be a serious rival to Christianity. Indeed, one of his successors, the Emperor Julian, 360–1363, known in Christian history as Julian the Apostate, made a belated attempt to substitute it for the accepted faith. Mithras was a god of light, proceeding from Ormuzd and miraculously born, in much the same way that the third person in the Christian Trinity proceeds from the first. Of this branch of the Zoroastrian stem, we need say no more. In the 3rd century AD, however, another religion, Manichaeism, arose, which deserves some notice now. Mani, the founder of Manichaeism, was born the son of a good family of Ecbatana, the old Median capital, AD 216. He was educated at Ctesiphon. His father was some sort of religious sectary, and he was brought up in an atmosphere of religious discussion. There came to him that persuasion that he at last had the complete light, which is the moving power of all religious initiators. He was impelled to proclaim his doctrine. In AD 242, at the accession of Sapor I, the second Sassanid monarch, he began his teaching. It is characteristic of the way in which men's minds were moving in those days that his teaching included a sort of theocrasia. He was not, he declared, proclaiming anything new. The great religious founders before him had all been right. Moses, Zoroaster, Buddha, Jesus Christ, all had been true prophets, but to him it was appointed to clarify and crown their imperfect and confused teaching. This he did in Zoroastrian language. He explains the perplexities and contradictions of life as a conflict of light and darkness. Ormuzd was God and Ahriman Satan. But how man was created, how he fell from light into darkness, how he is being disentangled and redeemed from the darkness, and of the part played by Jesus in this strange mixture of religions, we cannot explain here even if we would. Our interest with the system is historical and not theological. But of the utmost historical interest is the fact that Mani not only went about Iran preaching these new, and to him these finally satisfying ideas of his, but into Turkestan, into India, and over the passes into China. This freedom of travel is to be noted. It is interesting also because it brings before us the fact that Turkestan was no longer a country of dangerous nomads, but a country in which cities were flourishing and men had the education and leisure for theological argument. The ideas of Mani spread eastward and westward with great rapidity, and they were a most fruitful rootstock of heresies throughout the entire Christian world for nearly 1,000 years. Some when about AD 270 Mani came back to Ctesiphon and made many converts. This brought him into conflict with the official religion and the priesthood. In 277 the reigning monarch had him crucified and his body, for some unknown reason, flayed, and there began a fierce persecution of his adherents. Nevertheless, Manichaeism held its own in Persia with Nestorian Christianity and Orthodox Zoroastrianism, Mazdism, for some centuries. Section 6. It becomes fairly evident that in the 5th and 6th centuries AD, not merely Persia, but the regions that are now Turkestan and Afghanistan were far more advanced in civilization than were the French and English of that time. The obscurity of the history of these regions has been lifted in the last 2 decades, and a very considerable literature written in languages of the Turkish group has been discovered. These extant manuscripts date from the 7th century onward. The alphabet is an adaptation of the Syrian, introduced by Manichaean missionaries and many of the MSS. Discovered parchments have been found in windows in the place of glassar as beautifully written as any Benedictine production. Mixed up with a very extensive Manichaean literature are translations of the Christian scriptures and Buddhistic writings. Much of this early Turkish material still awaits examination. Everything points to the conclusion that those centuries, which were centuries of disaster and retrogression in Europe, were comparatively an age of progress in Middle Asia eastward into China. A steady westward drift to the north of the Caspian of Hunnish peoples, who were now called Tartars and Turks, was still going on in the 6th century, but it must be thought of as an overflow rather than as a migration of whole peoples. The world from the Danube to the Chinese frontiers was still largely a nomadic world, with towns and cities growing up upon the chief trade routes. We need not tell in any detail here of the constant clash of the Turkish peoples of western Turkestan with the Persians to the south of them, the age-long bickering of Turanian and Iranian. We hear nothing of any great northward marches of the Persians, but there were great and memorable raids to the south, both by the Turanians to the east and the Alans to the west of the Caspian, before the big series of movements of the 3rd and 4th century westward that carried the Alans and Huns into the heart of Europe. There was a nomadic drift to the east of Persia and southward through Afghanistan towards India, as well as this drift to the northwest. These streams of nomads flowed by Persia on either side. We have already mentioned the Uikai, chapter Roman 29. Section 4, who finally descended into India as the Indo-Scythians in the 2nd century. A backward, still nomadic section of these Uikai remained in Central Asia and became numerous upon the steppes of Turkestan as the Ephthalites or White Huns. After being a nuisance and a danger to the Persians for 3 centuries, they finally began raiding into India in the footsteps of their kinsmen about the year 470, about a quarter of a century after the death of Attila. They did not migrate into India. They went to and fro, looting in India and returning with their loot to their own country, just as later the Huns established themselves in the Great Plain of the Danube and raided all Europe. The history of India during these 7 centuries we are now reviewing is punctuated by these 2 invasions of the Uikai, the Indo-Scythians who, as we have said, wiped out the last traces of Hellenic rule, and the Ephthalites. Before the former of these, the Indo-Scythians, a wave of uprooted populations, the Sakas, had been pushed, so that altogether India experienced 3 waves of barbaric invasion, about AD 100, about AD 120, and about AD 470. But only the second of these invasions was a permanent conquest and settlement. The Indo-Scythians made their headquarters on the northwest frontier and set up a dynasty, the Kushan dynasty, which ruled most of North India as far east as Benares. The chief among these Kushan monarchs was Kanishka, date unknown, who added to North India Kashgar, Yarkand, and Cotton. Like Asoka, he was a great and vigorous promoter of Buddhism, and these conquests, this great empire of the northwest frontier, must have brought India into close and frequent relations with China and Tibet. We will not trouble to record here the divisions and coalescences of power in India, nor the dynasties that followed the Kushans, because these things signify very little to us from our present point of view. Sometimes all India was a patchwork quilt of states. Sometimes such empires as that of the Guptas prevailed over great areas. These things made little difference in the ideas, the religion, and the ordinary way of life of the Indian peoples. Brahmanism held its own against Buddhism, and the 2 religions prospered side by side. The mass of the population was living then very much as it lives today, dressing, cultivating, and building its houses in much the same fashion. The eruption of the Ephthalites is memorable not so much because of its permanent effects as because of the atrocities perpetrated by the invaders. These Ephthalites very closely resembled the Huns of Attila in their barbarism. They merely raided, they produced no such dynasty as the Kushan monarchy, and their chiefs retained their headquarters in western Turkestan. Mihragula, their most capable leader, has been called the Attila of India. One of his favorite amusements, we are told, was the expensive one of rolling elephants down precipitous places in order to watch their sufferings. His abominations roused his Indian tributary princes to revolt, and he was overthrown, 528. But the final ending of the Ephthalite raids into India was effected not by Indians, but by the destruction of the central establishment of the Ephthalites on the Oxus, 565, by the growing power of the Turks, working in alliance with the Persians. After this breakup, the Ephthalites dissolved very rapidly and completely into the surrounding populations, much as the European Huns did after the death of Attila 100 years earlier. Nomads without central grazing lands must disperse. Nothing else is possible. Some of the chief Rajput clans of today in Rajputana in North India are descended, it is said, from these white Huns. Section 7. These 7 centuries, which saw the beginning and the end of the emperors in Rome, and the complete breakdown and recasting of the social, economic, political, and religious life of Western Europe, saw also very profound changes in the Chinese world. It is too commonly assumed by both Chinese, Japanese, and European historians that the Han Dynasty, under which we find China at the beginning of this period, and the Tang Dynasty, with which it closed, were analogous ascendancies controlling a practically similar empire, and that the 4 centuries of division that elapsed between the end of the Han Dynasty, 220, and the beginning of the Tang period, 619, were centuries of disturbance rather than essential change. The divisions of China are supposed to be merely political and territorial, and, deceived by the fact that at the close as at the commencement of these 4 centuries, China occupied much the same wide extent of Asia, and was still recognizably China, still with a common culture, a common script, and a common body of ideas. They ignore the very fundamental breaking down and reconstruction that went on, and the many parallelisms to the European experience that China displayed. It is true that the social collapse was never so complete in the Chinese as in the European world. There remained throughout the whole period considerable areas in which the elaboration of the arts of life could go on. There was no such complete deterioration in cleanliness, decoration, artistic, and literary production as we have to record in the West, and no such abandonment of any search for grace and pleasure. We note, for instance, that tea appeared in the world, and its use spread throughout China. China began to drink tea in the 6th century AD, and there were Chinese poets to write delightfully about the effects of the first cup and the second cup and the third cup, and so on. China continued to produce beautiful paintings long after the fall of the Han rule. In the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th centuries, some of the most lovely landscapes were painted that have ever been done by men. A considerable production of beautiful vases and carvings also continued. Fine building and decoration went on. Printing from wood blocks began about the same time as tea drinking, and with the 7th century came a remarkable revival of poetry. Certain differences between the great empires of the East and West were all in favor of the stability of the former. China had no general coinage. The cash and credit system of the Western world, at once efficient and dangerous, had not strained her economic life. Not that the monetary idea was unknown. For small transactions, the various provinces were using perforated zinc and brass cash, but for larger there was nothing but stamped ingots of silver. This great empire was still carrying on most of its business on a basis of barter like that which prevailed in Babylon in the days of the Aramean merchants. And so, it continued to do to the dawn of the 20th century. We have seen how under the Roman Republic economic and social order was destroyed by the too great fluidity of property that money brought about. Money became abstract and lost touch with the real values it was supposed to represent. Individuals and communities got preposterously into debt, and the world was saddled by a class of rich men who were creditors, men who did not handle and administer any real wealth, but who had the power to call up money. No such development of finance occurred in China. Wealth in China remained real and visible, and China had no need for any Licinian law, nor for a Tiberius Gracchus. The idea of property in China did not extend far beyond tangible things. There was no labor, slavery, no gang servitude. The occupier and user of the land was in most instances practically the owner of it, subject to a land tax. There was a certain amount of small-scale landlordism, but no great estates. Landless men worked for wages paid mostly in kindas. They were in ancient Babylon. These things made for stability and the geographical form of China for unity. Nevertheless, the vigor of the Han dynasty declined, and when at last at the close of the 2nd century AD, the world catastrophe of the Great Pestilence struck the system, the same pestilence that inaugurated a century of confusion in the Roman Empire, the dynasty fell like a rotten tree before a gale. And the same tendency to break up into a number of warring states, and the same eruption of barbaric rulers was displayed in East and West alike. In China, as in the Western Empire, faith had decayed. Mr. Fu ascribes much of the political nervelessness of China in this period to Epicureanism, arising, he thinks, out of the skeptical individualism of Lao Tzu. This phase of division is known as the Three-Kingdom period. The 4th century saw a dynasty of more or less civilized Huns established as rulers in the province of Shenxi. This Hunnish kingdom included not merely the north of China, but great areas of Siberia. Its dynasty absorbed the Chinese civilization, and its influence carried Chinese trade and knowledge to the Arctic Circle. Mr. Fu compares this Siberian monarchy to the empire of Charlemagne in Europe. It was the barbarian becoming Chinized, as Charlemagne was a barbarian becoming Romanized. Out of a fusion of these Siberian with native North Chinese elements arose the Sai dynasty, which conquered the south. This Sai dynasty marks the beginning of a renaissance of China. Under a Sai monarch, the Luqiu Isles were annexed to China, and there was a phase of great literary activity. The number of volumes at this time in the imperial library was increased, we are told, to 54,000. The dawn of the 7th century saw the beginning of the Great Tang dynasty, which was to endure for 3 centuries. The renaissance of China that began with Sai and culminated in Tang was, Mr. Fu insists, a real new birth. The spirit, he writes, was a new one. It marked the Tang civilization with entirely distinctive features. 4 main factors had been brought together and fused. 1. Chinese liberal culture, 2. Chinese classicism, 3. Indian Buddhism, and 4. Northern bravery. A new China had come into being. The provincial system, the central administration, and the military organization of the Tang dynasty were quite different from those of their predecessors. The arts had been much influenced and revivified by Indian and Central Asiatic influences. The literature was no mere continuation of the old, it was a new production. The religious and philosophical schools of Buddhism were fresh features. It was a period of substantial change. Illustration: the Chinese Empire under the Tang dynasty, greatest extent, superimposed the Roman Empire at its greatest extent under Trajan. It may be interesting to compare this making of China with the fate of the Roman Empire in her later days. As the Roman world was divided into the eastern and western halves, so was the Chinese world into the southern and the northern. The barbarians in the case of Rome and in the case of China made similar invasions. They established dominions of a similar sort. Charlemagne's empire corresponded to that of the Siberian dynasty, later Wei. The temporary recovery of the Western Empire by Justinian corresponded to the temporary recovery of the north by Liu Yu. The Byzantine line corresponded to the southern dynasties. But from this point, the 2 worlds diverged. China recovered her unity. Europe has still to do so. The dominions of the Emperor Taizong, 627, the 2nd Tang monarch, extended southward into Annam and westward to the Caspian Sea. His southern frontier in that direction marched with that of Persia. His northern ran along the Altai from the Kyrgyz steppe, north of the desert of Gobi. But it did not include Korea, which was conquered and made tributary by his son. This Tang dynasty civilized and incorporated into the Chinese race the whole of the southward population, and just as the Chinese of the north call themselves the men of Han, so the Chinese of the south call themselves the men of Tang. The law was codified, the literary examination system was revised, and a complete and accurate edition of all the Chinese classics was produced. To the court of Taizong came an embassy from Byzantium, and, what is more significant, from Persia came a company of Nestorian missionaries, 631. These latter Taizong received with great respect. He heard them state the chief articles of their creed, and ordered the Christian scriptures to be translated into Chinese for his further examination. In 638, he announced that he found the new religion entirely satisfactory, and that it might be preached within the empire. He also allowed the building of a church and the foundation of a monastery. A still more remarkable embassy also came to the court of Taitsung in the year 628, 3 years earlier than the Nestorians. This was a party of Arabs who came by sea to Canton in a trading vessel from Yanbu, the port of Medina in Arabia. Incidentally, it is interesting to know that there were such vessels engaged in an east and west trade at this time. These Arabs had been sent by that Mohammed we have already mentioned, who styled himself the Prophet of God. And the message they brought to Taitsung was probably identical with the summons which was sent in the same year to the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius and to Kavad in Ctesiphon. But the Chinese monarch neither neglected the message as Heraclius did, nor insulted the envoys after the fashion of the parricide Kavad. He received them well, expressed great interest in their theological views, and assisted them, it is said, to build a mosque for the Arab traders in Canton, a mosque which survives to this day. It is one of the oldest mosques in the world. Section 8. The urbanity, the culture, and the power of China under the early Tang rulers are in so vivid a contrast with the decay, disorder, and divisions of the Western world, as at once to raise some of the most interesting questions in the history of civilization. Why did not China keep this great lead she had won by her rapid return to unity and order? Why does she not to this day dominate the world culturally and politically? For a long time, she certainly did keep ahead. It is only 1,000 years later, in the 16th and 17th centuries, with the discovery of America, the spread of printed books and education in the West, and the dawn of modern scientific discovery, that we can say with confidence that the Western world began to pull ahead of China. Under the Tang rule, her greatest period, and then again under the artistic, but rather decadent Sung dynasty, 960–1279, and again during the period of the cultured Mings, 1358–1644, China presented a spectacle of prosperity, happiness, and artistic activity far in front of any contemporary state. And seeing that she achieved so much, why did she not achieve more? Chinese shipping was upon the seas, and there was a considerable overseas trade during that time. Why did the Chinese never discover America or Australia? There was much isolated observation, ingenuity, and invention. The Chinese knew of gunpowder in the 6th century. They used coal and gas heating centuries before these things were used in Europe. Their bridge building, their hydraulic engineering was admirable. The knowledge of materials shown in their enamel and lacquer wear is very great. Why did they never organize the system of record and cooperation in inquiry that has given the world modern science? And why, in spite of their general training in good manners and self-restraint, did intellectual education never soak down into the general mass of the population? Why are the masses of China today, and why have they always been, in spite of an exceptionally high level of natural intelligence, illiterate? It is customary to meet such questions with rather platitudinous answers. We are told that the Chinaman is the most conservative of human beings, that, in contrast with the European races, his mind is twisted round towards the past, that he is the willing slave of etiquette and precedent to a degree inconceivable to Western minds. He is represented as having a mentality so distinct that one might almost expect to find a difference in brain structure to explain it. The appeals of Confucius to the wisdom of the ancients are always quoted to clinch this suggestion. If, however, we examine this generalization more closely, it dissolves into thin air. The superior intellectual initiative, the liberal enterprise, the experimental disposition that is supposed to characterize the Western mind, is manifest in the history of that mind only during certain phases and under exceptional circumstances. For the rest, the Western world displays itself as traditional and conservative as China. And on the other hand, the Chinese mind has, under conditions of stimulus, shown itself quite as inventive and versatile as the European, and the very kindred Japanese mind even more so. For take the case of the Greeks, the whole swing of their mental vigor falls into the period between the 6th century BC and the decay of the Alexandrian Museum under the later Ptolemies in the 2nd century B.C. There were Greeks before that time and Greeks since, but a history of 1,000 years of the Byzantine Empire showed the Hellenic world at least as intellectually stagnant as China. Then we have already drawn attention to the comparative sterility of the Italian mind during the Roman period and its abundant fertility since the Renaissance of learning. The English mind again had a phase of brightness in the 7th and 8th centuries, and it did not shine again until the 15th. Again, the mind of the Arabs, as we shall presently tell, blazed out like a star for half a dozen generations after the appearance of Islam, having never achieved anything of importance before or since. On the other hand, there was always a great deal of scattered inventiveness in China, and the progress of Chinese art witnesses to new movements and vigorous innovations. We exaggerate the reverence of the Chinese for their fathers. Parricide was a far commoner crime among the Chinese emperors than it was even among the rulers of Persia. Moreover, there have been several liberalizing movements in China, several recorded struggles against the ancient ways. It has already been suggested that phases of real intellectual progress in any community seem to be connected with the existence of a detached class of men, sufficiently free not to be obliged to toil or worry exhaustively about mundane needs, and not rich and powerful enough to be tempted into extravagances of lust, display, or cruelty. They must have a sense of security, but not a conceit of superiority. This class, we have further insinuated, must be able to talk freely and communicate easily. It must not be watched for heresy or persecuted for any ideas it may express. Such a happy state of affairs certainly prevailed in Greece during its best days. A class of intelligent, free gentlefolk is indeed evident in history whenever there is a record of bold philosophy or effective scientific advances. In the days of Tang and Sung and Ming, there must have been an abundance of pleasantly circumstanced people in China of just the class that supplied most of the young men of the academy at Athens, or the bright intelligences of Renaissance Italy, or the members of the London Royal Society, that mother society of modern science. And yet China did not produce in these periods of opportunity any such large beginnings of recorded and analyzed fact. If we reject the idea that there is some profound racial difference between China and the West, which makes the Chinese by nature conservative and the West by nature progressive, then we are forced to look for the operating cause of this difference in progressiveness in some other direction. Many people are disposed to find that operating cause which has, in spite of her original advantages, retarded China so greatly during the last 4 or 5 centuries, in the imprisonment of the Chinese mind in a script, and in an idiom of thought so elaborate and so difficult that the mental energy of the country has been largely consumed in acquiring it. This view deserves examination. We have already given an account in chapter Roman 18 of the peculiarities of Chinese writing and of the Chinese language. The Japanese writing is derived from the Chinese and consists of a more rapidly written system of forms. A great number of these forms are ideograms taken over from the Chinese and used exactly as the Chinese ideograms are used, but also a number of signs are used to express syllables. There is a Japanese syllabary, after the fashion of the Sumerian syllabary we have described in chapter Roman 18. The Japanese writing remains a clumsy system, as clumsy as cuneiform, though not so clumsy as Chinese, and there has been a movement in Japan to adopt a Western alphabet. Korea long ago went a step farther and developed a true alphabet from the same Chinese origins. With these exceptions, all the great writing systems now in use in the world are based on the Mediterranean alphabets, and are beyond comparison more easily learnt and mastered than the Chinese. This means that while other peoples learn merely a comparatively simple and straightforward method of setting down the language with which they are familiar, the Chinaman has to master a great multitude of complex word signs and word groups. He must not simply learn the signs, but the established grouping of those signs to represent various meanings. He must familiarize himself, therefore, with a number of exemplary classical works. Consequently, in China, while you will find great numbers of people who know the significance of certain frequent and familiar characters, you discover only a few whose knowledge is sufficiently extensive to grasp the meaning of a newspaper paragraph, and still fewer who can read any subtlety of intention or fine shades of meaning. In a lesser degree, this is true also of Japan. No doubt European readers, especially of such word-rich languages as English or Russian, vary greatly among themselves in regard to the extent of books they can understand and how far they understand them. Their power varies according to their vocabularies, but the corresponding levels of understanding among the Chinese represent a far greater expenditure of time and labor upon their attainment. A Mandarin's education in China is mainly learning to read. And it may be that the consequent preoccupation of the educated class during its most susceptible years upon the Chinese classics gave it a bias in favor of this traditional learning upon which it had spent so much time and energy. Few men who have toiled to build up any system of knowledge in their minds will willingly scrap it in favor of something strange and new. This disposition is as characteristic of the West as of the East. It is shown as markedly by the scholars of the British and American universities as by any Chinese mandarins. And the British at the present time, in spite of the great and manifest advantages in popular education and national propaganda the change would give them, refuse to make any move from their present barbaric orthography towards a phonetic alphabet and spelling. The peculiarities of the Chinese script and the educational system arising out of that script must have acted age after age as an invincible filter that favored the plastic and scholarly mind as against the restive and originating type, and kept the latter out of positions of influence and authority. There is much that is plausible in this explanation. There have been several attempts to simplify the Chinese writing and to adopt an alphabetical system. In the early days of Buddhism in China, when there was a considerable amount of translation from Sanskrit, Indian influences came near to achieving this end. 2 Chinese alphabets were indeed invented, and each had some little use. But what hindered the general adoption of these, and what stands in the way of any phonetic system of Chinese writing today, is this, that while the literary script and phraseology is the same from one end of China to the other, the spoken language of the common people, both in pronunciation and in its familiar idioms, varies so widely that men from one province may be incomprehensible to men from another. There is, however, a standard Chinese, a rather bookish spoken idiom, which is generally understood by educated people. And it is upon the possibility of applying an alphabetical system of writing to this standard Chinese that the hopes of modern educational reformers in China are based at the present time. For fresh attempts are now being made to release the Chinese mind from this ancient entanglement. A Chinese alphabet has been formed, it is taught in the common schools, and newspapers and pamphlets are issued in it. And the rigid examination system that killed all intellectual initiatives has been destroyed. The very success and early prosperity and general contentment of China in the past must have worked to justify in that land all the natural self-complacency and conservatism of mankind. No animal will change when its conditions are good enough for present survival. And in this matter man is still an animal. Until the 19th century, for more than 2,000 years, there was little in the history of China that could cause any serious doubts in the mind of a Chinaman of the general superiority of his own civilization to that of the rest of the world. And there was no reason apparent, therefore, for any alteration. China produced a profusion of beautiful art, some delightful poetry, astonishing cookery, and thousands of millions of glowingly pleasant lives generation after generation. Her ships followed her marvelous inland waterways and put to sea but rarely, and then only to India or Borneo as their utmost adventure. Until the 16th century, we must remember European seamen never sailed out into the Atlantic Ocean. The Norse discovery of America, the Phoenician circumnavigation of Africa were exceptional feats. And these things were attained without any such general boredom, servitude, indignity, and misery as underlay the rule of the rich in the Roman Empire. There was much poverty, much discontent, but it was not massed poverty, it was not a necessary popular discontent. For 1,000 years the Chinese system, though it creaked and swayed at times, seemed proof against decay. Dynastic changes there were, rebellions, phases of disorder, famines, pestilences, 2 great invasions that set foreign dynasties upon the throne of the Son of Heaven, but no such shock as to revolutionize the order of the daily round. The emperors and dynasties might come and go. The mandarins, the examinations, the classics, and the traditions and habitual life remained. China's civilization had already reached its culmination in the 7th century AD. Its crowning period was the Tang period. And though it continued to spread slowly and steadily into Annam, into Cambodia, into Siam, into Tibet, into Nepal, Korea, Mongolia, and Manchuria, there is henceforth little more than such geographical progress to record of it in this history for 1,000 years. Section 9. In the year 629, the year after the arrival of Mohammed's envoys at Canton and 30-odd years after the landing of Pope Gregory's missionaries in England, a certain learned and devout Buddhist named Yuan Chang started out from Singen, Taizong's capital, upon a great journey to India. He was away 16 years, he returned in 645, and he wrote an account of his travels which is treasured as a Chinese classic. One or two points about his experiences are to be noted here because they contribute to our general review of the state of the world in the 7th century AD. Yuan Chang was as eager for marvels and as credulous as Herodotus, and without the latter writer's fine sense of history, he could never pass a monument or ruin without learning some fabulous story about it. Chinese ideas of the dignity of literature, perhaps, prevented him from telling us much detail of how he traveled, who were his attendants, how he was lodged, or what he ate, and how he paid his expenses, details precious to the historian. Nevertheless, he gives us a series of illuminating flashes upon China, Central Asia, and India in the period now under consideration. His journey was an enormous one. He went and came back by way of the Pamirs. He went by the northern route, crossing the desert of Gobi, passing along the southern slopes of the Thean Shan, skirting the great deep blue lake of Issyk Kul, and so to Tashkend and Samarkand, and then more or less in the footsteps of Alexander the Great southward to the Khyber Pass and Peshawar. He returned by the southern route, crossing the Pamirs from Afghanistan to Kashgar, and so along the line of retreat the Uighai had followed in the reverse direction 7 centuries before, and by Yarkand, along the slopes of the Kuen Lun to rejoin his former route near the desert end of the Great Wall. Each route involved some hard mountaineering. His journeyings in India are untraceable. He was there 14 years, and he went all over the peninsula from Nepal to Ceylon. At that time, there was an imperial edict forbidding foreign travel, so that Yuan Chang started from Singen like an escaping criminal. There was a pursuit to prevent him carrying out his project. How he bought a lean red-colored horse that knew the desert paths from a strange graybeard, how he dodged a frontier guardhouse with the help of a foreign person, who made him a bridge of brushwood lower down the river, how he crossed the desert guided by the bones of men and cattle, how he saw a mirage, and how twice he narrowly escaped being shot by arrows when he was getting water near the watchtowers on the desert track, the reader will find in the life. He lost his way in the desert of Gobi, and for 4 nights and 5 days he had no water. When he was in the mountains among the glaciers, 12 of his party were frozen to death. All this is in the life. He tells little of it in his own account of his travels. He shows us the Turks, this new development of the Hun tradition, in possession not only of what is now Turkestan, but all along the northern route. He mentions many cities and considerable cultivation. He is entertained by various rulers, allies of or more or less nominally tributaries to China, and among others by the Khan of the Turks, a magnificent person in green satin, with his long hair tied with silk. The gold embroidery of this grand tent shone with a dazzling splendor. The ministers of the presence in attendance sat on mats in long rows on either side, all dressed in magnificent brocade robes, while the rest of the retinue on duty stood behind. You saw that although it was a case of a frontier ruler, yet there was an air of distinction and elegance. The Khan came out from his tent about 30 paces to meet Yuan Chang, who, after a courteous greeting, entered the tent. After a short interval, envoys from China and Kaochang were admitted and presented their dispatches and credentials, which the Khan perused. He was much elated and caused the envoys to be seated. Then he ordered wine and music for himself and them, and grape syrup for the pilgrim. Hereupon all pledged each other, and the filling and draining of the wine cups made a din and bustle, while the mingled music of various instruments rose loud. Although the airs were the popular strains of foreigners, yet they pleased the senses and exhilarated the mental faculties. After a little, piles of roasted beef and mutton were served for the others, and lawful food, such as cakes, milk, candy, honey, and grapes, for the pilgrim. After the entertainment, grape syrup was again served, and the Khan invited Yuan Chang to improve the occasion, whereupon the pilgrim expounded the doctrines of the 10 virtues, compassion for animal life, and the paramitas and emancipation. The Khan, raising his hands, bowed and gladly believed and accepted the teaching. Yuan Chang's account of Samarkand is of a large and prosperous city, a great commercial entrepot, the country about it very fertile, abounding in trees and flowers and yielding many fine horses. Its inhabitants were skillful craftsmen, smart and energetic. At that time, we must remember there was hardly such a thing as a town in Anglo-Saxon England. As his narrative approached his experiences in India, however, the pious and learned pilgrim in Yuan Chang got the better of the traveler, and the book becomes congested with monstrous stories of incredible miracles. Nevertheless, we get an impression of houses, clothing, and the like, closely resembling those of the India of today. Then, as now, the kaleidoscopic variety of an Indian crowd contrasted with the blue uniformity of the multitude in China. In the time of Buddha, it is doubtful if there were reading and writing in India. Now reading and writing were quite common accomplishments. Yuan Chang gives an interesting account of a great Buddhist university at Nalanda, where ruins have quite recently been discovered and excavated. Nalanda and Taxila seem to have been considerable educational centers as early as the opening of the schools of Athens. The caste system Yuan Chang found fully established in spite of Buddha, and the Brahmins were now altogether in the ascendant. He names the 4 main castes we have mentioned in chapter Roman 20. Section 4, QV, but his account of their functions is rather different. The Sudras, he says, were the tillers of the soil. Indian writers say that their function was to wait upon the 3 twice-born castes above them. But as we have already intimated, Yuan Chang's account of Indian realities is swamped by his accumulation of legends and pious inventions. For these he had come, and in these he rejoiced. The rest, as we shall see, was a task that had been set him. The faith of Buddha, which in the days of Asoka, and even so late as Kanishka, was still pure enough to be a noble inspiration, we now discover absolutely lost in a wilderness of preposterous rubbish. A philosophy of endless Buddhas, tales of manifestations and marvels like a Christmas pantomime, immaculate conceptions by 6-tusked elephants, charitable princes giving themselves up to be eaten by starving tigresses, temples built over a sacred nail paring, and the like. We cannot give such stories here. If the reader likes that sort of thing, he must go to the publications of the Royal Asiatic Society or the India Society, where he will find a delirium of such imaginations. And in competition with this Buddhism, intellectually undermined as it now was and smothered in gilded decoration, Brahmanism was everywhere gaining ground again, as Yuan Chang notes with regret. Side by side with these evidences of a vast intellectual decay in India, we may note the repeated appearance in Yuan Chang's narrative of ruined and deserted cities. Much of the country was still suffering from the ravages of the Ephthalites and the consequent disorders. Again and again we find such passages as this. He went northeast through a great forest, the road being a narrow, dangerous path, with wild buffalo and wild elephants, and robbers and hunters always in wait to kill travelers, and emerging from the forest, he reached the country of Kushinakalo, Kusinagara. The city walls were in ruins, and the towns and villages were deserted. The brick foundations of the old city, that is, the city which had been the capital, were above 10 li circuit. There were very few inhabitants, the interior of the city being a wild waste. This ruin was, however, by no means universal. There is at least as much mention of crowded cities and villages and busy cultivations. The life tells of many hardships upon the return journey. He fell among robbers. The great elephant that was carrying the bulk of his possessions was drowned. He had much difficulty in getting fresh transport. Here we cannot deal with these adventures. The return of Yuan Chang to Singen, the Chinese capital, was, we gather, a triumph. Advance couriers must have told of his coming. There was a public holiday. The streets were decorated by gay banners and made glad with music. He was escorted into the city with great pomp and ceremony. 20 horses were needed to carry the spoils of his travels. He had brought with him hundreds of Buddhist books written in Sanskrit, and made of trimmed leaves of palm and birch bark strung together in layers. He had many images great and small of Buddha, in gold, silver, crystal, and sandalwood. He had holy pictures, and no fewer than 150 well-authenticated true relics of Buddha. Yuan Huang was presented to the emperor, who treated him as a personal friend, took him into the palace, and questioned him day by day about the wonders of these strange lands in which he had stayed so long. But while the emperor asked about India, the pilgrim was disposed only to talk about Buddhism. Buddhist writers thought very highly of Taitsung because of his reception of Yuan Huang, 645. But so did the Moslem historians because of that mosque at Canton, and so did the Christian writers because of the Nestorian envoys, 631. The subsequent history of Yuan Huang contains two incidents that throw light upon the mental workings of this great monarch, Taitsung, who was probably quite as much a Moslem as he was a Christian or a Buddhist. The trouble about all religious specialists is that they know too much about their own religion and how it differs from others. The advantage, or disadvantage, of such creative statesmen as Taitsung and Constantine the Great is that they know comparatively little of such matters. Evidently, the fundamental good of all these religions seemed to Taitsung to be much the same fundamental good. So it was natural to him to propose that Yuan Huang should now give up the religious life and come into his foreign office, a proposal that Yuan Huang would not entertain for a moment. The emperor then insisted at least upon a written account of the travels, and so got this classic we treasure. And finally, Taitsung proposed to this highly saturated Buddhist that he should now use his knowledge of Sanskrit in translating the works of the great Chinese teacher, Lao Tzu, so as to make them available for Indian readers. It seemed, no doubt, to the emperor a fair return and a useful service to the fundamental good that lies beneath all religions. On the whole, he thought Lao Tzu might very well rank with or even a little above Buddha, and therefore that if his work was put before the Brahmins, they would receive it gladly. In much the same spirit Constantine, the Great had done his utmost to make Arius and Athanasius settle down amicably together. But naturally enough, this suggestion was repulsed by Yuan Huang. He retired to a monastery and spent the rest of his years translating as much as he could of the Buddhist literature he had brought with him into elegant Chinese writing. Book 6 continued. Christianity and Islam continued. The outline of history. 32. Mohammed and Islam. Section 1, Arabia before Mohammed. Section 2, Life of Mohammed to the Hijra. Section 3, Mohammed becomes a fighting prophet. Section 4, The teachings of Islam. Section 5, The caliphs Abu Bakr and Omar. Section 6, The great days of the Umayyads. Section 7, The decay of Islam under the Abbasids. Section 8, The intellectual life of Arab Islam. Section 1. We have already described how in AD 628 the courts of Heraclius, of Kavad, and of Taitsung were visited by Arab envoys sent from a certain Muhammad, the prophet of God, at the small trading town of Medina in Arabia. We must tell now who this prophet was who had arisen among the nomads and traders of the Arabian desert. From time immemorial Arabia, except for the fertile strip of the Yemen to the south, had been a land of nomads, the headquarters and land of origin of the Semitic peoples. From Arabia, at various times, waves of these nomads had drifted north, east, and west into the early civilizations of Egypt, the Mediterranean coast, and Mesopotamia. We have noted in this history how the Sumerians were swamped and overcome by such Semitic waves, how the Semitic Phoenicians and Canaanites established themselves along the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, how the Babylonians and Assyrians were settled Semitic peoples, how the Hyksos conquered Egypt, how the Arameans established themselves in Syria with Damascus as their capital, and how the Hebrews partially conquered their promised land. At some unknown date, the Chaldeans drifted in from eastern Arabia and settled in the old southern Sumerian lands. With each invasion first this, and then that section of the Semitic peoples comes into history. But each of such swarmings still leaves a tribal nucleus behind to supply fresh invasions in the future. The history of the more highly organized empires of the horse and iron period, the empires of roads and writing, shows Arabia thrust like a wedge between Egypt, Palestine, and the Euphrates-Tigris country, and still a reservoir of nomadic tribes who raid and trade and exact tribute for the immunity and protection of caravans. There are temporary and flimsy subjugations. Egypt, Persia, Macedonia, Rome, Syria, Constantinople, and again Persia claim some unreal suzerainty in turn over Arabia, profess some unsubstantial protection. Under Trajan, there was a Roman province of Arabia, which included the then fertile region of the Hauran and extended as far as Petra. Now and then some Arab chief and his trading city rises to temporary splendor. Such was that Odenathus of Palmyra, whose brief career we have noted in chapter Roman 31, section 2, and another such transitory desert city whose ruins still astonish the traveler was Baalbek. After the destruction of Palmyra, the desert Arabs began to be spoken of in the Roman and Persian records as Saracens. In the time of Chosroes Roman II, Persia claimed a certain ascendancy over Arabia and maintained officials and tax collectors in the Yemen. Before that time, the Yemen had been under the rule of the Abyssinian Christians for some years, and before that for 7 centuries it had had native princes professing, be it noted, the Jewish faith. Until the opening of the 7th century AD, there were no signs of any unwanted or dangerous energy in the Arabian deserts. The life of the country was going on as it had gone on for long generations. Wherever there were fertile patches, wherever, that is, there was a spring or a well, a scanty agricultural population subsisted, living in walled towns because of the Bedouin who wandered with their sheep, cattle, and horses over the desert. Upon the main caravan routes the chief towns rose to a certain second-rate prosperity, and foremost among them were Medina and Mecca. In the beginning of the 7th century, Medina was a town of about 15,000 inhabitants all told. Mecca may have had 20 or 25,000. Medina was a comparatively well-watered town and possessed abundant date groves. Its inhabitants were Yemenites from the fertile land to the south. Mecca was a town of a different character, built about a spring of water with a bitter taste, and inhabited by recently settled Bedouin. Mecca was not merely nor primarily a trading center. It was a place of pilgrimage. Among the Arab tribes there had long existed a sort of amphictyony. See chapter Roman 22, section 1, centering upon Mecca and certain other sanctuaries. There were months of truce to war and blood feuds, and customs of protection and hospitality for the pilgrim. In addition, there had grown up an Olympic element in these gatherings. The Arabs were discovering possibilities of beauty in their language, and there were recitations of war poetry and love songs. The sheiks of the tribes, under a king of the poets, sat in judgment and awarded prizes. The prize songs were sung through all Arabia. The Kaaba, the sanctuary at Mecca, was of very ancient date. It was a small square temple of black stones, which had for its cornerstone a meteorite. This meteorite was regarded as a god, and all the little tribal gods of Arabia were under his protection. The permanent inhabitants of Mecca were a tribe of Bedouin who had seized this temple and constituted themselves its guardians. To them there came in the months of truce a great incourse of people, who marched about the Kaaba ceremonially, bowed themselves, and kissed the stone, and also engaged in trade and poetical recitations. The Meccans profited much from these visitors. All of this is very reminiscent of the religious and political state of affairs in Greece 14 centuries earlier. But the paganism of these more primitive Arabs was already being assailed from several directions. There had been a great proselytizing of Arabs during the period of the Maccabees and Herods in Judea, and, as we have already noted, the Yemen had been in succession under the rule of Jews, Arab proselytes to Judaism, i.e., Christians and Zoroastrians. It is evident that there must have been plenty of religious discussion during the pilgrimage fairs at Mecca and the like centers. Naturally enough, Mecca was a stronghold of the old pagan cult, which gave it its importance and prosperity. Medina, on the other hand, had Jewish proclivities, and there were Jewish settlements nearby. It was inevitable that Mecca and Medina should be in a state of rivalry and bickering feud. Section 2. It was in Mecca about the year AD 570 that Muhammad, the founder of Islam, was born. He was born in considerable poverty, and even by the standards of the desert he was uneducated. It is doubtful if he ever learnt to write. He was for some years a shepherd's boy, then he became the servant of a certain Khadijah, the widow of a rich merchant. Probably he had to look after her camels or help in her trading operations, and he is said to have traveled with caravans to the Yemen and to Syria. He does not seem to have been a very useful trader, but he had the good fortune to find favor in the lady's eyes, and she married him, to the great annoyance of her family. He was then only 25 years old. It is uncertain if his wife was much older, though tradition declares she was 40. After the marriage, he probably made no more long journeys. There were several children, one of whom was named Abd Manaf, that is to say, the servant of the Meccan god Manaf, which demonstrates that at that time Mohammed had made no religious discoveries. Until he was 40, he did indeed live a particularly undistinguished life in Mecca, as the husband of a prosperous wife. There may be some ground for the supposition that he became partner in a business in agricultural produce. To anyone visiting Mecca about AD 600, he would probably have seemed something of a loafer, a rather shy, good-looking individual, sitting about and listening to talk, a poor poet, and an altogether second-rate man. About his internal life we can only speculate. Imaginative writers have supposed that he had great spiritual struggles, that he went out into the desert in agonies of doubt and divine desire. In the silence of the desert night, in the bright heat of noontide desert day, he, as do all men, had known and felt himself alone, yet not in solitude, for the desert is of God, and in the desert no man may deny him. Maybe that was so, but there is no evidence of any such desert trips. Yet he was certainly thinking deeply of the things about him. Possibly he had seen Christian churches in Syria. Almost certainly he knew much of the Jews and their religion, and he heard their scorn for this black stone of the Kaaba that ruled over the 300-odd tribal gods of Arabia. He saw the pilgrimage crowds and noted the threads of insincerity and superstition in the paganism of the town. It oppressed his mind. The Jews had perhaps converted him to a belief in the one true God, without his knowing what had happened to him. At last, he could keep these feelings to himself no longer. When he was 40, he began to talk about the reality of God, at first apparently only to his wife and a few intimates. He produced certain verses, which he declared had been revealed to him by an angel. They involved an assertion of the unity of God and some acceptable generalizations about righteousness. He also insisted upon a future life, the fear of hell for the negligent and evil, and the reservation of paradise for the believer in the one God. Except for his claim to be a new prophet, there does not seem to have been anything very new about these doctrines at the time, but this was seditious teaching for Mecca, which partly subsisted upon its polytheistic cult, and which was therefore holding on to idols when all the rest of the world was giving them up. Like Mani, Muhammad claimed that the prophets before him, and especially Jesus and Abraham, had been divine teachers, but that he crowned and completed their teaching. Buddhism, however, he did not name, probably because he had never heard of Buddha. Desert Arabia was in a theological backwater. For some years, the new religion was the secret of a small group of simple people: Khadijah, the prophet's wife, Ali, an adopted son, Zaid, a slave, and Abu Bakr, a friend and admirer. For some years, it was an obscure sect in a few households of Mecca, a mere scowl and muttering at idolatry, so obscure and unimportant that the leading men of the town did not trouble about it in the least. Then it gathered strength. Muhammad began to preach more openly, to teach the doctrine of a future life, and to threaten idolaters and unbelievers with hell fire. He seems to have preached with considerable effect. It appeared to many that he was aiming at a sort of dictatorship in Mecca and drawing many susceptible and discontented people to his side, and an attempt was made to discourage and suppress the new movement. Mecca was a place of pilgrimage and a sanctuary. No blood could be shed within its walls. Nevertheless, things were made extremely disagreeable for the followers of the new teacher. Boycott and confiscation were used against them. Some were driven to take refuge in Christian Abyssinia, but the prophet himself went unscathed because he was well connected, and his opponents did not want to begin a blood feud. We cannot follow the fluctuations of the struggle here, but it is necessary to note one perplexing incident in the new prophet's career, which, says Sir Mark Sykes, proves him to have been an Arab of the Arabs. After all his insistence upon the oneness of God, he wavered. He came into the courtyard of the Kaaba and declared that the gods and goddesses of Mecca might, after all, be real, might be a species of saints with a power of intercession. His recantation was received with enthusiasm, but he had no sooner made it than he repented, and his repentance shows that he had indeed the fear of God in him. His lapse from honesty proves him honest. He did all he could to repair the evil he had done. He said that the devil had possessed his tongue, and denounced idolatry again with renewed vigor. The struggle against the antiquated deities, after a brief interval of peace, was renewed again more grimly, and with no further hope of reconciliation. For a time the old interests had the upper hand. At the end of 10 years of prophesying, Mohammed found himself a man of 50, and altogether unsuccessful in Mecca. Khadijah, his first wife, was dead, and several of his chief supporters had also recently died. He sought a refuge at the neighboring town of Taif, but Taif drove him out with stones and abuse. Then, when the world looked darkest to him, opportunity opened before him. He found he had been weighed and approved in an unexpected quarter. The city of Medina was much torn by internal dissension, and many of its people, during the time of pilgrimage to Mecca, had been attracted by Muhammad's teaching. Probably the numerous Jews in Medina had shaken the ancient idolatry of the people. An invitation was sent to him to come and rule in the name of his God in Medina. He did not go at once. He parleyed for 2 years, sending a disciple to preach in Medina and destroy the idols there. Then he began sending such followers as he had in Mecca to Medina to await his coming there. He did not want to trust himself to unknown adherents in a strange city. This exodus of the faithful continued, until at last only he and Abu Bakr remained. In spite of the character of Mecca as a sanctuary, he was very nearly murdered there. The elders of the town evidently knew of what was going on in Medina, and they realized the danger to them if this seditious prophet presently found himself master of a town on their main caravan route to Syria. Custom must bow to imperative necessity, they thought, and they decided that, blood feud or no blood feud, Mohammed must die. They arranged that he should be murdered in his bed, and in order to share the guilt of this breach of sanctuary, they appointed a committee to do this, representing every family in the city except Muhammad's own. But Mohammed had already prepared his flight, and when in the night they rushed into his room, they found Ali, his adopted son, sleeping or feigning sleep on his bed. The flight, the Hejira, was an adventurous one, the pursuit being pressed hard. Expert desert trackers sought for the spoor to the north of the town, but Mohammed and Abu Bakr had gone south to certain caves where camels and provisions were hidden, and thence he made a great detour to Medina. There he and his faithful companion arrived, and were received with great enthusiasm on September 20, 622. It was the end of his probation and the beginning of his power. Section 3. Until the Hejira, until he was 51, the character of the founder of Islam is a matter of speculation and dispute. Thereafter he is in the light. We discover a man of great imaginative power but tortuous in the Arab fashion, and with most of the virtues and defects of the Bedouin. The opening of his reign was very Bedouin. The rule of the one God of all the earth, as it was interpreted by Mohammed, began with a series of raids which for more than a year were invariably unsuccessful upon the caravans of Mecca. Then came a grave scandal, the breaking of the ancient customary truce of the Arab Amphictyony in the sacred month of Rahab. A party of Moslems, in this season of profound peace, treacherously attacked a small caravan and killed a man. It was their only success, and they did it by the order of the Prophet. Presently came a battle. A force of 700 men had come out from Mecca to convoy home another caravan, and they encountered a large raiding party of 300. There was a fight, the Battle of Badr, and the Meccans got the worst of it. They lost about 50 or 60 killed and as many wounded. Mohammed returned in triumph to Medina, and was inspired by Allah and this success to order the assassination of a number of his opponents among the Jews in the town who had treated his prophetic claims with a disagreeable levity. But Mecca resolved to avenge Badr, and at the Battle of Uhud, near Medina, inflicted an indecisive defeat upon the Prophet's followers. Muhammad was knocked down and nearly killed, and there was much running away among his followers. The Meccans, however, did not push their advantage and enter Medina. For some time, all the energies of the Prophet were concentrated upon rallying his followers, who were evidently much dispirited. The Quran records the chastened feelings of those days. The surahs of the Quran, says Sir Mark Sykes, which are attributed to this period, excel nearly all the others in their majesty and sublime confidence. Here, for the judgment of the reader, is an example of these majestic utterances from the recent Orthodox translation by the Maulvi Muhammad Ali. "O you who believe, if you obey those who disbelieve, they will turn you back upon your heels, so you will turn back losers. Nay, Allah is your patron, and He is the best of the helpers. We will cast terror into the hearts of those who disbelieve, because they set up with Allah that for which He has sent down no authority, and their abode is the fire. And evil is the abode of the unjust. And certainly Allah made good to you His promise, when you slew them by His permission, until when you became weak-hearted and disputed about the affair and disobeyed after He had shown you that which you loved. Of you were some who desired this world, and of you were some who desired the hereafter. Then He turned you away from them that He might try you, and He has certainly pardoned you, and Allah is gracious to the believers. When you ran off precipitately and did not wait for anyone, and the apostle was calling you from your rear, so He gave you another sorrow instead of your sorrow, so that you might not grieve at what had escaped you, nor at what befell you. And Allah is aware of what you do. Then after sorrow He sent down security upon you, a calm coming upon a party of you, and there was another party whom their own souls had rendered anxious. They entertained about Allah thoughts of ignorance quite unjustly, saying, We have no hand in this affair. Say, surely the affair is wholly in the hands of Allah. They conceal within their souls what they would not reveal to you. They say, Had we any hand in the affair, we would not have been slain here. Say, had you remained in your houses, those for whom slaughter was ordained would certainly have gone forth to the places where they would be slain, and that Allah might test what was in your breasts, and that He might purge what was in your hearts, and Allah knows what is in the breasts. As for those of you who turned back on the day when the two armies met, only the devil sought to cause them to make a slip on account of some deeds they had done, and certainly Allah has pardoned them. Surely Allah is forgiving, forbearing. Inconclusive hostilities continued for some years, and at last Mecca made a crowning effort to stamp out for good and all the growing power of Medina. A mixed force of no fewer than 10,000 men was scraped together, an enormous force for the time and country. It was, of course, an entirely undisciplined force of footmen, horsemen, and camel riders, and it was prepared for nothing but the usual desert scrimmage. Bows, spears, and swords were its only weapons. When at last it arrived amid a vast cloud of dust in sight of the hovels and houses of Medina, instead of a smaller force of the same kind drawn up for battle as it had expected, it found a new and entirely disconcerting phenomenon, a trench and a wall. Assisted by a Persian convert, Mohammed had entrenched himself in Medina. This trench struck the Bedouin miscellany as one of the most unsportsmanlike things that had ever been known in the history of the world. They rode about the place. They shouted their opinion of the whole business to the besieged. They discharged a few arrows, and at last encamped to argue about this amazing outrage. They could arrive at no decision. Mohammed would not come out. The rains began to fall, the tents of the allies got wet, and the cooking difficult, views became divergent and tempers gave way, and at last this great host dwindled again into its constituent parts without ever having given battle. 627. The bands dispersed north, east, and south, became clouds of dust, and ceased to matter. Near Medina was a castle of Jews, against whom Muhammad was already incensed because of their disrespect for his theology. They had shown a disposition to side with the probable victor in this last struggle, and Mohammed now fell upon them, slew all the men, 900 of them, and enslaved the women and children. Possibly many of their late allies were among the bidders for these slaves. Never again, after this quaint failure, did Mecca make an effective rally against Mohammed, and one by one its leading men came over to his side. We need not follow the windings of the truce and the treaty that finally extended the rule of the Prophet to Mecca. The gist of the agreement was that the faithful should turn towards Mecca when they prayed instead of turning towards Jerusalem, as they had hitherto done, and that Mecca should be the pilgrimage center of the new faith. So long as the pilgrimage continued, the men of Mecca, it would seem, did not care very much whether the crowd assembled in the name of one God or many. Muhammad was getting more and more hopeless of any extensive conversion of the Jews and Christians, and he was ceasing to press his idea that all these faiths really worshipped the same one God. Allah was becoming more and more his own special God, tethered now by this treaty to the meteoric stone of the Kaaba, and less the father of all mankind. Already the Prophet had betrayed a disposition to make a deal with Mecca, and at last it was effected. the lordship of Mecca was well worth the concession. Of comings and goings and a final conflict we need not tell. In 629, Mohammed came to the town as its master. The image of Manaf, the god after whom he had once named his son, was smashed under his feet as he entered the Kaaba. Thereafter his power extended. There were battles, treacheries, massacres, but on the whole he prevailed until he was master of all Arabia. And when he was master of all Arabia in 632, at the age of 62, he died. Throughout the concluding 11 years of his life after the Hejira, there is little to distinguish the general conduct of Mohammed from that of any other welder of peoples into a monarchy. The chief difference is his use of a religion of his own creation as his cement. He was diplomatic, treacherous, ruthless, or compromising as the occasion required, and as any other Arab king might have been in his place, and there was singularly little spirituality in his kingship. Nor was his domestic life during his time of power and freedom one of exceptional edification. Until the death of Khadijah, when he was 50, he seems to have been the honest husband of one wife. But then, as many men do in their declining years, he developed a disagreeably strong interest in women. He married 2 wives after the death of Khadijah, one being the young Gesha, who became and remained his favorite and most influential partner, and subsequently a number of other women, wives and concubines, were added to his establishment. This led to much trouble and confusion, and in spite of many special and very helpful revelations on the part of Allah, these complications still require much explanation and argument from the faithful. There was, for example, a scandal about Isha. She was left behind on one occasion when the howdah and the camel went on, while she was looking for her necklace among the bushes, and so Allah had to intervene with some heat and denounce her slanderers. Allah also had to speak very plainly about the general craving among this household of women for this world's life and its ornature, and for finery. Then there was much discussion, because the Prophet first married his young cousin Zainab to his adopted son Zayd, and afterwards, when Zayd had accomplished his want of her, the Prophet took her and married her, but, as the inspired book makes clear, only in order to show the difference between an adopted and a real son. We gave her to you as a wife, so that there should be no difficulty for the believers in respect of the wives of their adopted sons, when they have accomplished their want of them, and Allah's command shall be performed. Yet surely a simple statement in the Quran should have sufficed without this excessively practical demonstration. There was, moreover, a mutiny in the harem on account of the undue favors shown by the Prophet to an Egyptian concubine who had borne him a boy for whom he had a great affection, since none of Khadijah's sons had survived. These domestic troubles mingle inextricably with our impression of the Prophet's personality. One of his wives was a Jewess, Safiya, whom he had married on the evening of the battle in which her husband had been captured and executed. He viewed the captured women at the end of the day, and she found favor in his eyes and was taken to his tent. These are salient facts in these last 11 years of Mohammed's career. Because he too founded a great religion, there are those who write of this evidently lustful and rather shifty leader as though he were a man to put beside Jesus of Nazareth or Gautama or Mani. But it is surely manifest that he was a being of a commoner clay. He was vain, egotistical, tyrannous, and a self-deceiver. And it would throw all our history out of proportion if, out of an insincere deference to the possible Moslem reader, we were to present him in any other light. Yet, unless we balance it, this insistence upon his vanity, egotism, self-deception, and hot desire does not complete the justice of the case. We must not swing across from the repudiation of the extravagant pretensions of the faithful to an equally extravagant condemnation. Can a man who has no good qualities hold a friend? Because those who knew Muhammad best believed in him most. Khadijah for all her days believed in him, but she may have been a fond woman. Abu Bakr is a better witness, and he never wavered in his devotion. Abu Bakr believed in the Prophet, and it is very hard for anyone who reads the history of these times not to believe in Abu Bakr. Ali again risked his life for the Prophet in his darkest days. Mohammed was no impostor, at any rate, though at times his vanity made him behave as though Allah was at his beck and call, and as if his thoughts were necessarily God's thoughts. And if his blood-stained passion with Safiya amazes and disgusts our modern minds, His love for little Ibrahim, the son of Mary the Egyptian, and his passionate grief when the child died, reinstate him in the fellowship of all those who have known love and loss. He smoothed the earth over the little grave with his own hands. "This eases the afflicted heart," he said. "Though it neither profits nor injures the dead, yet it is a comfort to the living." Section 4. But the personal quality of Mohammed is one thing, and the quality of Islam, the religion he founded, is quite another. Mohammed was not pitted against Jesus or Mani, and his relative stature is only a very secondary question for us. It is Islam which was pitted against the corrupted Christianity of the 7th century, and against the decaying tradition of the Zoroastrian Magi with which the historian has the greater concern. And whether it was through its prophet, or whether it was in spite of its prophet, and through certain accidents in its origin and certain qualities of the desert from which it sprang, there can be no denying that Islam possesses many fine and noble attributes. It is not always through sublime persons that great things come into human life. It is the folly of the simple disciple, which demands miraculous frippery on the majesty of truth and immaculate conceptions for righteousness. A year before his death, at the end of the 10th year of the Hejira, Muhammad made his last pilgrimage from Medina to Mecca. He made then a great sermon to his people, of which the tradition is as follows. There are, of course, disputes as to the authenticity of the words, but there can be no dispute that the world of Islam, a world still of 300 million people, receives them to this day as its rule of life, and to a great extent observes it. The reader will note that the first paragraph sweeps away all plunder and blood feuds among the followers of Islam. The last makes the believing Negro the equal of the Caliph. They may not be sublime words, as certain utterances of Jesus of Nazareth are sublime, but they established in the world a great tradition of dignified fair dealing, they breathe a spirit of generosity, and they are human and workable. They created a society more free from widespread cruelty and social oppression than any society had ever been in the world before. Ye people, hearken to my words, for I know not whether, after this year, I shall ever be amongst you here again. Your lives and property are sacred and inviolable amongst one another until the end of time. The Lord hath ordained to every man the share of his inheritance. A testament is not lawful to the prejudice of heirs. The child belongeth to the parent, and the violator of wedlock shall be stoned. Whoever claimeth falsely another for his father, or another for his master, the curse of God and the angels and of all mankind shall rest upon him. Ye people, ye have rights demandable of your wives, and they have rights demandable of you. Upon them it is incumbent not to violate their conjugal faith nor commit any act of open impropriety, which things if they do, ye have authority to shut them up in separate apartments and to beat them with stripes, yet not severely. But if they refrain therefrom, clothe them and feed them suitably. And treat your women well, for they are with you as captives and prisoners. They have not power over anything as regards themselves. And ye have verily taken them on the security of God, and have made their persons lawful unto you by the words of God. And your slaves, see that ye feed them with such food as ye eat yourselves, and clothe them with the stuff ye wear. And if they commit a fault which ye are not inclined to forgive, then sell them, for they are the servants of the Lord, and are not to be tormented. Ye people, hearken to my speech and comprehend the same. Know that every Moslem is the brother of every other Moslem. All of you are on the same equality. This insistence upon kindliness and consideration in the daily life is one of the main virtues of Islam, but it is not the only one. Equally important is the uncompromising monotheism, void of any Jewish exclusiveness, which is sustained by the Quran. Islam from the outset was fairly proof against the theological elaborations that have perplexed and divided Christianity and smothered the spirit of Jesus. And its third source of strength has been in the meticulous prescription of methods of prayer and worship, and its clear statement of the limited and conventional significance of the importance ascribed to Mecca. All sacrifice was barred to the faithful. No loophole was left for the sacrificial priest of the old dispensation to come back into the new faith. It was not simply a new faith, a purely prophetic religion, as the religion of Jesus was in the time of Jesus, or the religion of Gautama in the lifetime of Gautama, but it was so stated as to remain so. Islam to this day has learned doctors, teachers, and preachers, but it has no priests. It was full of the spirit of kindliness, generosity, and brotherhood. It was a simple and understandable religion. It was instinct with the chivalrous sentiment of the desert, and it made its appeal straight to the commonest instincts in the composition of ordinary men. Against it were pitted Judaism, which had made a racial horde of God, Christianity talking and preaching endlessly now of trinities, doctrines, and heresies no ordinary man could make head or tail of, and Mazdaism, the cult of the Zoroastrian Magi, who had inspired the crucifixion of Mani. The bulk of the people to whom the challenge of Islam came did not trouble very much whether Mohammed was lustful or not, or whether he had done some shifty and questionable things. What appealed to them was that this God, Allah, he preached, was by the test of the conscience in their hearts a God of righteousness, and that the honest acceptance of his doctrine and method opened the door wide in a world of uncertainty, treachery, and intolerable divisions to a great and increasing brotherhood of trustworthy men on earth, and to a paradise not of perpetual exercises in praise and worship, in which saints, priests, and anointed kings were still to have the upper places, but of equal fellowship and simple and understandable delights such as their souls craved for. Without any ambiguous symbolism, without any darkening of altars or chanting of priests, Mohammed had brought home those attractive doctrines to the hearts of mankind. Section 5. The true embodiment of the spirit of Islam was not Mohammed, but his close friend and supporter Abu Bakr. There can be little doubt that if Muhammad was the mind and imagination of primitive Islam, Abu Bakr was its conscience and its will. Throughout their life together, it was Muhammad who said the thing, but it was Abu Bakr who believed the thing. When Mohammed wavered, Abu Bakr sustained him. Abu Bakr was a man without doubts, his beliefs cut down to acts cleanly as a sharp knife cuts. We may feel sure that Abu Bakr would never have temporized about the minor gods of Mecca, or needed inspirations from Allah to explain his private life. When in the 11th year of the Hijra, 632, the Prophet sickened of a fever and died, it was Abu Bakr who succeeded him as caliph and leader of the people, Khalifa equals successor. And it was the unflinching confidence of Abu Bakr in the righteousness of Allah which prevented a split between Medina and Mecca, which stamped down a widespread insurrection of the Bedouin against taxation for the common cause, and carried out a great plundering raid into Syria that the dead prophet had projected. And then Abu Bakr, with that faith which moves mountains, set himself simply and sanely to organize the subjugation of the whole world to Alawite little armies of 3,000 or 4,000 Arabs according to those letters. The Prophet had written from Medina in 628 to all the monarchs of the world. And the attempt came near to succeeding. Had there been in Islam a score of men, younger men to carry on his work, of Abu Bakr's quality, it would certainly have succeeded. It came near to succeeding because Arabia was now a center of faith and will, and because nowhere else in the world until China was reached, unless it was upon the steppes of Russia or Turkestan, was there another community of free-spirited men with any power of belief in their rulers and leaders. The head of the Byzantine Empire, Heraclius, the conqueror of Chosroes Roman II, was past his prime and suffering from dropsy, and his empire was exhausted by the long Persian War. Nor had he at any time displayed such exceptional ability as the new occasion demanded. The motley of people under his rule knew little of him and cared less. Persia was at the lowest depths of monarchist degradation. The parricide Kaved Roman II had died after a reign of a few months, and a series of dynastic intrigues and romantic murders enlivened the palace but weakened the country. The war between Persia and the Byzantine Empire was only formally concluded about the time of the beginning of Abu Bakr's rule. Both sides had made great use of Arab auxiliaries. Over Syria, a number of towns and settlements of Christianized Arabs were scattered who professed a baseless loyalty to Constantinople. The Persian marches between Mesopotamia and the desert were under the control of an Arab tributary prince, whose capital was at Hira. Arab influence was strong in such cities as Damascus, where Christian Arab gentlemen would read and recite the latest poetry from the desert competitors. There was thus a great amount of easily assimilable material ready at hand for Islam. And the military campaigns that now began were among the most brilliant in the world's history. Arabia had suddenly become a garden of fine men. The name of Khalid stands out as the brightest star in a constellation of able and devoted Muslim generals. Whenever he commanded, he was victorious, and when the jealousy of the second caliph, Omar, degraded him unjustly and inexcusably, he made no ado, but served Allah cheerfully and well as a subordinate to those over whom he had ruled. We cannot trace the story of this warfare here. The Arab armies struck simultaneously at Byzantine Syria and the Persian frontier city of Hira, and everywhere they offered a choice of three alternatives: either pay tribute, or confess the true God and join us, or die. They encountered armies, large and disciplined but spiritless armies, and defeated them, and nowhere was there such a thing as a popular resistance. The people of the populous irrigation lands of Mesopotamia cared not a jot whether they paid taxes to Byzantium or Persepolis or to Medina, and of the two, Arabs or Persian court, the Arabs of the great years, were manifestly the cleaner people, more just and more merciful. The Christian Arabs joined the invaders very readily, and so did many Jews. Just as in the West, so now in the East, an invasion became a social revolution. But here it was also a religious revolution, with a new and distinctive mental vitality. It was Khalid who fought the decisive battle, 634, with the army of Heraclius upon the banks of the Yarmouk, a tributary of the Jordan. The legions, as ever, were without proper cavalry. For 7 centuries, the ghost of old Crassus had haunted the East in vain. The imperial armies relied upon Christian Arab auxiliaries, and these deserted to the Moslems as the armies joined issue. A great parade of priests, sacred banners, pictures, and holy relics was made by the Byzantine host, and it was further sustained by the chanting of monks. But there was no magic in the relics and little conviction about the chanting. On the Arab side, the emirs and sheiks harangued the troops, and after the ancient Arab fashion, the shrill voices of women in the rear encouraged their men. The Moslem ranks were full of believers before whom shone victory or paradise. The battle was never in doubt after the defection of the irregular cavalry. An attempt to retreat dissolved into a rout and became a massacre. The Byzantine army had fought with its back to the river, which was presently choked with its dead. Thereafter Heraclius slowly relinquished all Syria, which he had so lately won back from the Persians, to his new antagonists. Damascus soon fell, and a year later the Moslems entered Antioch. For a time they had to abandon it again to a last effort from Constantinople, but they re-entered it for good under Khalid. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Front, after a swift initial success which gave them Hira, the Persian resistance stiffened. The dynastic struggle had ended at last in the coming of a king of kings, and a general of ability had been found in Rustam. He gave battle at Kadesha, 637. His army was just such another composite host as Darius had led into Thrace or Alexander defeated at Issus. It was a medley of levies. He had 33 war elephants, and he sat on a golden throne upon a raised platform behind the Persian ranks, surveying the battle, which throne will remind the reader of Herodotus, the Hellespont, and Salamis more than 1,000 years before. The battle lasted 3 days. Each day the Arabs attacked, and the Persian host held its ground until nightfall called a truce. On the 3rd day, the Arabs received reinforcements, and towards the evening the Persians attempted to bring the struggle to an end by a charge of elephants. At first the huge beasts carried all before them. Then one was wounded painfully and became uncontrollable, rushing up and down between the armies. Its panic affected the others, and for a time both armies remained dumbfounded in the red light of sunset, watching the frantic efforts of these gray, squealing monsters to escape from the tormenting masses of armed men that hemmed them in. It was by the merest chance that at last they broke through the Persian and not through the Arab array, and that it was the Arabs who were able to charge home upon the resulting confusion. The twilight darkened to night, but this time the armies did not separate. All through the night the Arabs smote in the name of Allah and pressed upon the shattered and retreating Persians. Dawn broke upon the vestiges of Rustam's army in flight far beyond the litter of the battlefield. Its path was marked by scattered weapons and war material, abandoned transport, and the dead and dying. The platform and the golden throne were broken down, and Rustam lay dead among a heap of dead men. Already in 634, Abu Bakr had died and given place to Omar, the Prophet's brother-in-law, as caliph, and it was under Omar 634-643 that the main conquests of the Moslems occurred. The Byzantine Empire was pushed out of Syria altogether, but at the Taurus Mountains the Moslem thrust was held. Armenia was overrun, all Mesopotamia was conquered, and Persia beyond the rivers. Egypt passed almost passively from Greek to Arab. In a few years, the Semitic race, in the name of God and his prophet, had recovered nearly all the dominions it had lost to the Aryan Persians 1,000 years before. Jerusalem fell early, making a treaty without standing siege, and so the true cross, which had been carried off by the Persians a dozen years before and elaborately restored by Heraclius, passed once more out of the rule of Christians. But it was still in Christian hands. The Christians were to be tolerated, paying only a poll tax, and all the churches and all the relics were left in their possession. Jerusalem made a peculiar condition for its surrender. The city would give itself only to the Caliph Omar in person. Hitherto, he had been in Medina organizing armies and controlling the general campaign. He came to Jerusalem, 638, and the manner of his coming shows how swiftly the vigor and simplicity of the first Moslem onset was being sapped by success. He came the 600-mile journey with only one attendant. He was mounted on a camel, and a bag of barley, another of dates, a waterskin, and a wooden platter were his provision for the journey. He was met outside the city by his chief captains, robed splendidly in silks and with richly caparisoned horses. At this amazing sight, the old man was overcome with rage. He slipped down from his saddle, scrabbled up dirt and stones with his hands, and pelted these fine gentlemen, shouting abuse. What was this insult? What did this finery mean? Where were his warriors? Where were the desert men? He would not let these popinjays escort him. He went on with his attendant, and the smart emirs rode afar off well out of range of his stones. He met the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who had apparently taken over the city from its Byzantine rulers, alone. With the Patriarch he got on very well. They went round the holy places together, and Omar, now a little appeased, made sly jokes at the expense of his two magnificent followers. Equally indicative of the tendencies of the time is Omar's letter ordering one of his governors, who had built himself a palace at Kufa, to demolish it again. "They tell me," he wrote, "you would imitate the palace of Chosroes, and that you would even use the gates that once were his. Will you also have guards and porters at those gates, as Chosroes had? Will you keep the faithful afar off and deny audience to the poor? Would you depart from the custom of our prophet and be as magnificent as those Persian emperors and descend to hell even as they have done?" Section 6. Abu Bakr and Omar I are the two master figures in the history of Islam. It is not within our scope here to describe the wars by which in 125 years Islam spread itself from the Indus to the Atlantic and Spain, and from Kashgar on the borders of China to Upper Egypt. Two maps must suffice to show the limits to which the vigorous impulse of the new faith carried the Arab idea and the Arabic scriptures, before worldliness, the old trading and plundering spirit, and the glamour of the silk robe had completely recovered their paralyzing sway over the Arab intelligence and will. The reader will note how the great tides swept over the footsteps of Yuan Chang, and how easily in Africa the easy conquests of the Vandals were repeated in the reverse direction. And if the reader entertains any delusions about a fine civilization, either Persian, Roman, Hellenic, or Egyptian, being submerged by this flood, the sooner he dismisses such ideas the better. Islam prevailed because it was the best social and political order the times could offer. It prevailed because everywhere it found politically apathetic peoples, robbed, oppressed, bullied, uneducated, and unorganized, and it found selfish and unsound governments out of touch with any people at all. It was the broadest, freshest, and cleanest political idea that had yet come into actual activity in the world, and it offered better terms than any other to the mass of mankind. The capitalistic and slave-holding system of the Roman Empire and the literature and culture and social tradition of Europe had altogether decayed and broken down before Islam arose. It was only when mankind lost faith in the sincerity of its representatives that Islam too began to decay. The larger part of its energy spent itself in conquering and assimilating Persia and Turkestan. Its most vigorous thrusts were northwardly from Persia and westwardly through Egypt. Had it concentrated its first vigor upon the Byzantine Empire, there can be little doubt that by the 8th century it would have taken Constantinople and come through into Europe as easily as it reached the Pamirs. The Caliph Muawiyah, it is true, besieged the capital for 7 years, 672 to 678, and Sulayman in 717 and 718. But the pressure was not sustained, and for 3 or 4 centuries longer the Byzantine Empire remained the crazy bulwark of Europe. In the newly Christianized or still pagan Avars, Bulgars, Serbs, Slavs, and Saxons, Islam would certainly have found as ready converts as it did in the Turks of Central Asia. And though, instead of insisting upon Constantinople, it first came round into Europe by the circuitous route of Africa and Spain, it was only in France, at the end of a vast line of communications from Arabia, that it encountered a power sufficiently vigorous to arrest its advance. From the outset, the Bedouin aristocrats of Mecca dominated the new empire. Abu Bakr, the first caliph, was in an informal shouting way elected at Medina, and so were Omar I and Othman, the third caliph, but all three were Meccans of good family. They were not men of Medina, and though Abu Bakr and Omar were men of stark simplicity and righteousness, Othman was of a baser quality, a man quite in the vein of those silk robes, to whom conquest was not conquest for Allah but for Arabia, and especially for Mecca and Arabia, and more particularly for himself, and for the Meccans, and for his family, the Umayyads. He was a worthy man, who stood out for his country and his town and his people. He was no early convert as his two predecessors had been. He had joined the Prophet for reasons of policy in fair give and take. With his accession, the caliph ceases to be a strange man of fire and wonder, and becomes an Oriental monarch like many Oriental monarchs before and since, a fairly good monarch by Eastern standards as yet, but nothing more. The rule and death of Othman brought out the consequences of Muhammad's weaknesses as clearly as the lives of Abu Bakr and Omar had witnessed to the divine fire in his teaching. Muhammad had been politic at times when Abu Bakr would have been firm, and the new element of aristocratic greediness that came in with Othman was one fruit of those politic moments. And the legacy of that carelessly compiled harem of the Prophet, the family complications and jealousies which had lurked in the background of Moslem affairs during the rule of the first two caliphs, was now coming out into the light of day. Ali, who was the nephew, the adopted son, and the son-in-law of the Prophet, he was the husband of the Prophet's daughter Fatima, he had considered himself the rightful caliph. His claims formed an undertow to the resentment of Medina and of the rival families of Mecca against the advancement of the Umayyads. But Ayesha, the favorite wife of the Prophet, had always been jealous of Fatima and hostile to Ali. She supported Othman. The splendid opening of the story of Islam collapses suddenly into this squalid dispute and bickering of heirs and widows. In 656, Othman, an old man of 80, was stoned in the streets of Medina by a mob, chased to his house, and murdered, and Ali became at last caliph, only to be murdered in his turn 661. In one of the battles in this civil war, Aisha, now a gallant, mischievous old lady, distinguished herself by leading a charge, mounted on a camel. She was taken prisoner and treated well. While the armies of Islam were advancing triumphantly to the conquest of the world, this sickness of civil war smote at its head. What was the rule of Allah in the world to Aisha when she could score off the detested Fatima, and what heed were the Umayyads and the partisans of Ali likely to take of the unity of mankind when they had a good hot feud of this sort to entertain them, with the caliphate as a prize? The world of Islam was rent in twain by the spites, greeds, and partisan silliness of a handful of men and women in Medina. That quarrel still lives. To this day, one main division of the Moslems, the Shiites, maintain the hereditary right of Ali to be caliph as an article of faith. They prevail in Persia and India. But an equally important section, the Sunnites, with whom it is difficult for a disinterested observer not to agree, deny this peculiar addendum to Muhammad's simple creed. So far as we can gather at this length of time, Ali was an entirely commonplace individual. To watch this schism creeping across the brave beginnings of Islam is like watching a case of softening of the brain. To the copious literature of the subject, we must refer the reader who wishes to learn how Hassan, the son of Ali, was poisoned by his wife, and how Husayn, his brother, was killed. We do but name them here because they still afford a large section of mankind's scope for sentimental partisanship and mutual annoyance. They are the two chief Shiite martyrs. Amidst the coming and going of their conflicts, the old Kaaba at Mecca was burnt down. And naturally, there began endless disputation whether it should be rebuilt in exactly its ancient form or on a much larger scale. In this and the preceding sections, we have seen once more the inevitable struggle of this newest and latest unifying impulse in the world's affairs against the everyday worldliness of mankind. And we have seen also how from the first, the complicated household of Mohammed was like an evil legacy to the new faith. But as this history now degenerates into the normal crimes and intrigues of an Oriental dynasty, the student of history will realize a third fundamental weakness in the world reforms of Mohammed. He was an illiterate Arab, ignorant of history, totally ignorant of all the political experiences of Rome and Greece, and almost as ignorant of the real history of Judea. And he left his followers with no scheme for a stable government embodying and concentrating the general will of the faithful, and no effective form to express the very real spirit of democracy, using the word in its modern sense that pervades the essential teaching of Islam. His own rule was unlimited autocracy, and autocratic Islam has remained. Politically, Islam was not an advance, but a retrogression from the traditional freedoms and customary laws of the desert. The breach of the pilgrims, trace that led to the Battle of Badr, is the blackest mark against early Islam. Nominally, Allah is its chief ruler, but practically, its master has always been whatever man was vigorous and unscrupulous enough to snatch and hold the caliphate and, subject to revolts and assassinations, its final law has been that man's will. For a time, after the death of Ali, the Umayyad family was in the ascendant, and for nearly a century they gave rulers to Islam. The Arab historians are so occupied with the dynastic squabbles and crimes of the time that it is difficult to trace the external history of the period. We find Muslim shipping upon the seas defeating the Byzantine fleet in a great sea fight off the coast of Lycia, AD 655. But how the Moslems acquired this victorious fleet thus early we do not clearly know. It was probably chiefly Egyptian. For some years, Islam certainly controlled the eastern Mediterranean, and in 662 and again in 672, during the reign of Muawiyah, 660–6 AD, the first great Umayyad caliph made 2 sea attacks upon Constantinople. They had to be sea attacks because Islam, so long as it was under Arab rule, never surmounted the barrier of the Taurus Mountains. During the same period, the Moslems were also pressing their conquests further and further into Central Asia. While Islam was already decaying at its center, it was yet making great hosts of new adherents and awakening a new spirit among the hitherto divided and aimless Turkish peoples. Medina was no longer a possible center for its vast enterprises in Asia, Africa, and the Mediterranean, and so Damascus became the usual capital of the Umayyad caliphs. Chief among these, as for a time the clouds of dynastic intrigue clear, are Abdul Malik, 680–5705, and Walid I, 700–5715, under whom the Umayyad line rose to the climax of its successes. The western boundary was carried to the Pyrenees, while to the east the domains of the caliph marched with China. The son of Walid, Sulayman, 715, carried out a second series of Moslem attacks upon Constantinople, which his father had planned and proposed. As with the caliph Muawiyah half a century before, the approach was by sea for Asia Minor, as we have just noted, was still unconquered and the shipping was drawn chiefly from Egypt. The emperor, a usurper, Leo the Isaurian, displayed extraordinary skill and obstinacy in the defense. He burnt most of the Moslem shipping in a brilliant sortie, cut up the troops they had landed upon the Asiatic side of the Bosphorus, and after a campaign in Europe of 2 years, 717–718, a winter of unexampled severity completed their defeat. From this point onward, the glory of the Umayyad line decays. The first tremendous impulse of Islam was now spent. There was no further expansion and a manifest decline in religious zeal. Islam had made millions of converts and had digested those millions very imperfectly. Cities, nations, whole sects and races, Arab pagans, Jews, Christians, Manichaeans, Zoroastrians, Turanian pagans, had been swallowed up into this new vast empire of Muhammad's successors. It has hitherto been the common characteristic of all the great unifying religious initiators of the world, the common oversight, that they have accepted the moral and theological ideals to which the first appeal was made, as though they were universal ideals. Muhammad's appeal, for example, was to the traditional chivalry and underlying monotheistic feelings of the intelligent Arabs of his time. These things were latent in the mind and conscience of Mecca and Medina. He did but call them forth. Then, as the new teaching spread and stereotyped itself, it had to work on a continually more uncongenial basis. It had to grow in soil that distorted and perverted it. Its sole textbook was the Quran. To minds untuned to the melodies of Arabic, this book seemed to be, as it seems to many European minds today, a mixture of fine-spirited rhetoric with, to put it plainly, formless and unintelligent gabble. Countless converts missed the real thing in it altogether. To that we must ascribe the readiness of the Persian and Indian sections of the faith to join the Shiite schism upon a quarrel that they could at least understand and feel. And to the same attempt to square the new stuff with old prepossessions was due such extravagant theology as presently disputed whether the Quran was and always had been coexistent with God. We should be stupefied by the preposterousness of this idea if we did not recognize in it at once the well-meaning attempt of some learned Christian convert to Islamize his belief that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. None of the great unifying religious initiators of the world hitherto seems to have been accompanied by any understanding of the vast educational task, the vast work of lucid and varied exposition and intellectual organization involved in its propositions. They all present the same history of a rapid spreading, like a little water poured over a great area, and then of superficiality and corruption. In a little while we hear stories of an Umayyad caliph, Walid Roman II, 743–744, who mocked at the Quran, ate pork, drank wine, and did not pray. Those stories may have been true, or they may have been circulated for political reasons. There began a Puritan reaction in Mecca and Medina against the levity and luxury of Damascus. Another great Arab family, the Abbas family, the Abbasids, a thoroughly wicked line, had long been scheming for power, and was making capital out of the general discontent. The feud of the Umayyads and the Abbasids was older than Islam. It had been going on before Muhammad was born. These Abbasids took up the tradition of the Shiite martyrs, Ali and his sons Hassan and Husayn, and identified themselves with it. The banner of the Umayyads was white. The Abbasid adopted a black banner, black in mourning for Hassan and Husayn, black because black is more impressive than any color. Moreover, the Abbasids declared that all the caliphs after Ali were usurpers. In 749, they accomplished a carefully prepared revolution, and the last of the Umayyad caliphs was hunted down and slain in Egypt. Abul Abbas was the first of the Abbasid caliphs, and he began his reign by collecting into one prison every living male of the Umayyad line upon whom he could lay hands and causing them all to be massacred. Their bodies were heaped together, a leathern carpet was spread over them, and on this gruesome table Abul Abbas and his counselors feasted. Moreover, the tombs of the Umayyad caliphs were rifled, and their bones burnt and scattered to the four winds of heaven. So the grievances of Ali were avenged at last, and the Umayyad line passed out of history. There was, it is interesting to note, a rising on behalf of the Umayyads in Khorasan, which was assisted by the Chinese emperor. Section 7. But the descendants of Ali were not destined to share in this triumph for long. The Abbasids were adventurers and rulers of an older school than Islam. Now that the tradition of Ali had served its purpose, the next proceeding of the new caliph was to hunt down and slaughter the surviving members of his family, the descendants of Ali and Fatima. Clearly, the old traditions of Sassanid Persia and of Persia before the Greeks were returning to the world. With the accession of the Abbasids, the control of the sea departed from the caliph, and with it went Spain and North Africa, in which, under an Umayyad survivor in the former case, independent Moslem states now arose. The center of gravity of Islam shifted across the desert from Damascus to Mesopotamia. Mansur, the successor of Abul Abbas, built himself a new capital at Baghdad near the ruins of Ctesiphon, the former Sassanid capital. Turks and Persians as well as Arabs became emirs, and the army was reorganized upon Sassanid lines. Medina and Mecca were now only of importance as pilgrimage centers, to which the faithful turned to pray. But because it was a fine language, and because it was the language of the Quran, Arabic continued to spread, until presently It had replaced Greek and become the language of educated men throughout the whole Moslem world. Of the Abbasid monarchs after Abul Abbas, we need tell little here. A bickering war went on year by year in Asia Minor in which neither Byzantium nor Baghdad made any permanent gains, though once or twice the Moslems raided as far as the Bosphorus. A false prophet, Mecana, who said he was God, had a brief but troublesome career. There were plots, there were insurrections. They lie flat and colorless now in the histories like dead flowers in an old book. One other Abbasid caliph only need be named, and that quite as much for his legendary as for his real importance, Harun al-Rashid, 786–809. He was not only the caliph of an outwardly prosperous empire in the world of reality, but he was also the caliph of an undying empire in the deathless world of fiction. He was the Harun al-Rashid of the Arabian Nights. Sir Mark Sykes gives an account of the reality of his empire, from which we will quote certain passages. He says, "The imperial court was polished, luxurious, and unlimitedly wealthy. The capital, Baghdad, a gigantic mercantile city surrounding a huge administrative fortress, wherein every department of state had a properly regulated and well-ordered public office, where schools and colleges abounded, whither philosophers, students, doctors, poets, and theologians flocked from all parts of the civilized globe. The provincial capitals were embellished with vast public buildings and linked together by an effective and rapid service of posts and caravans. The frontiers were secure and well garrisoned, the army loyal, efficient, and brave, the governors and ministers honest and forbearing. The empire stretched with equal strength and unimpaired control from the Cilician Gates to Aden and from Egypt to Central Asia. Christians, pagans, Jews, as well as Moslems were employed in the government service. Usurpers, rebellious generals, and false prophets seemed to have vanished from the Moslem dominions. Traffic and wealth had taken the place of revolution and famine. Pestilence and disease were met by imperial hospitals and government physicians. In government business, the rough and ready methods of Arabian administration had given place to a complicated system of divans, initiated partly from the Roman, but chiefly taken from the Persian system of government. Posts, finance, privy seal, crown lands, justice, and military affairs were each administered by separate bureau in the hands of ministers and officials. An army of clerks, scribes, writers, and accountants swarmed into these offices and gradually swept the whole power of the government into their own hands by separating the commander of the faithful from any direct intercourse with his subjects. The imperial palace and the entourage were equally based on Roman and Persian precedents. Eunuchs, closely veiled harems of women, guards, spies, go-betweens, jesters, poets, and dwarfs clustered around the person of the commander of the faithful, each, in his degree, endeavoring to gain the royal favor and indirectly distracting the royal mind from affairs of business and state. Meanwhile, the mercantile trade of the East poured gold into Baghdad and supplemented the other enormous stream of money derived from the contributions of plunder and loot dispatched to the capital by the commanders of the victorious raiding forces which harried Asia Minor, India, and Turkestan. The seemingly unending supply of Turkish slaves and Byzantine specie added to the richness of the revenues of Iraq, and combined with the vast commercial traffic of which Baghdad was the center, produced a large and powerful moneyed class, composed of the sons of generals, officials, landed proprietors, royal favorites, merchants, and the like, who encouraged the arts, literature, philosophy, and poetry as the mood took them, building palaces for themselves, vying with each other in the luxury of their entertainments, suborning poets to sound their praises, dabbling in philosophy, supporting various schools of thought, endowing charities, and, in fact, behaving as the wealthy have always behaved in all ages. I have said that the Abbasid Empire in the days of Harun al-Rashid was weak and feeble to a degree. And perhaps the reader will consider this a foolish proposition when he takes into consideration that I have described the empire as orderly, the administration definite and settled, the army efficient, and wealth abundant. The reason I make the suggestion is that the Abbasid Empire had lost touch with everything original and vital in Islam, and was constructed entirely by the reunion of the fragments of the empire's Islam had destroyed. There was nothing in the empire which appealed to the higher instincts of the leaders of the people. The holy war had degenerated into a systematic acquisition of plunder. The caliph had become a luxurious emperor or king of kings, the administration had changed from a patriarchal system to a bureaucracy. The wealthier classes were rapidly losing all faith in the religion of the state. Speculative philosophy and high living were taking the place of Quranic orthodoxy and Arabian simplicity. The solitary bond which could have held the empire together, the sternness and plainness of the Moslem faith, was completely neglected by both the caliph and his advisors. Harun al-Rashid himself was a wine-bibber, and his palace was decorated with graven images of birds and beasts and men. For a moment we stand amazed at the greatness of the Abbasid dominion. Then, suddenly, we realize that it is but as a fair husk enclosing the dust and ashes of dead civilizations. Harun al-Rashid died in 809. At his death, his great empire fell immediately into civil war and confusion, and the next great event of unusual importance in this region of the world comes 200 years later when the Turks, under the chiefs of the great family of the Seljuks, poured southward out of Turkestan and not only conquered the empire of Baghdad, but Asia Minor also. Coming from the northeast as they did, they were able to outflank the Great Barrier of the Taurus Mountains, which had hitherto held back the Moslems. They were still much the same people as those of whom Yuan Huang gave us a glimpse 400 years earlier, but now they were Moslems, and Moslems of the primitive type, men whom Abu Bakr would have welcomed to Islam. They caused a great revival of vigor in Islam, and they turned the minds of the Moslem world once more in the direction of a religious war against Christendom. For there had been a sort of truce between these two great religions after the cessation of the Moslem advance and the decline of the Umayyads. Such warfare, as had gone on between Christianity and Islam, had been rather border bickering than sustained war. It became only a bitter fanatical struggle again in the 11th century. Section 8. But before we go on to tell of the Turks and the Crusaders, the great wars that began between Christendom and Islam, and which have left a quite insane intolerance between these great systems right down to the present time, it is necessary to give a little more attention to the intellectual life of the Arabic-speaking world, which was now spreading more and more widely over the regions which Hellenism had once dominated. For some generations before Muhammad, the Arab mind had been, as it were, smoldering. It had been producing poetry and much religious discussion. Under the stimulus of the national and racial successes, it presently blazed out with a brilliance second only to that of the Greeks during their best period. From a new angle, and with a fresh vigor, it took up that systematic development of positive knowledge which the Greeks had begun and relinquished. It revived the human pursuit of science. If the Greek was the father, then the Arab was the foster father of the scientific method of dealing with reality, that is to say, by absolute frankness, the utmost simplicity of statement and explanation, exact record, and exhaustive criticism. Through the Arabs it was, and not by the Latin root, that the modern world received that gift of light and power. Their conquests brought the Arabs into contact with the Greek literary tradition, not at first directly, but through the Syrian translations of the Greek writers. The Nestorian Christians, the Christians to the east of Orthodoxy, seem to have been much more intelligent and active-minded than the court theologians of Byzantium, and at a much higher level of general education than the Latin-speaking Christians of the West. They had been tolerated during the latter days of the Sassanids, and they were tolerated by Islam until the ascendancy of the Turks in the 11th century. They had preserved much of the Hellenic medical science and had even added to it. In the Umayyad times, most of the physicians in the caliph's dominions were Nestorians, and no doubt many learned Nestorians professed Islam without any serious compunction or any great change in their work and thoughts. They had preserved much of Aristotle both in Greek and in Syrian translations. They had a considerable mathematical literature. Their equipment makes the contemporary resources of Saint Benedict or Cassiodorus seem very pitiful. To these Nestorian teachers came the fresh Arab mind out of the desert, keen and curious, and learnt much and improved upon its teaching. But the Nestorians were not the only teachers available for the Arabs. Throughout all the rich cities of the East, the kindred Jews were scattered with their own distinctive literature and tradition, and the Arab and the Jewish mind reacted upon one another to a common benefit. The Arab was informed, and the Jew sharpened to a keener edge. The Jews have never been pedants in the matter of their language. We have already noted that 1,000 years before Islam, they spoke Greek in Hellenized Alexandria, and now all over this new Muslim world they were speaking and writing Arabic. Some of the greatest of Jewish literature was written in Arabic, the religious writings of Maimonides, for example. Indeed, it is difficult to say in the case of this Arabic culture where the Jew ends and the Arab begins, so important and essential were its Jewish factors. Moreover, there was a third source of inspiration, more particularly in mathematical science, to which at present it is difficult to do justice. India. There can be little doubt that the Arab mind during its best period was in effective contact with Sanskrit literature and with Indian ideas, and that it derived much from this source. The distinctive activities of the Arab mind were already manifest under the Umayyads, though it was during the Abbasid time that it made its best display. History is the beginning and core of all sound philosophy and all great literature, and the first Arab writers of distinction were historians, biographers, and quasi-historical poets. Romantic fiction and the short story followed as a reading public developed, willing to be amused. And as reading ceased to be a special accomplishment and became necessary to every man of affairs and to every youth of breeding, came the systematic growth of an educational system and an educational literature. By the 9th and 10th centuries, there are not only grammars, but great lexicons and a mass of philological learning in Islam. And a century or so in advance of the West, there grew up in the Muslim world at a number of centers, at Basra, at Kufa, at Baghdad and Cairo, and at Cordoba, out of what were at first religious schools dependent upon mosques, a series of great universities. The light of these universities shone far beyond the Muslim world and drew students to them from east and west. At Cordoba in particular there were great numbers of Christian students, and the influence of Arab philosophy coming by way of Spain upon the universities of Paris, Oxford, and North Italy, and upon Western European thought generally, was very considerable indeed. The name of Averroes, Ibn Rushd of Cordoba, 1126–1198, stands out as that of the culminating influence of Arab philosophy upon European thought. He developed the teachings of Aristotle upon lines that made a sharp division between religious and scientific truth, and so prepared the way for the liberation of scientific research from the theological dogmatism that restrained it both under Christianity and under Islam. Another great name is that of Avicenna, Ibn Sina, the Prince of Physicians, 980–1037, who was born at the other end of the Arabic world at Bokhara and who traveled in Khorasan. The book-copying industry flourished at Alexandria, Damascus, Cairo, and Baghdad, and about the year 970 there were 27 free schools open in Cordoba for the education of the poor. In mathematics, say Thatcher and Schwill, the Arabs built on the foundations of the Greek mathematicians. The origin of the so-called Arabic numerals is obscure. Under Theodoric the Great, Boethius made use of certain signs which were in part very like the 9 digits which we now use. One of the pupils of Gerbert also used signs which were still more like ours, but the 0 was unknown till the 12th century, when it was invented by an Arab mathematician named Muhammad ibn Musa, who also was the first to use the decimal notation, and who gave the digits the value of position. In geometry, the Arabs did not add much to Euclid, but algebra is practically their creation. Also, they developed spherical trigonometry, inventing the sine, tangent, and cotangent. In physics, they invented the pendulum and produced work on optics. They made progress in the science of astronomy. They built several observatories and constructed many astronomical instruments which are still in use. They calculated the angle of the ecliptic and the precession of the equinoxes. Their knowledge of astronomy was undoubtedly considerable. In medicine, they made great advances over the work of the Greeks. They studied physiology and hygiene, and their materia medica was practically the same as ours today. Many of their methods of treatment are still in use among us. Their surgeons understood the use of anesthetics and performed some of the most difficult operations known. At the time when in Europe the practice of medicine was forbidden by the Church, which expected cures to be effected by religious rites performed by the clergy, the Arabs had a real science of medicine. In chemistry, they made a good beginning. They discovered many new substances, such as alcohol, potash, nitrate of silver, corrosive sublimate, and nitric and sulfuric acid. In manufactures, they outdid the world in variety and beauty of design and perfection of workmanship. They worked in all the metals: gold, silver, copper, bronze, iron, and steel. In textile fabrics, they have never been surpassed. They made glass and pottery of the finest quality. They knew the secrets of dyeing, and they manufactured paper. They had many processes of dressing leather, and their work was famous throughout Europe. They made tinctures, essences, and syrups. They made sugar from the cane and grew many fine kinds of wine. They practiced farming in a scientific way and had good systems of irrigation. They knew the value of fertilizers and adapted their crops to the quality of the ground. They excelled in horticulture, knowing how to graft and how to produce new varieties of fruit and flowers. They introduced into the West many trees and plants from the East and wrote scientific treatises on farming. One item in this account must be underlined here because of its importance in the intellectual life of mankind: the manufacture of paper. This the Arabs seem to have learnt from the Chinese by way of Central Asia. The Europeans acquired it from the Arabs. Until that time, books had to be written upon parchment or papyrus, and after the Arab conquest of Egypt, Europe was cut off from the papyrus supply. Until paper became abundant, the art of printing was of little use, and newspapers and popular education by means of books was impossible. This was probably a much more important factor in the relative backwardness of Europe during the Dark Ages than historians seem disposed to admit. And all this mental life went on in the Moslem world, in spite of a very considerable amount of political disorder. From first to last, the Arabs never grappled with the problem, the still unsolved problem, of the stable progressive state. Everywhere their form of government was absolutist and subject to the convulsions, changes, intrigues, and murders that have always characterized the extremer forms of monarchy. But for some centuries, beneath the crimes and rivalries of courts and camps, the spirit of Islam did preserve a certain general decency and restraint in life. The Byzantine Empire was impotent to shatter this civilization, and the Turkish danger in the northeast gathered strength only very slowly. Until the Turk fell upon it, the intellectual life of Islam continued. Perhaps it secretly flattered itself that it would always be able to go on in spite of the threat of violence and unreason in its political direction. Hitherto, in all countries, that has been the characteristic attitude of science and literature. The intellectual man has been loath to come to grips with the forcible man. He has generally been something of a courtier and time-server. Possibly he has never yet been quite sure of himself. Hitherto, men of reason and knowledge have never had the assurance and courage of the religious fanatic. But there can be little doubt that they have accumulated settled convictions and gathered confidence during the last few centuries. They have slowly found a means to power through the development of popular education and popular literature. And today, they are far more disposed to say things plainly and to claim a dominating voice in the organization of human affairs than they have ever been before in the world's history.